we're streaming.
Morning King Kayfabers. Welcome back. Welcome back me. I guess they were here last week.
Yeah. Yeah, welcome back, Jim. Let's see if our swords are still sharpened, man. If we remember how to do this.
Yeah, it'll be a little bit rusty.
You know, I thought that last week myself, but it was good. It was fine.
I might just record one intro ad and use it for all my videos.
If you do that, like...
I'm going to do the Rogan. This episode is brought to you by Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon.
Is that how he does his thing?
Yeah.
Like, what I'm saying is, like, let's shoot that ad. Like, I'll shoot one also, and put it in the middle.
Okay.
Like, early middle. 5 minutes in, something like that, yeah. Man. But, like...
I like that, too, because I think this should be there in the little preview. Like, the 20-second preview.
On the video, like, it automatically finds the cut that, like, is different, and it'll just go to it. Like, it doesn't...
The previews that play on mine are, it's like the first, 30, 20 seconds, something like that.
When we did it before, where we had stuff stitched in, it finds it. You'll see.
Really? And that's what it plays as a preview?
Our shit. Like, it's just something about the difference of, like, the imagery or something that, like, just gets attracted to it, and it fucking just will play it. That's fine, you know, but, like, I just think in terms of just, like, hooking people, you know, like, try to be mindful of, like, what's interesting, you know, like are we about to go to something dope, and then fucking put it in there. But I think that's smart. That's something I want to talk to you about, and try to get it and try to get it to just a minute. So I'm tweeting. And it is published to Kayfabe. I mean, yeah, to the Patreon. So people should start showing up in a second. I'm going to email it to us.
Did you read Big Fat Kill issues?
Trade.
Okay. Dude, the letters pages are spicy.
Oh, that's cool.
Also, do they do the pinups in the trade?
Yeah.
Okay, there's some good pinups in there.
Joe Kubert, I think.
Yeah, he's in there. Art Adams has one.
Yeah, his is
There's
good.
A bunch.
His is good because it was like you know he just kind of like privately probably draws naked chicks all the time.
Right.
So it's like we finally get to see an Art Adams naked chick.
Wait a minute. Why do you think he draws naked chicks?
You don't
I don't
see
really draw naked chicks.
Yeah, but you don't draw fucking Art Adams shit. Like he draws big titty, like all he follows on Instagram is big titty models and shit like that. Like he just loves big jugs.
Gotcha.
And he finally got to draw some. Every chick he draws has big ass titties. We're live. We're in the fact.
Gotcha.
I'm gonna make a tea real quick and then we'll fucking on.
What's happening, everybody? We got a good week this week. We're gonna have a good week for quite a few of these weeks. How many people are going to Charlotte for Heroes Con? Is that a regular part of everybody's con schedule out there? That's been on my mind since coming back from Maui. Is getting ready for that show. It means going through the boxes and pulling stuff out. Lots of stuff that you just wouldn't see anywhere else. So if you're thinking about coming to Heroes, hit my table early. Because some of that stuff, it's coming in very limited quantities, old zines and things like that I might only have a copy or a couple copies left of. It's a fun show, though. But man, as we were saying in the weekly, it takes quite a bit longer to get ready for than it used to. You just accumulate so much of this stuff, and it really does come down to like odds and ends things, a couple of unsold books here and there, and bring them to the next show. And in this case, that one is Heroes. Have you guys been reading a lot of stuff? I ended up getting a PDF of that John Balladeer collection that we were talking about when we did Hellboy Crooked Man, and man, those stories are fun, but they go back to like pulp days, and I don't read a ton of pulps, so it's kind of neat to read those and see how much they are like Hellboy.
Oh yeah, that Manly Way Bowman.
Yeah apparently that writer moved to Appalachia, like a small cabin in the mountains, and just was locked into that community, so found what he loved and wrote about it. Brings a lot of authenticity to it.
Yeah, he's probably like those like when you're a born again Christian, you're like extra Christian, so like it's what it is, man. There are the people who say yins and have the terrible towels. It was like that dude Kurt, and he ain't from here, it's like people who come into Pittsburgh and like adopt the lore.
Right. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing. I guess if you're going to be here, you should like it.
Right.
I was telling Ed, I've also been looking at Norman Rockwell. I ended up with a couple of Norman Rockwell books over this break, and I've been staring at that stuff and reading about his process some. Probably going to find its way onto a future episode at some point. But one of the ways in that I have found is through that famous artist course. And man, talk about a dude that's like giving you about, I don't know, $2 or $3 on the dime for the amount of work he puts into these jobs. It's a different artist.
Need a water?
Yes, I do, yeah. Thank you.
Let me go grab my cover real quick.
I do want to see it. We're looking at Wizard 55 by popular demand, guys. So, when you get sick of these wizards, please let us know so that I can burn my collection of them. Oh, yeah. See, this cover makes a lot of sense, Ed.
Yeah.
A lot of sense.
Yeah, that's it. Clearly the newsstand.
It's so inexplicable. Boy, there's some fun stuff in here. I wonder how uneven Wizard is going forward, too. Because I feel like last issue I was so disgusted by it. In this issue, I'm like, oh yeah, sign me up for a couple more.
Those year-end issues are a tall order.
They are tough. Yeah, they are.
They just don't have... There's not enough stuff going on in comics to sort of pad those extra pages. But they know that, they could charge more or whatever. And 1 second, man. All right. Just popping into the stream so I can see what you guys have to say. Man, the internet is choppy here today.
I wonder what causes that.
Yeah, I don't know. No, actually, it looks good. I guess it was just taking a second.
You gotta get the buffer going.
Yeah. So shoot your ad first. Good.
This episode is brought to you by the Cartoonist Kayfabe Patreon. 3 different levels will give you access to our videos before anyone else sees them to give you a leg up on the Kayfabe effect. And at the King Kayfaber level, you actually sit in on our recording sessions. This episode is also brought to you by the books that we make. You see our bibliography in front of you right now. In addition to all of these books, Ed Piskor's Red Room Crypto Killers, the new season of Red Room is now out. Issue 1 is available now. Issue 2 cover here. There are also a clip of variant covers by Ed, Peach Momoko, me, and many other great artists. The other big book that Ed is releasing later this year, Hip Hop Family Tree, the Omnibus, collecting all of the Hip Hop Family Tree strips in one handsome 500-plus page volume, including over 100 pages of new material. That'll be out in time for the holidays. Got to pre-order it now so Fanta Graphics knows how many to print. There's also an omnibus collection of X-Men Grand Design coming out later this year. Again, pre-order that one today. Let them know how many you need, because some of the X-Men Grand Design 3 volumes are out of print. So get that one big, handsome collected volume. My next big book later this summer, Street Angel, Princess of Poverty from Image Comics. This is available for pre-order now. Collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Also available and back in print from Image Comics. You can also pick up my Hulk Grand Design with the fluorescent green cover. You cannot miss it. As well as Plain Jane's, the first young adult graphic novel. And now back to our program. Minute 30.
Beautiful. I'm gonna have you just send that to me. That was succinct. I can't imagine doing it better. Whenever you're ready.
Hit it. Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe, YouTube's favorite comic book channel. We are continuing our walk through 1990s comic book history with Wizard Magazine number 55. This is from March 1996. Things have turned, but there may be hope on the horizon, Ed, because we are looking at a cover of Jim Lee's Fantastic Four, Marvel's Heroes Reborn, one of the big events I remember from that second half of the 90s. And we're going to get into it with this issue and talk about chaos. This issue was a lot of fun for me to go through. I'm looking forward to digging into it. And we'll kind of probably pick and choose as we go through some of these articles, because some of them are definitely of greater interest to me than others.
Absolutely, man. And just before we really get started, I want to mention to everybody that we are coming to Heroes Con in a couple of weeks as of this recording. And Comic Book Christmas in July is the last weekend in July. That is where we're all going to take our doubles and our extra comp copies as artists and creators, and we're going to stuff those into the free little lending libraries that are all over our cities and neighborhoods, man. So participate in that. Hashtag us in your posts when you put your fresh comics into those libraries, and we'll spread the good word that way. One of the things with this issue, Jimmy, count the goddamn Rob Liefeld ads in here.
This is an amazing spread to me for those reasons. This is the first spread in the book. Most valuable real estate, cost the most. You get Amalgam on one side, which was a huge hit. It was the #1 book in, I think, 95 and 96 for Marvel DC. Almost no coverage of this in this issue, by the way, even though they're in the middle of it.
Yeah, it pretty much happened. And then this is like the Roger Cruz.
That's right, Roger Cruz on your cover
like
there.
Young Blood characters and stuff. And he gets poached from Marvel pretty much by he did his Kayfabe, his Gilbert, Joe Madureira stuff. And Rob Liefeld must have been like, okay, well, if I can't go Joe Mad, I'll get the Joe Mad clone.
Yeah, absolutely. And look at this 90s desktop publishing design here with this lousy font.
It was a big deal when they started to create cursive fonts that could actually like connect together.
Yes. It's funny to remember that stuff.
There's a lot of that kind of stuff in here, man. Like in the letters page. Well, I won't put the cart before the horse. You're eyeballing the Gareb Shameless editorial.
Mostly I'm eyeballing his haircut in this picture. That's a ridiculous picture. He looks so happy in this photo, and I realize these things are mashups, but it just feels like he's so excited to have Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld back at Marvel. It's like they're coming back to the salad days of Wizard with that kind of lead. I mentioned this in our warm-up, Ed. John Romita Jr. and I think Klaus Janson on this Spider-Man ad, and I just watched a John Romita Jr. Spider-Man video this week. It was an image of Spider-Man being inked, and looks just like this. That's like cool. The same costume and everything 28 years later. Funny to, the more things change, the more they stay the same. Some of the ads are my favorite part of this issue, by the way. Yeah. Seeing the Death ad, I really liked this series. Sandman later, but something like Death was something that would have been coming out like maybe my freshman year of college, and I thought this stuff looked really great. The cover and the interiors of this just felt, I don't know, man. Like some of Vertigo's stuff I found very boring looking. Yeah. And with this, it just felt like cutting edge, like super good illustration.
Yeah, it's Chris Bachalo. And what's interesting is he's already doing Generation X. And he has a kind of, neo-anime kind of style in that. But in the Death series, he leans back into his more gritty, probably natural style. Like the Generation X style, like makes him money in the comic industry. But I feel like his natural style of drawing is closer to, the stuff he was doing in Death.
This is a fun. We have a Caliber Comics creator here rebutting somebody who called the creators whiners in a previous issue. So pretty big call out for that.
Yeah. The one other letter of note that was pretty cool was it was talking about online forums. And how they were so stoked that they would be able to find other people online to talk comics with, and I was here, like, I had nobody to talk comics with at all. I had no computer either, and the idea of like finding like-minded people, but the guy was disgusted. It's all bullshit talk. It's all spam.
Fanboys.
It is also like, I forget what it was, what the day was. It was like either like Black Tuesday or like Black Thursday or something like that. And that was the date where they opened up those news groups online to the people who participate in America Online. So that, like, the intelligent discourse died that day because it was all old nerds and stuff who
That's
were...
exactly what this is, a report of that death.
Yeah, and the reply is fascinating too, because listen, we grew up through this. We're like our grandparents who could talk about when they first got their radios and shit like that. But like, I tried getting online, having real conversations with people usually turns into caveman talk. But here's the funny thing to illustrate that like nothing has changed. Maybe it's just because online is still a new form of communication. Hopefully in time, people will start talking or typing in full sentences. We know that not to be true.
Right. Yeah.
The one difference with the past 25 years of time is this guy's email address, Abyssquick, like that's what is visible online when he's like in his chat rooms and stuff. Now the internet has existed for people's whole lifetimes, and they are so comfortable using their proper given name to be abject pieces of shit. And that's the difference, because it was anonymous in terms of the name of the person back then. Your IP address, all that stuff still existed. But now people have no problem being vile and attaching their name to it. Little Joe Quesada Vampirella there.
Yeah, the bad girl stuff is still prevalent. Half of those mail entries were the bad girl art.
But it's on the wane, man. They cite Vampirella as being a genesis point of this bad girl idea, and it's going to be stopping at issue like 25. That was that Joe Quesada piece that we just saw. The series is going to end, and then they're going to play the mini-series game where they just introduce a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, a lot of ways to have new number ones.
Exactly.
Again, one of these trends that still fresh 28 years later.
It's true.
Big doing a comic, an adaptation of From Dusk Till Dawn, the Tarantino Robert Rodriguez movie, and noteworthy for Cartoonist because Trevor Von Eden is going to do layouts on that. And maybe if you guys want to see that real bad, flood our comments, because I do have a copy of that. It's so-so, but it's kind of a noteworthy piece, because I think Big is the company that ends up buying like Kitchen Sink Tundra eventually. I think that's connected. So
we're still on that wane, man. When comics were crypto, so these entities are getting involved in comics, but they must have got the read the tea leaves a little late. You know what I'm saying, man? Because we had such big speculative years. But this is not going to be the first, big deal where some outside entity is going to do some licensing and things like that. And on that Anti-Gravity Room show that I always talk about, I'm talking about it a lot because it's from this time period. And Trevor Von Eden and I think the adaptive writer are interviewed on that program about this. And it's cool to see Trevor Von Eden and hear him talk a little bit about art, but they really do just, suck balls of Tarantino and Rodriguez.
You know what's interesting here, though? There are two entries that I noted reading this issue about graphic novels. Different companies are talking about it, and this is one of them. This says graphic novels will give the company better entry into bookstores as well as improving visibility in comic shops amongst the irregular customers. They're one, and I think it's the Magic article later on that is the other one, but it's like that early mentions of like why a graphic novel format is something to pivot towards.
But here's the thing, like it still is that old version of what the graphic novel is, which is a prestige format book, because the price point is $4 or $5, so it's 64 pages or I mean, you have it, I don't have it.
It might be 48 pages.
See, yeah, exactly. So like it's at least a marketing term, but it won't be for a while until we have like the thick books. Barry Windsor Smith, Storyteller. We did an episode on that.
It's so ambitious what he's planning. 40 pages, 9 by 12 inches monthly.
Yeah.
That's a lot. And I mean, I can't remember the schedule, but he puts out, I think, a dozen issues.
Yeah.
11 or 12 issues in all. And I think they come out, if not monthly, pretty close. Like, it's not a 10-year project. It's a year or two.
I would say well ahead of its time. He didn't complete any of his stories. It comes out well ahead of its time. I think that it could be completely viable now. And I think it would be completely supported now. I think there's enough of an independent comic fan base that would support that. But it's 9 inches by 12 inches. It's bigger than...
That's the one that nobody will support.
Well, I mean, saying they might, because it'll be the hipster art kids who don't know about long boxes and shit like that might be able to put some money into the coffers for that. But his ambitious thing, he had great name equity where Dark Horse was comfortable with doing that. But if you get that last issue of Storyteller, all the stories are dangling, and there's a little editorial in there where Barry Windsor Smith is talking about that this comic is just not viable. It's not making $1. People aren't supporting it. Everybody hates the size.
Yeah, I remember reading somewhere too, and it might have been in that editorial about the price point of it too, which seemed like they weren't following the format of like, this is what it's got. If it costs this much to print, this is what the cover price has to be. And it seemed like there was an arbitrary feeling of like, well, we can't price it that much. Part of the reason they weren't able to make that profitable, and who knows, the support from retailers. But cool book. But yeah, it's
too bad.
Man, it's a bad time to launch an experimental book in 1996, because we're going to see the shitstorm in this issue.
Absolutely. Everybody talks about how bad comics are doing.
The world's dumbest. This feels like Valiant calling in favors of like, hey, we bought enough ads from you guys.
Get us an
Run
article.
something. And the article is Bob Layton is gone on vacation. It's the worst news item in any Wizard. This is kind of wild. A publisher that claims to have rights to Miracle Man and going to do collections of Miracle Man. I don't think those ever came out, but they did do a Sam and Max collection, and this is another one of those early graphic novel proponents. But boy, you hit your wagon to Miracle Man in 1996.
I mean,
you're done.
You got to mention the name of the company. It's called Marlowe and Company, I guess, or just Marlowe. I didn't know they did a Sam and Max, but I took a look in the price guide, and Miracle Man 15 is still just an average book. It's worth $1.75 or something. And one of the things that we were making note of while we do these Wizard episodes is paying attention to like when that price shift changes in the price guides, because now that book is highly inflated, and it comes from Wizard. It really does. In the good and cheap, they're going to eventually show Miracle Man 15 and talk about how it's the greatest fight scene ever in the history of superhero comics, yada yada, and then it's going to start to pump up. And but it appears that there's no fewer copies of that issue than any of those other issues before or after. So it is very arbitrary in a way. And now that they sort of put the Wizard effect on it, it has made it a sought after book, and people would hold on to it.
That's so interesting. ElfQuest future publishing plans. Jim Shooter's last big venture coming up here on Broadway Comics.
So funny, man. Like getting Lorne Michaels into the game. Jim Shooter had Valiant after Marvel. That goes away. He gets Defiant after that. That goes away pretty quickly. And then he gets Broadway Entertainment, man. That's the company that like Lorne Michaels runs, man. I remember I had a it might have been a bootleg at the video store that I worked at, but it was called like Mr. Mike's Mondo Video or something like that. You ever hear of this VHS tape, man? It's a bunch of SNL skits from the 70s that didn't make it to the TV show. So like the early VHS stuff, they put that together. That's like where Dan Aykroyd is like showing off his webbed toes and stuff, and that's not a special effect and stuff like that. They did a special Mr. Bill for that, but that had a Broadway Entertainment logo and stuff. So once again, this is another example of, Lorne Michaels' financial planner like got the news late that comics are super popular or something, and you always hear about like when nouveau riche or something like where it's like you have to be protective of your investments and have like the right financial planners and lawyers and stuff. And I imagine Lorne Michaels is rich for a pretty long time at this point, but somebody talked him into giving Jim Shooter money for a company.
Shooter looks so happy in that picture too.
And it's that thing too. And also this is very, you hear Mark Cuban talk about this kind of shit like when they do that Shark Tank stuff where, okay, now we're investing in you. And what do? They throw a big ass fucking party. How about invest that in like maybe paying a better page rate for your guys and maybe you get a better product? Like, why does a comic book company need a big party when really the only game in town that's going to give you any coverage is Wizard? Like, you think this shit showed up anywhere else?
It is a bizarre way to spend a whole bunch of money in an industry where like there's a low barrier to entry. Whatever this party cost is probably as much as they ended up spending on the couple of months when they were actually publishing comics.
There's the famous story Steve Jobs when he's getting some venture capital for early Apple and he's running around like Paul Revere in the Apple complex. Hide the Porsches. The venture capitalists are coming to town. Like, hide the Porsches.
Let me read this. One of the highlights of the evening was the semi-life-size cardboard standee of Fatale. That's a bad party if the highlight's a semi-life-size.
I mean, all I'm seeing is sausage in these photos. You know, that's the only female that's at the party.
Oh, no, there's one other one.
That's right.
Ellie Shooter, Jim's mom.
Yeah, she's the Dave Letterman mother of comics, she's called.
Just bizarre. Liam Sharp taking over Death Dealer.
Look at how young that dude is.
Simon Bisley. Yeah, yeah, it's fun to see that. Any company updates pop out to you? I didn't sign off on anything. But
no.
Yeah, that's like coming from Comics Pro earlier this year. One of the things that I was struck by was the idea that there's not an exciting event happening, something that people are coming into the store to talk about, and I kind of get that impression reading through like those company updates. It feels like there's this stagnant period right here.
Yeah.
Broadway's launch party notwithstanding, but it does feel like I don't know what's going on in terms of generating a lot of buzz besides the Heroes Reborn that's still several months off.
This article illustrates one of the hopeful pieces of the dregs of that period, because you're out of superhero comics. I'm out of superhero comics also. I'm a couple years younger than you, and it's like I'm the audience that should be served by these superhero publishers at this time, and I'm out. I completely detect the abuse and understand how they're trying to, take the money out of my pocket. Then I started discovering the independent comics, and we're looking at an article with Terry Moore talking about what's it called, Strangers in Paradise. Yeah,
this is really an interesting article to me because this it was not on my radar probably until 2000 or something.
Yeah.
Like once I started engaging with like SPX and self-publishing and things, Strangers in Paradise at that point I think is either completed or nearing completion.
Yeah.
And I mean, it's kind of a success because it goes through this 90s period when everybody almost folds up these self-publishers. And yet he makes this big story.
Yeah, and the numbers grow. Like he's getting more and more of an audience, and he's getting commercial pushes because there's such a little good comics being made that he's getting nominated for many awards. So like Wizard could not ignore him because of the praise that he's receiving and stuff. Kids that I went to art school with, they had these trades, and that's how I was able to check them out. It ain't Love and Rockets,
right?
You know what I'm saying? It's not even close to that level. So like that was my thing where I'm like reading it and I'm like, oh, whatever. Like it's not, I'm not so into it because I'm spoiled by Los Bros. But it's interesting. This he's an old head,
41 at the time of this article.
Yeah, and he's just kind of getting started, which is that, it's that Grandma Moses thing for you guys out there who might be late to the game but are making comics. Like you could have your hit when you're a little older and stuff. But he has a kid that's my age when he's just like starting publishing, born in 82. So that was pretty noteworthy to me.
Yeah, it's a book that when I finally kind of gave it a look, I also didn't connect to it, and I think it's what you say. I had read Love and Rockets at that point, and Dan Clowes I was a big fan of, and like this stuff is probably it's kind of this middle brow and I don't say that insultingly,
Yeah.
but it was something different than what I was looking for. But it is this huge success story in a lot of ways. Like he's basically a comics lifer, and a lot of it is a self-publisher. So like, double kudos to him. And I'm sure a lot of people watching this are fans. Like this is a book that's been around and is certainly now at this point probably multiple generations of a fan base.
I think that it probably acts as a gateway.
Yeah.
It's kind of like it's kind of like Lady Gaga or something, and not to be insulting or anything like that, but like she got girls out of like the bullshit kind of like boy bands or whatever, and like at least got them interested in like, if you like Lady Gaga, you got to hear the name David Bowie, and then maybe you get curious and you check some stuff out like that. Like for the fanboys of this era, this is nearly superhero adjacent in terms of its construction. So it's like it's a language that you understand as a superhero fan or something. And then if you dig this, then maybe you go find, the stuff that is, the next level.
Yeah, it's also the kind of thing you could slip to somebody who's not that eccentric comics fan, where like, I'm looking for something really specific at this point as a reader or as a creator. This is kind of the thing that you could just hand to somebody casually and be like, come on in, try comics.
Yeah.
How about an ad for Kingdom Come?
We're going to have to do it, Jimmy.
Yeah, that'll be a big one. It's, man, the bat and the eagle, it's like, what a mashup.
How cool that he's able to like paint that fade though, huh? Like that motion blur. That's showing some skills, man.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Big book. That's probably one of the other big events of 96 is Kingdom Come. This is that thing that Wizard started maybe 10 issues ago of having these like 2-page spread and just overview of a series. This is for the Dreaming, hoping to grab some of the audience from Sandman after Sandman ends.
In The Wire, there's that Bunny Colvin speech that he gives the guys about, creating Hamsterdam, where he's talking about the great act of civic compromise was to put your bottle of elderberry into a paper bag. And like, this is comics' great act of like civil compromise. Very famously, it's not in the article, but very famously, Neil Gaiman is on record many times saying like, we're going to wrap up Sandman. If you, DC Comics, make more Sandman comics, I'll never do anything for you ever again. We're just going to cut our losses. I'm going to take it as a disrespect, and we'll be done. And he feeds them stuff every now and then. He'll do a comic for them every now and then. But the act of civil compromise between the corporation and the creator was like, cool, we won't do a Sandman comic. But you created dozens of very cool characters within the series of Sandman. How do you feel about us exploring all of those ones, man? And he kept doing DC Comics, so he must be okay with it. And that's what the Dreaming is. Now obviously he didn't create Cain and Abel, but he created Gregory and Merv Pumpkinhead and those kinds of characters. It's Terry Laban who's doing the first batch of issues. Mm-hmm. He's one of the he's one of the Chicago cartoonists. Like you look at the old, in Masters of Comic Art or whatever, the mini comics that the Chicago guys were doing, Klaus, Chris Ware, like Terry Laban's on those pages. So that's pretty interesting. I don't know if this piece is him. I'm imagining so.
I think he's just writing the first arc, I think.
I see.
Yeah, I'm not sure who this artist is. Bad on Wizard for not having that spelled out somewhere. Like, give credit to what we're looking at. But...
Yeah. Skip. Another Rob Liefeld ad.
Pat Lee, who goes on to do
Dreamwave.
Yes, I was gonna say Dark Minds. I think is like one of his breakout Image comics, but it's that early like really bringing anime style into like the it's very different than what you see here.
Yeah, the art could maybe even be the same, but it's that cell shaded color.
Yeah, that's it.
That looks like an animation cell. He's a very colorful figure, and like. It's never going to come up in the Wizards that we look at, but his subsequent life, like, we have to be so careful about talking about because I don't know about, like, slander, libel shit. You see Bloodpool, copyright, like, Rob Liefeld. So even though Rob's doing this Marvel stuff, like, he's still putting a lot of shit out there. And, like, this stuff, I remember thinking, like, being nervous of even having this issue because that's, like, almost obscene. Like, it's a fucking full camel toe, like, on his drawing. And he would do that. That was, like, his innovation of comics was putting, like, camel toes on girls, man.
I always like whenever they throw a wrestler in these, in this nonsense.
Look, dude, he's got a bunch of scissors coming out of him from Arn Anderson.
Ouch.
Here we go, man. This is what you guys came here for.
Wow.
And Jimmy, if you don't put the Captain America with the chest on the thumbnail, man, that might be the missed opportunity.
Yeah, I think you're right about that. They even mess it up here a little bit by blocking it out with a shadow.
But because it had no controversy, it was fully accepted until the internet became more mainstream and people were like doing retro stuff. But like, if you flip the pages real quick or whatever, like that didn't raise any red flags at the time.
No, and I think there's one more image of Captain America like this in this issue. So maybe the Wizard staffers recognized that they had some gold on their hands with that.
When I first talked to Rob, he like when he first called me years ago, Hip Hop Family Tree issue 1 era, he brought up that image, and that he was like, and Jim Lee said that I should take that chest down, blah 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 blah, but I didn't. But to me, it didn't even strike me in any real way either. Like I see the absurdity, but superheroes are absurd.
You know what, too? In hindsight, if you're Rob Liefeld, if you're anybody, wouldn't you make the chest this size if you knew what? This is an iconic image.
It is.
If it's an anatomically correct chest, I don't know that it registers as anything. But as it is, like, it's been around 28 years and people still probably remember. I bet they remember this a lot more than they remember the Jim Lee Fantastic Four cover.
And that's why I think that that Billy Tucci dude put 6 fingers on She on that first cover.
Look at how over this is an interesting pie graph to me. Let's get into some visual aids. Let's get into our PowerPoint presentation now. But the Jim Lee books, yes. Iron Man and Fantastic Four, 80% of this fan poll behind that to kind of give an idea of Jim Lee's still, such a popular artist at this time. Like, it's his popularity, I don't know if it's ever waned. One of my big takeaways, they just kind of explain loosely what's happening. Not a lot of details exactly, but they talk about any characters that are created, they'll have a profit participation in, but Marvel will own those characters. And I think they have like a 6-month, they'll do 6 issues, and then there's like an out. And I think that's when Liefeld leaves this project and Jim Lee takes over the all 4 books after the 6-issue mark. That's about as much as I get from this article that's just laying the groundwork. But the part that I was shocked by is this nuclear reaction. This is a list of people responding to this idea, and pretty negative for the most part. And they have names from Frank Miller to Hart Fisher.
Yes.
So it's all kinds of people weighing in. I thought they had one of the hosts from Gravity Room, but that must be somewhere else that weighs in.
All negative, but it is worth noting that this guy Ron Moores, the writer of Green Lantern, is the most lukewarm, political, diplomatic guy of them all. I think it's very difficult for anyone to judge the wisdom or stupidity of this. Everybody needs to realize that a healthy Marvel means a healthy industry as a whole. He's the only mid-Carter. Everybody else is very firm in their thoughts and beliefs. And a lot of their thoughts and beliefs, it's that thing, like you and I encounter this stuff because we put ourselves out there here on Kayfabe, to 600,000 people a month. And people have ideas about what they think you're doing, and they inflect that upon you as your character. So you see all these people, like Frank Miller, he doesn't really have a relationship with these guys in any real way at this moment. From the looks of things, at least 1 or 2 of them forming Image Comics and making a dramatic break from Marvel was nothing but a negotiation ploy. It's like you're not in their heads, you know what I mean? You don't know what the shit is, man.
It's wild though. I'm insulted that this is Tom Lyle. I'm insulted that Marvel had to go outside of the company to save the company. By the way, end of '96, they're bankrupt, so they needed to do something. This didn't actually save it, but they are in trouble.
And also, Tom Lyle, you're an independent contractor. You're not in no company. The people who are in the company are the editors who have health insurance. You ain't in the company. You're just a guy that they're contracting work to. You're a plumber, to this bigger company.
All these guys, though, have some version of how this comics are in trouble and need help. Some of them flat out say comics are in trouble. Kurt Busiek, the comics industry is in trouble.
Yes.
So this is where you're really starting to see it, which is wild because it's going to continue down for the next, I don't know, depending where you count, maybe at least 4 years, 5 years. It's going to continue getting worse and worse sales. So for them to sort of all be oh boy, we're in trouble at this point, it's the beginning of the trouble.
They did get a quote from Ron Garney too, who was the artist on Captain America, and to illustrate, Mr. Lyle, that you are not part of any company. Ron Garney, like a couple issues ago, they were talking about all their hopes and plans of like what they're doing for Captain America. Captain America's
That stuff's in here.
It is. Captain America's getting a push and is becoming a fan favorite comic, but it's like too little, too late kind of shit. In retrospect now, we have on the record like Rob Liefeld and certain people like talking about how this deal was in the works for a long time before. Bob Harris becomes editor-in-chief. Bob Harris made his bones, got mad popular thanks to Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld. So he gets that position of power. Why not call the dudes that you went to the dance with, man?
Yeah, absolutely, 100%. That part makes sense, but well, we know how it goes. What else is in here is Mark Waid. Liefeld keeps talking about Mark Waid being the Captain America scripter. And that, of course, doesn't come to pass because I think there's some hard feelings once, Mark Waid and Ron Garney are kind of shown the door, at least briefly. I think they come back after this storyline is resolved, but I think there's a lot of hard feelings at the time of that.
The other noteworthy piece about this Heroes Reborn stuff is that it harkens back to the golden age of comics. Jim Lee has a studio of comic book makers. Rob Liefeld has a studio of comic book makers. In the same way that Eisner and Iger had a studio, or Victor Fox, or any of those guys. So these books are kind of like being consigned to, this outside studio to like do your thing, put your books together. We have to have final say. We can't have you disrespecting our properties and stuff. But that is a fascinating
It really
notion.
is. Yeah, it really is.
That you kind of like outsource it at that level. I like that idea.
I do too. I'm glad that you mentioned that because it's definitely worth noting because you've got old timers that's a known history. At this point, it's 40 years in the past, maybe 50 years, the beginning of that studio system. So at least they're trying something too. I don't know how public it is or where Marvel actually is at that point, but kudos for like trying something to get them out of the doldrums. The Crow sequel covered here. I don't have too much to say about this. We were talking beforehand. I don't even remember how many Crow movies were actually made. I think there's at least 3.
Plus a TV show. I know that the guy who was in Brotherhood of the Wolf played Crow once. And so that's not this dude, so that's 3 there. But that might have been the TV show.
I remember watching about 2/3 of one of the Crow sequels at like TCAF, late at night. And just being totally confused by what was going on.
Like, this is not to be insensitive, but do we see this Victor Perez dude here steps out of the Crow's shadow? So you get to play Crow in the sequel. Like, when you're going to have a scene of violence, like, you're going to make the stunt guy shoot up in the air first, right?
Yeah, I bet there aren't any a lot of gun scenes. I bet they're all filmed differently.
Isn't that just point. I just cannot wrap my head around that like loss of life like that in movies and shit like that. I cannot wrap my head around that because it feels unnatural,
right?
To point a toy pistol at you and pull the trigger. It feels unnatural to me. So like, why don't you just fucking point at a wall and shoot before you do a scene or something, man?
Not only that, if you're shooting from a profile, right, like this, to turn it so it's not pointed at a person would not even register on film. Right. Like, it's a degree or two.
Right.
It is crazy. And, you think of, like, that Alec Baldwin movie somebody was shot.
Exactly, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know how it could ever happen twice, and it's happened more than twice.
It has.
I don't know, man. It's baffling, but...
And even those kayfabe guns are dangerous, because, like,
right.
the one lady from, she was on Pee-wee's Playhouse. Her husband was a stunt double, and he was just kind of being an asshole, joking, like being a jokester, and he held like a kayfabe gun with that had like the little
blank charge.
Yeah, but it's like a special kind that like is designed to hit you. It's because it like creates like a little spark. It's like these like little beads or something. It's like a paper wad or something, and he sent the fucking paper wad through his head.
Yeah. Yeah. One of the takeaways for me is this idea of like they make this movie, the first Crow, for $20 million and it grosses over $100 million. That's how, like, it's out of your hands at that point. Like, you're just going to get sequels. Mm-hmm. And regardless of how troubled or, tragic that first movie is, it's like, it doesn't matter. The bottom line dictates like, we're going to do this again.
It's America, baby. Like that is one of those things because, it would have been probably did the numbers of like Double Dragon or like any of those kind of movies, man, but it had this baggage attached to it that made all the sort of rubberneckers show up and like, let me see this.
They compare the two, and both budgets are the same at 20 million, which is what has changed, I think, in movie making now, where like you get the sequel and now it's suddenly bigger.
Yeah.
Bigger budget, bigger cast, bigger. Whereas here it's kind of like, no, we can do it for 20 million, keep that going, and we'll just keep cashing in on it. Kurt Busiek, talking Untold Tales of Spider-Man and Astro City, and you see an Astro City piece there by Alex Ross, was doing covers and I guess character designs for that.
What a piece, man. Punching a shark, dude.
Yeah, right.
It's so great, man. Great uplighting or downlighting or whatever. Kurt Busiek, once again, just kind of like that Terry Moore stuff. There's a theme in this issue. Comics is so bad that the dudes that have some skills really shine. And Busiek has a big workload. You know, he's got to do about 30, 40 comics a year that he's kind of scheduled to create. The Astro City stuff is fascinating because whenever like job dudes went and made their Image comic or something, you kind of could tell that they put less energy into that stuff. And that was the same through years. Like before like these formulas have been established where you make your name at Marvel, DC, and then you like do your passion project and you put heart and soul into it and then you prosper that way. But like when those guys were dancing with the indies, they're so of the mindset of like, I get $500 a page, I will put $500 worth of effort into this page. Astro City's like the first where it's like you take these consummate mainstream professionals and they really, you know, they put in a ton of effort and make, you know, the best kind of superhero comic they can make.
This was the superhero comic that everybody would talk about, like the old dudes at the comic shop whenever they were, you know, shitting on whatever garbage I was buying.
Absolutely.
Astro City would be the one they'd hold up as like, this is the good superhero stuff.
Absolutely. But it comes at an unfortunate time for me because I'm done with capes. I really am done with capes here. I'm still fucking reading Wizard Magazine to just have some comic, something to read. Like let me see what's even happening. And I'm glad I did because like I discovered Preacher like through that. Like it wouldn't have happened without Wizard. But I'm done with this. I'm putting my 8-ball collection together. I'm grabbing a couple of issues of Love and Rockets every week at this time and building up that stuff. So like I was prejudiced against this kind of thing. That said, another highlight of this article is that Untold Tales of Spider-Man, which was part of that initiative of 99-cent books that were might have some continuity, but they're kind of one and done also, and they fit in between classic issues of Spider-Man or whatever. Now, at this time, I would have had pull lists for sure. I never put this on my pull list, but when I would see an issue, I would scoop it up and fucking love it. So this might be the last superhero comic that I really fucked with, and it's a testament to the creators, Pat Olive and Kurt Busiek, because it's a 99-cent book. Even if you make it super popular, your royalty is trash, but they still made a great comic without those concerns. Yeah,
this is another one of those beloved superhero comics in terms of critical response.
I recommend
at a time
it.
when like nobody, you know, very few superhero comics were considered any good.
Totally.
This is one that I remember people pointing at, and I picked up some of these.
And I will say they've held their value. Like
right.
You find them in the dollar bins.
It's interesting because Busiek tells the story of there was somebody else was slated to write it, and they backed out. And whenever Busiek heard about it, he basically outlined like the first 6 issues over Christmas break or something before he was even officially going to pitch it. So like whenever he got a chance to talk to Tom Brevoort, which is interesting too, like there's a longtime Marvel editor. It's got to be the longest tenured Marvel editor at this point.
Oh yeah.
But active back in this time, 28 years ago, he shows up and it's like, here's the outline for the first 6 or 7 issues. I love that enthusiasm. You know what I mean? Like as much as we say jobber, it feels like this is a job he wanted and cared about and really put some effort into.
Yeah, he's a scholar of that Silver Age Marvel stuff. You know, like he did that. He created X-Men Grand Design in the 70s with Scott McCloud, and they, did their whole retrospective of the X-Men. He's read all that stuff. He's internalized all of that material.
Garth Ennis writing the medieval Spawn Witchblade crossover.
Listen, man, he's the new hot guy, and we've done some Alan Moore comics, so let's get the next European fella.
All right, Wizard Q&A with Mark Waid. So most of these comics, like the Flash stuff, I've never read. I have no idea. There's a lot of DC stuff in here that I don't know about. So what I'm going to say here has nothing to do with the quality of what he's writing. But this is pitched as basically he's such a fast writer. And I think they're trying probably to play on the Flash. He's writing the Flash. So let's play up the speed thing. But it's emblematic of like, what is wrong with comics? How about that speed is something that we glorify?
Right.
You know what I mean? Like, I've heard people really talk about how like the monthly schedule of comic books is a problem, and whenever you're saying speed is the virtue that you need to be the celebrated writer or creator, possibly that's a problem. Right. You know what I mean? Like, I don't care how long it takes, make a good book.
Yeah and
again, not saying that his weren't, but that is what that first page is all about. It's just how fast he is writing all these different comics.
They're gonna bring him to X-Men, and I remember that being a thing that felt weird because it was X-Men such a flashy kind of cool book.
Mm-hmm.
And even at this point he's like a middle-aged ginger and stuff like that. And so like it felt like an infiltration of like the cool property by like the old heads. They're coming to the mutants, and that was a big deal. Another Rob Liefeld ad for his properties, and I think this is like one of those great illustrations of when we talk with Rob. He's like, I ink my faces, and you could tell that ink job, like Rob Liefeld did not ink any of this. You could just tell, and you could tell that it wasn't like Danny Meeke. It's definitely some like low level
Jonathan Sybil probably.
I just don't know, man, because like I knew his stuff real well, and that feels even more slight. But I also think that this guy put some lines on the face, too, a little bit.
So this book never came out, right?
I don't know.
And Alan Moore, Rob Liefeld, War Child, I don't think that ever happened.
Yeah, I don't know. We brought it up many times before, and we've gotten answers. But I always forget. I have no idea.
Yeah, the only War Child I know is the Chapier storyline. So I don't know if that's the same thing or something different.
Here's the other Mark Waid piece is still talking all of his hopes and dreams and things he has planned for Captain America. So we just saw the Rob Liefeld, Jim Lee article, and this interview perhaps was done before that news broke. And it just looks goofy. It speaks to the editorialism of Wizard as being a little bit hacky, because there's not even a mention that, like, the end of a legacy has nothing to do with the end of the Captain America run that he and Ron Garney are doing. It's just about like the legacy virus and X-Men. He's gonna clear up some dangling threads.
And also, I don't think Kingdom Come is. It's mentioned here in the beginning, upcoming Twilight of the DC Universe epic Kingdom Come with artist Alex Ross, but I don't think it's talked about in the actual interview.
How cool is that?
Yeah,
that's a good toy, man.
That's one of those like 4-pounders, right? Like that's a big heavy ass toy.
like the LJN Andre the Giant kind of deal. But if you're a little dude and you just are in the store, you got to scoop that up. And then when McFarlane creates this kind of thing, I'm sure this comes first, and he's like, well, now I got to figure out how to like weave that into Spawn lore.
Yeah, and there wasn't a lot of weaving that in, is there?
He's in there
after I left.
Yeah, no, he's definitely in there. Man, this fucking Mark Waid shit is long.
Yeah, more Rob Liefeld.
Another Rob Liefeld
ads. So, prepping for this was one of those articles where like, oh yeah, this ends up being huge. Yeah. Magic the Gathering, talking about it coming into comic shops, and there are stories by comic retailers talking about how this is half of their business now.
Absolutely, it came out of nowhere. I was watching a video about the origin of Magic the Gathering. I'm just curious because it just shows up, and it was this real fascinating thing where like the guy creates the game based off of like a game that he made before. There's a famous con called Gen Con, which is like the role-playing tabletop game convention, the big one, and they produce their card game. It takes an extra day, like they're down a day at the con because their order comes a day late. And with all that said, they sell out of like 2.5 million cards at that convention. And then within a year or two, it's like 7 billion cards have been made.
Yeah, there's a number in here somewhere. I should have highlighted it. Of like this industry goes from not existing to like millions of dollars basically in a. Okay, it goes from estimated over $100 million sells for just the Magic card games, and this is from nothing. Like there wasn't a collectible card game industry.
Yeah, no, it didn't exist. But here, go back a page. But look at this, man. It's already starting with.
They all have it. DC has one, Marvel has one, Wildstorm has one. You know, like again, it goes from not existing to everybody's in this arena.
Yeah, and to this day, you know, Pokemon cards. You see people going ravenous. You know, there was a big conspiracy recently that the people like printing them off were stealing a bunch of like the rare cards and shit. Like the people at the printing plants were taking the rare stuff and being greedy about it. Like taking 9 of those cards to like one shop and selling them for.
If they weren't greedy about it, we wouldn't hear about it. They could have passed off one card forever, just one per shop. Forever.
There is a documentary on you. It's been a long time since I had Netflix, but it was there. I forget what it's called, but the start of the card speculation boom of our day was the Ken Griffey Jr. rookie card from Upper Deck in like 1990-91. And they get into the kayfabe, but that were like, it's supposed to be a more rare card, but like Upper Deck making just like full sheets of them.
Yes, of course. Here's that number. It goes from a non-existent category, and this is 2 years, into $200 million business in 2 years.
Yeah.
Like, you know, you show up with something that doesn't exist, and in 2 years it's a $200 million business. It's berserk.
Yeah.
It saves some comic shops in the late 90s. We talked to people. Heroes is one of the interviews.
I think probably saved most.
Yeah, I think so. It's a really wild thing. Planet Money, the podcast, had an episode on this, and they talked about like it was when they started introducing like chase cards and the ability to expansion decks. Like they really figured out how do you keep this going?
Yeah.
Because there's the initial like, oh, we like this,
right.
But then like how do you make it a $200 million? How do you keep it going 20 years later? Some really interesting business practices. You know, right choices were made.
Yeah, like from the gate, like the guy who ran Wizards of the Coast when he was presented with the game and stuff, like he just saw the potential that it's like trading cards, like so you know you're selling these cards, it's random, but the engineering of the game, I've never played it.
Yeah, I haven't either.
I played the Star Wars game with my kid brother around this time when we were kids, but from what I understand, the engineering of the game is world class, and they continue to refine it and things like that, man. So because like even at this time, the most popular card is like the Black Lotus or something like that. He used an instant kill card, and it was too powerful. So rule sets were created to like get that out, or maybe you just get to use one. And they never created any more, so that's why it's like the most sought after. So it's just like liquid thing that continues to be refined. It's the same model as Dungeons and Dragons, you know, where like you got to keep putting out modules or whatever. Like I keep refining the process, and people fucking love it. The comic shops back in the day, I remember they called it the flat crack.
That's good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's one of those articles where I feel like who knows the impact whenever that article is published, but in hindsight it's like, yeah, that was a big moment in comics. I don't have much for like these character profiles. Greg Capullo continuing his stuff. This is mostly expressions and some fun illustrations. I love this gimmick of like the eye, you know, if you cover up the mouth, it's the same, but it completely changes the expression just flipping those mouths around. Pretty basic stuff. Talks about using a mirror, you know, to practice on this stuff. Good advice, obviously.
Does the same thing almost with fingers. Like, look, the finger's doing the same thing, but you just position it a certain way, and it means something different.
He's great with hands, by the way. Very expressive hands here.
And I don't think I would have put the nail on the head as a kid. Just didn't have the language for it or the understanding. But it's cartooning.
Yeah, 100%.
You know, just because there's a million lines everywhere, doesn't make it realistic by any stretch. Like this is pure cartoon artwork.
Yeah, exaggeration everywhere, but well played exaggeration, and then body language. So you go through like kind of the whole gamut of the human expression.
So I would like sketch these things and just like I couldn't believe how fluid and how much weight and bounce, like these characters feel like they're standing, and this stuff made me feel a little bit hopeless at the time. Where it's like I just even at this simple level, yeah, you see it all there, and I could not capture that.
This stuff is so much harder than it looks, because all those books have some version of this, and I always struggled with it.
Yeah.
All women on the drawing board, women art characters, not all women artists, but all women characters, and Cybernary, a character that we've been talking about, makes an appearance there.
That's a real supermodel lady that's modeled, isn't it? She looks so familiar.
Probably. It
That's
definitely
American,
looks like it's referenced.
American Made from Tick.
Yeah. And Flux gets some shine here.
Yeah, no artists that I can recall, who went on to bigger and better in the comic book game. I love seeing like the kind of Amera manga, even though it's North America, because that's Canada.
Homemade Heroes again. I don't know what the woman theme is. It's just like these two articles. It's not like it's an issue wide focus.
Yeah,
they could have synced that one up a little bit better. Manga scene.
Yeah, this piece is huge to me, man. First off, Leia Hernandez is off it now. We got a new guy. Carl Gustav Horn is the manga scene writer. The fanboys of manga. This is one of those like serendipitous things to me, because since I've come back from Japan, I've been going down a Hideko Anno rabbit hole. And in fact, last night, me and Tom, Kayfabe Lieutenant, we went to go see Shin Kamen Rider. He directed that flick. And what we're looking at here is The Wings of Hanamis, OVA flick that was put out by Gainax. And it's a fascinating retrospective piece given the time frame that we're talking, because Neon Genesis Evangelion is a new show at this time in Japan. It's not even here in the States, but it's so hopeful. Like the few episodes that have come out, people are very, very excited about it. This is a great overview of the Gainax studio. There is a sitcom drama show called Blue Blazes, Japanese show. And it's about this baseball mangaka. It's an autobiography. This baseball mangaka went to art school in Osaka with the Gainax dudes. And so Anno and the other Gainax dudes are in school. On the show, they use their student artwork, like their student animations and shit, woven into the plots and things.
That's a cool concept.
The more interesting shit is the Gainax part, because like the mangaka is fine or whatever, but he got to witness something. And in this piece, they talk about the Daikon opening animes. And I don't know if you have ever seen these things, but I got a hold of a tape, like a 5th generation tape, when I worked at the call center, of the Daikon opening animations. You can find them on YouTube. The first one is done by the Gainax kids right after school. And though the whole deal with them, Anno in particular, is that they are fans. Like Miyazaki, you work for Studio Ghibli, however you say it. Miyazaki's going to whip the fucking Ghibli fanboy out of you. We're here to do a job. We're here to make the best flicks possible. I don't want your anime cliches infecting my work. So he beats the fanboy out of you. The Gainax dudes are like the opposite. Like they are fanboys. Like when I haven't watched all of Evangelion, but when you watch the first couple episodes, the similarities between that and Gundam are pretty close. And Anno is directed Shin Godzilla, wrote Shin Ultraman. One of his student pieces, his student videos, he did a Ultraman where he's Ultraman. He doesn't have a mask or anything. He just has like a silver coat and is doing all this shit and has special effects. They made toys of him from his student film. Like it's a classic thing. But the Daikon opening animations, it would be a big convention, big anime convention, and every year they would have a little anime piece to like kind of like ring in the event. The first one they did, they were just kids. They couldn't even afford animation cells. They just got like hold of like some acetates and like cut it to size and like got a hole punch, and it was not the right stuff. And it was just a little crew of dudes who made that. But Daikon 4 opening anime, that's the one you have to see because it has Daikon meets Radish. So it has this girl like on a like riding like this like mechanized radish thing. They can never sell this. It has Batman, Robin, X-Men, Alien, Xenomorphs, Star Wars, Boba Fett, all kinds of fly shit inside of like a 2-3 minute thing that just fucking blows your mind. And it was a legendary thing and so mysterious because it's so bootleg, and the copy that I got, 5th generation, so muddy, like the magnetic tape was unforgiving. Yeah,
you do what you're doing off camera.
Right. Yeah. The video was just
out of line. Right.
It was just, and so like my copy that I copied off of Dave, it would be 6th generation. So like, but you could watch it crystal clear online. So fascinating that they have this here, and Gunbuster, Wings of Hanamis, like Ono, after the Daikon piece, like he worked with Miyazaki, and he animated the final monster in Nausicaa, which is like super unforgettable, man. It's a big kaiju, and it has so much color and shading and like little bits coming off it. And Miyazaki was like, if you fuck this up, you're fucking up my whole movie. Like I can't do this. I'm not good enough. Like you have potential. And when you watch Blue Blazes and you see what the student animations are, it's this great thing where they use the mangaka's animation, and it's just a guy running towards the camera, but it's very simple. It's almost like that Greg Capullo shit we were just looking at. Running towards the camera, and then it erases. It's white screen. And then he looks over, and there's like a whole group looking at Ano's flip book or whatever. And then they show that student animation. It's a car falling from the sky on top of another car, bouncing, and like the glass and like all the tires and stuff, just like, psh, like that's what it was. Super ambitious, extremely professional. Just he's a unicorn creator.
That's cool. They give their background and they talk about the very first thing that they shoot is shot frame by frame on a home 8mm camera.
That was that Daikon 1.
And I was reading like Corben bio, and
Yeah.
same exact equipment. For his first animated film was like his dad's 8mm camera. So it's interesting how like, man, if you have that compulsion to create, like the tools just don't matter.
All these guys did that exact same thing, man. Like Eric Goldberg, the guy who he's Disney animator, responsible for the genie in Aladdin. I seen him give a talk, and he showed his student animations and shit. And it's the stuff that I'm doing in my free time, where it's just it's just ink on paper, and you can't fucking afford that stuff. You just and now with the phones, there's stop motion apps that can act as that 8mm camera where you could do frame by frame, because that was the benefit of that 8mm is like you could just like snap a frame at a time. Camcorders couldn't do it. It would be like pause tapes. You hit pause, because I made stop motions with that. I put it up on the Kayfabe Insta,
right?
Where with my Power Ranger toys, dude, like you might get like 30 frames per pause, really.
One other name that's mentioned in here is Gunsmith Cat's Kenichi Sonata, an old Gainax crony who worked on Hanamis. I liked Gunsmith Cats.
Yeah.
So worth mentioning, like a lot of talent to come out of that group.
This is my first...
Kind of reminds me of like some of those Deadline dudes that I think most of them were all like college... Well, there was a core of them that were like college buddies.
It's that young enthusiasm, and where there's a will, there's a way. And Ano is... He's the unicorn of the crew that kind of like, is maybe slightly autistic or whatever, and everybody kind of rallies around, and you just got to give him the space to kind of make his thing. But this is the first image that I ever saw of Hanamis. And I'm like, how do you animate that?
Yeah.
And the thing is, you don't. Like, this is like, the poster or whatever. I want to see Gunbuster. I've never seen that one.
How about manga pick of the month? Battle Angel Alita. Talk about having a huge going on to have a huge career here in America.
Absolutely. And Pat Labor 2, like the Pat Labor flicks, you see the Manga Entertainment. Those were like in the trailer for Ninja Scroll. So it's like, all right, well, if it gets to cosign on Ninja Scroll, I'm gonna have to fuck with that and Angel Cop.
I feel like this manga column in Wizard has really become like a Palmer's Pick 2.0.
They've been promoting too that there's the next issue is going to be the manga issue, but they said that 3 issues. So like it's got to be
I look
coming.
forward to it, but we'll see. Maximum Wonder. This is Minimum Wage and Bob Fingerman's Fanta Graphics series. I'll be honest, I've never read one of a Minimum Wage.
Yeah, I scoop them up when I see them, and I have checked them out. They're very, very dense. I like his artwork. Tom Palmer calls it simple, but like it is not simple at all.
I've seen plenty of his artwork, and it doesn't strike me as simple.
It's very, very tight. I put Bob Fingerman up there. Like there's like the Fanta Graphics kind of golden age, right? Like the sort of Gen 1 creators and stuff. Or like, we'll just say like the golden age. Fingerman skates in there. Dave Cooper skates in there. And I feel like the last of that core is Johnny Ryan. He comes out around 99. And I remember when he came out with Angry Youth Comics, I remember thinking like, wow, there's still like room for these new guys. I was so stoked that because I was already submitting to Fanta Graphics at this point. And Johnny Ryan is like the new guy, but clearly of the same rigor and stuff, like, super tight inking, all of that kind of shit. To me, like that he puts the cherry on top of like that meticulous craft level Fanta Graphics creator. And then it becomes more like, man, I just don't even know what was coming out from Fanta Graphics in like 2000 to, it's like the Paul Hornschmeyer crew. Like they were a very hopeful crew, but like comics is so bad.
The format's changed at that point too.
That's true.
Like I think that Johnny Ryan series was like their last sort of like launch series.
Yeah.
After that it was like figure out a spine, put a spine on your book. Because Paul Hornschmeyer would do a bunch of books, but they were all sort of like these standalone kind of books.
And it's even later, like just 2003 and stuff. Like he already did his Ad House book or self-published stuff or whatever that stuff was. Man, it's a real weird dark period. I'm gonna have to like go through my Fanta Graphics oral history and just see what the hell was even coming out. Was it all Eros? And you get one or two 8 balls a year or something.
It would be funny to look up, because the other thing that I find in dollar bins around here are all the Fanta Graphics series that it's like, oh, I've never heard of this one.
Yeah.
Like anytime I see Fanta Graphics on the cover, I'll pull it. So you remember the golden age, like the people who have stood the test of time. And Fingerman's one of them. Like he's continued to work steadily on graphic novels and other series. I think he's done stuff at Dark Horse. So, pretty steady, another lifer in comics,
totally,
more or less. But there are a lot of series or even maybe one issues that Fanta Graphics published of like, oh, that's all they did, or didn't find the audience, whatever the case may be, that person was one and done. There's a lot of that stuff. Like I constantly pull books out that I've never heard of, didn't know was a thing to look for, and it's like added to my Fanta Graphics comic book pile.
Serial killings, man. James Sturm. Zoot.
Yeah, I should pull all of those and just you'd be shocked by the number of them. But this got to be in the We Told You So book, some kind of catalog of that stuff. So Trailer Park is their ongoing movie column, and I got nothing out of this one.
How about this, man? That's worth pointing out. Jim Lee's TMNT. And look at what pile of hokum that is.
So bizarre. I don't know what that was about. It just doesn't...
And the balls, right? Like to call it Jim Lee's TMNT.
Yeah, it's very weird. I feel like this was supposed to be something, and it just didn't go. It may have been when he had an animation deal happening with... I don't know. Hard to guess.
We asked Eastman and Laird, and we didn't get so clear an answer about that. It was just like more like, yeah, sure, go ahead.
I remember being really disappointed in the Dragon toys.
Because the cartoons sucked, man.
It's almost the Savage Dragon 13 X book. Is the Jim Lee drawn Savage Dragon is what this dragon is, as opposed to the Eric Larson dragon.
Look, I mean, it's packed in with the Jim Lee stuff, so I think he probably had a big hand in it. And there is the Savage Dragon cartoon that's out.
Right.
Eric Larson was very honest in the interview that we did with him when we were going through Savage Dragon miniseries. When I said, like, it's just ballless, and he was like, it's ballless, because there's almost never a punch thrown.
No, and that comic book is such an R-rated superhero comic. Like to go to a Saturday morning cartoon.
Yeah, it does.
You're taking away a lot of what makes that book kind of unique.
Look at this on one page, dude. To root this in a period of time, phone cards and CDs. Man, this album of Saturday morning jingles by like punk rock bands, famously the Ramones doing the Spider-Man theme. This was a huge album. This was gigantic. And then like phone cards for the kids at home, man. I remember going like camping with a buddy, and you find a payphone because long distance.
There's
costs
a lot
so much.
to explain to any. If we have any audience under 20, this is a lot to unpack here.
Long distance costs so much at times, and it just a different area code within the same city would cost maybe $1. So you get this plan, you get this card. You're basically plugging in. You have to call an 800 number, then put in your password. Then call the number that you're supposed to call. You might plug in 50 numbers to call the person that you need to call, and then it would just kind of like drain minutes off of the card.
There was a black and white phone card. The Art T-Bear. Elf Quest. That's amazing, Kabuki. Wonder how if they made any money off of those.
This is cool too, man. The N64 is called the Ultra 64 for a time, and they're showing off some of the games there.
I wondered about that. Look at that. I still have my half. So do you.
Yeah. Nobody was looking for a Vengeance of Vampirella at 1/2. Like the bloom was off the rose. We all saw how that bullshit worked. You know, did Rob Zombie draw that kind of shit?
Don't know.
I seem to remember hearing him say that he was an artist.
It says you could win an original Rob Zombie work of art, so it kind of stands to reason that he might have been doing that art.
Yeah, if he drew that, that's pretty fucking dope. Oh, by the way, man, the main bad guy in Shin Kamen Rider, I will not believe you if somebody says that Brendan McCarthy was not an influence on this costume. Stripes and vortexes and polka dots of all multicolor.
The more you talk about it, the more I'm kind of mad at you and Tom for not giving me a text at least. All right, top 10 comics. I think Dawn is a new entry on this list. Talking about the bad girl dominance here.
I don't have any of that stuff. I've only in my life.
I have that issue. We could look at that issue.
Yeah, but that's the shit. Cry for Dawn is an Outlaw comic that we've never talked about, and I've only seen one issue at a flea market when I was a kid, and the guy would not sell it to me.
Because you were a kid?
I guess, yeah. I think there might be titties or fucking or something like that in there. I don't remember that part, but I remember the duotone that was used and all the black ink that was used, and I want those comics really, really bad because they're just in my mind's eye. They're just so evocative. But that is a glaring omission in all of our Outlaw Comics talk, just because we don't have the shit. Like, do you have
I
any
never see them.
Cryptodons?
I never see them.
I saw one issue once, as a kid at the flea market. So I feel like there probably weren't so many, and the people who got them want them. I've never sought them out in any major way. Like, I'm never went to eBay or something like that. But that is a glaring omission in all of our Outlaw Comics talk. Cry for Dawn. Like, this is more, this is spanky shit. It's not black and white. As far as I know, Michael Linsler, just draws that same drawing over and over and over again. He just fills pages up with that drawing because it all kind of looks the same. But that black and white comic was pretty special stuff in my mind's eye. We're going to have to do this issue, by the way, Jimmy. Wolverine 75, where he loses his adamantium claws.
Yeah, that one didn't make the cut
pop.
in my collection.
That's gonna pop.
Comics Watch. I got nothing to say about either of these.
No.
This was an early Gen 13
This one,
I think.
yeah, this one might be the issue or two after the infamous Henry Pym Giant Man slugging the Wasp in the face, man. Because that's Bob Hall. That's the same creative team. And it got so much. Maybe this is even the issue. I don't know, but it had so much controversy around it because it was one of the classic miscommunications when it comes to Marvel method. Because what Jim Shooter wanted was a shrug.
Yeah.
And to have Wasp kind of get injured from a shrug, but it was not drawn that way. And then it created a whole arc, a whole storyline.
Dude, it's the How to Draw Comics the Marvel way. You can't just do a shrug.
It is.
Here's another one of these Captain Americas. I feel like Wizard is stoking the fire on this Captain America Rob Liefeld taking over controversy. Doesn't it feel like it? I mean, there are 3 mentions in this issue about how good this run is shaping up. And I think the way this works out, did they only do 8 issues or something before they were cut off? I don't think it was a big long run. I think it was just kind of starting out based on this. I thought it was a longer run because it's built like how could they replace this team that was doing so well? But I think they might have just done, maybe they do 3 like 4-issue storylines or something.
Yeah. If this Dennis Rodier is Denis Rodier,
It's got to be.
I think it is. But you never know when you have 2 John K's and, like a whole bunch of people with the same name. He's got an Instagram, and he puts the camera close while he's inking, and it's not ASMR, it's visual ASMR, you know what I'm saying? Like, he's a fucking fantastic inker.
I was trying to figure, because that name's really familiar to me. I know it from somewhere, and I can't place why, it's something that's on my radar.
I don't know that he might, the best of his work might not be, I don't think he's American. I think he's a French dude. The best of his work might not be in America, but like the place where I know him is not a good place. It's Wonder Woman comics drawn by a guy called Lee Moder, and they're ugly comics, but he inked that stuff. And I actually, this might even be, food for thought or whatever for inkers out there, like choose your jobs, because those comics are so bad that like his name was box office poison to me.
Yeah.
And seeing his stuff shows up in my explore page, like it gets a lot of juice from the Instagram algorithm, and if one of those show up, like I almost have to just mute it so that it never shows up, because I'll just fucking watch it, and then I'll go to his thing and just watch him ink a bunch. And then once
maybe we should cut this.
we talked about it earlier. But it is astonishing to me that comic is so late in the run. Like, I thought it happened much earlier.
Me too.
Because Death was such a popular character. Like, it would stand to reason that they would just try to juice that early and often. But maybe there was a different Death miniseries. Maybe there was a couple.
There's definitely 2.
I'm not an expert.
I forget what the other one is. So I don't know if it came first or not.
Are they both Bachalo?
Yeah, they are. And I think they're really good looking.
Interesting, too, that it's the same ink team. It's the same artistic team as Gen X. So it was probably that first Death, if it was Bachalo, where he really had his raw talent, like, his regular drawing ability. Because Mark Buckingham kind of added slickness.
Untold Tales of Spider-Man getting a shout out.
Shouts to Bad Olive, man. That's good looking stuff. And it looks like what's scanned here is a color guide.
Yeah, it does look that way.
But look at his work, dude. He's a solid fucking artist. Definitely tapping into the Steve Ditko energy. I bet there was like a corner box here, because that definitely got cut off.
100%.
He taught me a lot of stuff. Like his original artwork is some of the first original artwork I've ever seen. It was at toy conventions in Pittsburgh, and I showed him my submissions and shit, and he really beat some bad habits out of me in the course of just that conversation. He drew a cylinder and drew drapery over top, and to show how it kind of like curved around the arms and things. Because like, look at that, he's good at that.
Right.
And it really put some thoughts into my mind. And also that was the period where like I had all my bad tics from like liking Extreme Studios and stuff. And his whole thing was like, draw as many lines as you want, but you have to know why you're putting them there. There has to be a reason. Yeah. And I internalized that immediately. Like, he was so clear. Like, if he hasn't done teaching, that's a sadness, because he was so clear, so articulate, and changed my process near immediately. Hitman 1. That's going to be something of a hit comic. It's where Preacher goes dark, Hitman goes light, in a way. And I never collected the issues, because, to be honest, I wasn't feeling John McCrae's art as a kid. But, at some IDES sales, I grabbed, 5-6 TPBs of, the first 30,
I've never read
issues.
any of it. I've always been kind of curious about it, but never read any of it. Some interesting indie books here, like Kane, the Paul Grist crime book. I really like it. Scud, Disposable Assassin, self-published, black and white book. Monkey Man and O'Brien special. That's Art Adams, so not that indie, but you kind of see like where comics are in this like bizarre place, as to what's being even highlighted here.
I don't know that I've never seen that Monkey Man O'Brien special, but I'm guessing that it might just be a collection of the backups.
It's either backups or it was a Dark Horse Presents. One or the other.
But maybe both. Because, it was backups, and then there were the black and white Dark Horse Presents with, like, the big turtle kaiju and shit.
Right.
Very cool looking. That Yellow Bastard is starting up. That makes me realize, like, we need to do we need to go through Big Fat Kill on a Sunday vid, and we need to do that yellow. There's still some good Sin City for us to mine.
I have never read. I quit reading To Hell and Back, and I'm curious to read it. So
Yeah.
I do have them all.
Let's get it up to speed, man. It's not hard to do them all. That might be it, Jimmy. Like, there's a Paul Chadwick piece at the end.
Yeah.
They show they show all eyes are on Jim Lee and Rob Liefeld.
See, once again, this is your Marvel DC crossover. I think they're in the middle of this at this point. And like I said, it was the #1 book this year and the previous year. One of the retailers said that he ordered extra heavy on this one and still sold out on the first day. I could have sold 200 more copies. Not a lot of coverage for a book that seems to be successful.
That's true. And by the barcode, you could see I picked up the first issue of that at Giant Eagle. It was the spinner racks still exist at this time.
Yeah, I think you're right about that being everything in there. So race through the price guide and jump to the end. Wizard profile of Paul Chadwick. And we've looked at Concrete. So, go check that out by all means. I think it's one of the great black and white 80s, not superhero kind of superhero books.
Adjacent.
Absolutely. Yeah, good way to phrase that. And really nice, good-looking book. I didn't realize, did storyboards for Pee-wee's Big Adventure. That's a pretty good resume. In my world, that's a pretty good resume line item there. And talks about, like, missing comics, wanting to do comics. Does a version of Concrete and started at San Diego Comic-Con in 83 shopping it around. Gets no interest in it, but sticks with it. And then 85 gets 8 offers. So one of those stories of perseverance that I think is probably pretty common with comic book makers.
I think it's the only way.
Yes.
And I think as a comic maker, like, if you don't have that tenacity, like, this just ain't the deal for you. And there's been plenty of guys who, like, come through and they don't have that tenacity, but it doesn't mean that you're going to fail in life. That's Steve Purcell or somebody like that, where you just get a different kind of job that's very creative elsewhere. And
that concludes Wizard 55.
Good stuff to talk about in this issue, man.
It's a heck of a kickoff for 1996. We're still at the beginning of that year, and there's going to be a lot of big happenings.
So funny, man. I'm just a freshman this year, dude, in high school.
Did you have a sense at that time, Ed, that, like, stuff isn't working right in comics?
Not at all. Like, I'm glad you brought that piece up at the end because as you were talking about, like, the doldrums and how all these people were talking, that was so lost on me. I was so ignorant to it. I was ignorant to it through the time that you and I first became friends and doing our comics and stuff like that. Whatever, like, lack of success I had at that time, I just attributed to my lack of talent. So I didn't think about market or anything like that. And I'm actually very glad about that because maybe I wouldn't have being a cartoonist has been my life's dream. Like, I never wanted to be anything else. So just doe-eyed optimism, youthful naivete, whatever you want to call it. But I am very glad that I was so ignorant of all of that. And even into art school, I was doing independent comics looking work that was getting a great response from my teachers and the administration. And they were like, listen, the way to make it, you want to do this kind of thing, you got to figure out how to buy time to make that, because you're not going to make any money on that stuff, that independent kind of comic. You got to do some mainstream stuff. You got to do illustration work, all this kind of thing to supplement that. And for 5 years that was the case, but then after Hip Hop Family Tree, that's just not the case. Like, even doing big ad campaigns for Nike, designing an Adult Swim cartoon show, the 5 biggest checks I've still have gotten are all from Fanta Graphics. So
yeah, I don't remember things at the time being conscious of it, that things were going wrong. Like, at some point it does become apparent, but I don't know when that would have been exactly. It was, some of it for me is like, I'm a freshman in college and it's just comics weren't #1 at that point. Like, there was a lot going on around me, and I could still get comics that I wanted, and the stuff I wanted was indie at that point. So they were never flourishing. As long as they were still available, it seemed like business as usual. And in my mind, it's like I'm bored with the Marvel Image stuff. But maybe that boredom is because like they just weren't doing good work at the time. You know, it wasn't that I had grown out as much as it was like it's in the crapper.
And that's what I was absolutely conscious of. That like these superhero comics, they're just not hitting. Like when I was a little kid, I would have a sense of satisfaction from the stuff, and that was completely lost on me. It was a good thing for my reading palette because I started to read way more novels and graduated to prose a whole lot, and the good feelings that I got from reading a comic came from the indies, specifically the Fanta Graphics stuff.
Yeah.
And so like that's what I was like holding on to because I was getting that good sense of completion from reading Fresh Love and Rockets or whenever an 8-Ball would come out or a Hate would come out. At this now, like that's the juice I'm getting from manga, you know, for the past 10 years.
Right.
Is that's what's given me the good vibes, man.
All right.
And most recently, comic strips are really filling that niche for me, man. I'm good to go if you are.
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy and I are going to Heroes Con this year in a couple of weeks. Come see us. Come say hi. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is beginning. Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is going to be the last Saturday in July. Creators, take some of your comps, put them in your free little lending library in your neighborhood. Kayfabers, I know you have doubles. Stack those things up. Go through your long boxes, stack up your doubles, and share those things in the free little lending libraries in your neighborhood. We have a Patreon where people at the King Kayfaber level, they're kicking it with us right now in the chat. They get access to all the videos that we put out well ahead of anybody else. And the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, what do you have out there?
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next big release from Image Comics. This will be out later this summer, collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive is back in print from Image Comics. So if you missed that, these are the best comics I ever made. They're available now wherever comics are bought and sold. Hulk Grand Design is available in a big, oversized, fluorescent green, beautiful package. Out there now while supplies last, along with Plain Jane's, the first young adult graphic novel. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg and see my latest comics being serialized there.
2 big books this year. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is going to be out for the holiday season. It's going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree. There's going to be 140 extra pages. Lots of new artwork has been done for this book, and lots of stuff that is not in those first 4 books. There is also going to be the X-Men Grand Design trilogy trade paperback coming to you in time for the holidays. We're going to take all of my X-Men comics and put them inside of a 250-page trade paperback from Marvel Comics, once again in time for the holidays. And the current focus right now is Red Room Crypto Killers. That's the 3rd season of Red Room Comics. Issue 1 is out. Issue 2 is impending. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. These are the best comics I've made to date. I hope you support them. There's going to be 4 issues in total, and there's no trade paperback this year, so if you want to read it, scoop up these single issues. Jimmy, what else do we have going on?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Do you have confidence in your battery life, or you wanna pull it down and let me do a little grip?
Yeah, maybe.
It might be a good thing because my battery might not last. I got a portable charger that seems to fucking juice up a phone pretty quickly, so I'm gonna hook you up with that, and I'll always keep that ready to go because it's faster than the iPad charger, I think. I think this will be a real good addition to our process, dude. You can keep it in this orange one, turn it on like this. There's lots of batteries still to go in there, so. That was fun, man.
It was a pretty good issue. You're right about those year-end issues, though. We should just skip that next time we come to one.
Just make it like a Wednesday video, you know, like a... This one doesn't have much. The real trouble comes when there's like one good article in there or something.
Yeah, you know what? Whenever that happens, that is what we should do. It just becomes a weekday.
Yeah.
20 minutes instead of a full thing. Alfred Comic, man, you are in the perfect situation. If they have none of those little lending libraries where you live, you get to be the first one to make one, and then you get to stock it with all the best stuff. That's an opportunity. Like, anytime I think of a story that I'm interested in, if I can't find it, that's kind of the best case scenario, because it means that you get to make it.
Coffee,
Oh, shit.
a little water. You want me to chop that coffee?
No, I'll drink it. We're doing Big Fat Kill today, right?
Nah. I put it up as a thing. It's like a Sunday.
Oh, man, I'm ready to go. That should be next Sunday, then.
Cool. Yeah, I mentioned it.
I might
as
be
like,
down a book, then.
We're not down a book. Well, maybe we are, but it's all looky loose. So like you ain't really down. You brought your Frazetta comics?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, like that's the only thing that like we probably would need you to be on board for.
I'm trying to get Alfred Comic to make his own little lending library. He says there aren't any in his area.
Yeah, man. Bob Vila that shit. Who's that?
Yeah, I haven't seen one. It looks like a little comic book shop. So maybe it spins. Maybe there's a mini spinner rack inside.
Very ambitious.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot for the first one.
This is a Scott Strong presentation.
Mm-hmm.
It just fits.
Boy, it looks good there. It's big. It's like the perfect format for this video.
It is, man.
Ratio.
16:9.
It's like album size, huh?
Yeah, I think that's part of the shtick.
I can see that.
I'm gonna have you airdrop me the commercial.
Don't let me leave without doing that.
Yeah, I say that just for redundancy.
Yeah.
And then at the beginning of each video, let's mention heroes and Christmas in July, and then we'll mention that in the end as well. So we don't have to cover these books until the end.
Right.
Yeah. Let's see how this video goes, man. Like I read the book before we were supposed to record that last time, but let's see how this goes.
Yeah, this is definitely a looky-loo for me, but I do have some shit.
It's all good. It's all good. Welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Today, we're going to take a look at No. How do we do that? Here, let's start it over.
For one thing, welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel.
That's got them right. All right, hit it. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piscor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Today we're going to be taking a look at The Studio, the infamous book that compiles the artwork of Jeffrey Catherine Jones, Michael Kaluta, Barry Windsor Smith, and Bernie Wrightson. A very famous book. Thanks to Scott Strong for sending it our way. But we want to let you guys know that if you're going to Heroes Con in North Carolina, stop by the Cartoonist Kayfabe booth. Me and Jimmy are going to be there. We're bringing all of our bibliographies there pretty much, man. So if you don't have something, you can fill in the gaps in your collection. Also, we want to promote Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. It's going to be the last Saturday in July, and we're encouraging everybody to take your duplicate copies of comics and the artists and writers out there to take your comp copies of your comics that are collecting dust a little bit and spread them around town, Johnny Appleseed style, man. Put them in the free little lending libraries in your neighborhood and adjacent neighborhoods. And tag us in the images, man, when you put those comics into those free little lending libraries, man. We had a big kick doing that last year, and it's something that we're going to promote and do every single year from here on out. Without further ado, big shouts to Scott Strong. Ask not what Cartoonist Kayfabe can do for you. Ask what you can do for Cartoonist Kayfabe, and Scott Strong has probably supplied us with $10,000 worth of books.
Very generous to the kayfabe effort, for sure.
This came in right before we split for our travels, and I was very excited to put this book under the microscope, man. The Studio, infamous book. This is a book that's referenced by the subsequent generations of comic book makers as being a very important book for them. Everybody who bought this book held on to it. So to find a copy, it's going to cost you a lot.
I'm not sure I've ever seen a copy before this one.
And I've never seen a copy in the wild ever, not even as like a wall book or anything. Like, this came out 78, 79. We'll take a look in a second. But the people who got it fucking wanted it and have never let it go.
Yeah, and a couple of things before we open it. Record size, album size. That makes sense to me. I'm sure that's, kind of a hip, cool decision by a bunch of people who are exploring art, like stepping away from that grind of like production of comics to do this. And that cover, I look at that first thing, I think Dave McKean. Yeah. You've got 3D elements, they're photographed and stuff. So you see, like, production is one of the things that stands out to me on this if you're thinking of what is the influence and legacy of this in comics.
Now you see, man, there's no US price tag on this. Book comes from a place called Dragon's Dream Publisher, UK, £5.95. The studio was a physical space where these four creators made some of the most influential, bleeding edge work of their day. It sort of early on, when you have your introduction, love it, right?
It says a lot about what this is. This is again, artists that are just trying to stretch, to grow. They're looking at different influences, and they're thinking outside of that monthly grind, deadline-driven kind of box.
Yeah. And it is printed. This is a monograph. This is one of the comics' first monographs, basically, and it creates that space. In a pre-social media world, each of these creators is weaving their own kayfabe tales of autobiography.
Absolutely, and I love this layout too. Like, you got to flip one of them. It's got to be different. One of them has to be different in this layout, There's pretension here. I think it's aiming for that.
I have some thoughts here. Like, so this is, this is Anon, JS as being the introductory writer. I think it's Jim Steranko.
Interesting.
It's a lot of hyperbole about these guys. It's kind of a Jim Steranko kind of vibe. And in those Super Graphics art catalogs that we looked at, we played the game. Let's spend $2,000. There's a third volume that we haven't played the game with, and it does have work represented from each of these creators. So the JS I'm thinking is Steranko, and I think he's such a alpha type that he can't even like let his name be seen when he's giving props to somebody else.
He does a ton of this kind of intro stuff. I think that that's an underappreciated part of his legacy is how much he really championed comics and cartoonists as artists.
Yeah.
And especially the people who were really pushing that envelope and striving for it.
Look at these individuals, man. They look like Leonard Skinner, except Bernie Wrightson really does look like Peter Cushing from the Hammer Frankenstein movies. Like it's like he's wearing his outfit from that he references or something in the Frankenstein book. So dude, lines of demarcation. There's some tape down 2 hemispheres to give each creator a box. With the
I need these pictures, by the way, to be
much bigger.
Full 2-page spread for each of these pictures.
Yeah.
Man. Imagine being able to look at the studio setup in microscopic detail where we could be looking at their tools and
Absolutely.
what they're actually using there.
Absolutely, man. Just like the kayfabe behind the Marvel bullpen, where there really wasn't one or anything like that. Yes, these guys had the studio, but that doesn't mean that they're all in there at the same time. In fact, from pretty much each of them, they're like, I can't work around other people. Like, we got this studio, we got this space, and then we realized, like, we don't like to work around others. So some dudes show up super late at night. Some guys come in early. Some guys don't use it much at all. It's more storage. But that's what we have, man. Off the bat, we're going to look at Catherine Jones at this point. Rest in peace.
I would have guessed Barry Windsor Smith, just from the samples here.
Sure. Yeah, there's definitely a Venn diagram that they all exist within. What is it? It's the post pre-Raphaelites or something. Like, that's kind of like the main kind of similarity amongst them all.
And I would see these artists as they would sort of transition back into the comics field.
Yeah.
You'd see them in like an Eclipse anthology or,
Right.
maybe heavy metal. Yeah, exactly. And you would kind of see the lessons they're picking up then being applied. Like, how do you now fold this back into comics?
We know that Catherine Jones' transition was formerly Jeffrey Jones. And with that in mind, when you read what she has to say, and you see the artwork saying stuff like, I've been needing to make full-size paintings of these women and stuff like that. I think some of these are self-portraits, just wasn't talking about that stuff at the time, man. But like, look at these pieces, having the studio afforded these creators the ability to make giant canvases. And I think that Catherine Jones probably utilized that space the best when it came to the big paintings. Frazetta vibes, right?
Big time. And they're working out of New York, right? That's the
Yes.
location for the studio. I remember when we talked to Bill Sienkiewicz a couple years ago at Heroes Con, and I was interested in like what the New York art scene vibe is like putting into his, influencing him at the time. And it's got to be the same way. Like, if you're a hungry artist and you're surrounded by visual art everywhere, it's going to kind of seep into your subconscious and conscious. And that's probably part of what this pull is to like, let me get some oil out and spread it around the canvas a little bit.
We've seen several versions of like the sketch and then the final piece, like what it grows into. This would be a popular piece that you would see in heavy metal. One pagers. That's the thing with all of these creators. You don't get much comics. Maybe you got the most comics from Barry Windsor Smith over his career. But the language of these creators, I do think that it is it's pretty dated. And with what we know about them, they all come back to comics. They're all cartoonists, but they're speaking in hyperbolic language. It's probably necessary at that time. Like but it's very similar to the Eisnerian conversation where they're speaking above their weight class. I showed this book to fine artists, and they laughed at the pulp of it. But
I was going to say that pulp and fantasy is kind of what you see as a trade. And we've talked about this with any of the cartoonists who seem to break down a barrier to push the frontier edge a little bit further. They often are then in this area that they're not equipped to do much with it.
Right.
And you kind of see limitations of genre, really.
Yeah. How hard is that, dude? Them big moose antlers or whatever?
It's super cool looking. You can imagine like a Mike Mignola or something, I think that subsequent generations, you can see how the influence would be here.
Absolutely.
Where it's almost like indulge some of the stuff that you like and are interested in, but again, how does that fold into then comics? And as those genre barriers are broken down, it allows you to do something like a Hellboy, where you're folding in your interest in folklore and mythology, but still within a context of that hero kind of myth.
We're up to Kaluta now.
A lot of design stuff, heavy with him.
Yeah, the very Art Deco piece like that. And, he probably leans the most into, fandom and stuff. Like, this all looks like it could have been pulp illustrations.
I was going to say paperback cover.
All of... The thing is, like, with the language that they speak, this highfalutin kind of, like, fine artist talk, but everything is illustration. Even though there's oil paint applied, it's just... It's illustration.
Yeah, the language has long been like its own version of a gatekeeper.
Yeah.
And I think that's broken down a lot in the last 20 years too, where you can speak more clearly about what you're doing.
Right.
And it doesn't have to be filtered through a certain lexicon. But you kind of have to have these steps in order to get there.
You do. It does make me wonder, like this book comes out, like what's the hope? Is it just that some fan recognized that these guys had a studio and made this thing happen? Like I don't know, but it absolutely has a major influence on comics and the next generations of creators. You mentioned Mignola. I can imagine that he has a studio book. Jeff Darrow absolutely has this book.
Yeah, it'd be interesting to hear insights from the guys that were around whenever this would have come out.
Look at that, man. Kind of a Winsor McKay vibe.
Yeah, that's a great illustration.
He looks like he uses a lot of material too, man. Like some watercolor there, but then we've seen some oil paint.
I think that's probably a piece that may have skipped a generation or two, but now we're back in that age where, like, you see it again. Like, we can use anything.
Yeah. Busy compositions from Kaluta, man. A lot going on.
Yeah, this is wild. Like, mixing in those bees are so different than the rest of that illustration.
Down to the font on choice for the studio. Like, doesn't this artwork feel very dated in a period of time? Like, they consider themselves kind of like pre-Raphaelite, or at least influenced by that. But it is very 70s.
Yeah.
Very psychedelic.
Right. Wow, that's cool. Reminds me of Guy Davis's Marquee. It
doesn't feel like anything that came from... Like, it feels like it could have been a pulp cover, like, back in the 30s.
I'm trying to think of when he did those Shadow DC comics, because that was in the 70s. I wonder if it was, like, concurrent
Kaluta?
with that stuff.
Yeah.
Kaluta, yeah.
Yeah.
He's, like, working through ideas, and then, we get to the comics part, but some of that stuff is fascinating within that context, because that stuff was very... would have loved to have seen that on the cover of a DC comic in 1976.
Look at the ornate detail here. Frazetta comes to mind. Guys like Wrightson and Kaluta, their signature is from Frazetta, but also Hal Foster.
Yeah, there's EC stuff in there in terms of the detail. And I don't know if they would even talk about what they were looking at on that side of, like, the lowbrow spectrum.
No, like this is very much positioned as a fine art
but
monograph.
I'm sure that stuff is still floating around with them.
Oh,
Maybe issues of Metal
impossible.
Orlant.
Yeah.
Who knows what.
Impossible not to.
Somebody goes to Europe and comes back with some BD.
These are comic book, illustrations. I feel like Frazetta did that Blazing Combat cover. That was like very much like that.
Yeah. Barry Windsor Smith, of course, somebody we've looked at quite a bit here on Cartoonist Kayfabe.
What's funny is he has the most bloviated hyperbolic language and comic bookish looking too. Right? Like this.
It is. And you would see it come back into his work, like that Conan Treasury Size has that cover that's could be one of these illustrations.
Yeah, it's just King Cole, really.
Man, and how far you can push the pen and ink on something like this. Like those blades of grass. Oh, man. All the ornamental stuff just...
Yeah, the great drawings.
I wonder about the size of this stuff. This is stuff that was in some of those Steranko catalogs, too.
Yeah. Yeah, the originals he was selling for, $1,000. Look at this, dude. Perspective and depth on the blades.
I like seeing, like, the pencil studies, too. It's nice that they include some of that here. And then a nice reproduction. Like, usually when you'd see pencil studies as a kid, it would be, like, blown out, like... bitmap, just hard black and white rather than all the subtleties of an actual pencil sketch.
But you see, it's all pulp characters too, But his language in this, it really is the most kind of far out. Like he's
Talk about a signature too.
capital A artist.
Look at the signature.
Yeah, that old
Take
one.
me like an hour to draw that. People must have gone sick over his stuff though at this time, because if you loved his Conan and then you see this stuff rolling out of his pen, it's the next step of what he was doing whenever he leaves Conan.
There is a lot of obfuscation in their language here because they talk about the success of Gorblimey Press and things, but like in later years he was talking like how none of that stuff made any real money or anything like that. Look, that looks like that monster.
Yeah, it does. I feel like Mike Mignola alluded to that when he was talking about doing cover art in these guys. As much as they were celebrated, it's not like it was bringing in money.
Right. I love this water. It's captivating. I could sit here and stare at it all day. The little white beads on top.
Good water is so impressive.
I love that illustration. Scott Strong has supplied us with lots of Barry Windsor Smith work, man, and he's supplied us with lots of Gorblimey prints that we've done videos on that.
Yeah, Barry Windsor Smith would have been one of those like last guys that was really out of like mail exchange fandom.
Mm-hmm.
And then, it becomes more mainstream in magazines and things. But like he would have been one of those guys, like looking at this stuff, you can just imagine people mail ordering those portfolios and really following him.
And I don't know how it all shook out, but the portfolio game becomes a thing when the Shanis brothers kind of get in the mix, and there will be a Mike Plug portfolio or a Gene Day portfolio. That was a viable business. You draw 5, 6, rigorous drawings, put it on good paper. You could sell it for 10x the price of a comic, and probably you don't need to sell that many,
right,
to make the same as you would in the comic book game, just getting page rates, no royalties, all of that.
Yeah, and that's a funny crowd that buys that, because they value art.
Right. Pretty wild stuff, man. Like I've not seen very much of his like full kind of oil painting.
Yeah, I wonder how much he did, because it's time consuming, it's expensive, and I don't know how long this period lasted for all of these everybody.
And now we got Bernie Wrightson, man. He's the cleanup hitter.
Look at this stuff. I wonder what this looks like too, like how all of this ages. Because I saw a picture. It was an Alex Toth piece from Hot Wheels that somebody has on Comics Art Fan, and they have like, this is the print version, and this is the original art, and it's markers and stuff, and it's like it's so faded and discolored. And I wonder about some of the materials that you see in this book. Yeah.
I mean, all the paint the point of paint is to be archival.
Hopefully.
But I don't know that there's not color pencil and some markers and stuff being used here. Yeah, see, he's in Hollywood now. Production sketch for proposed Hollywood movie. Wrightson did the design work in Ghostbusters. Like, the dozer, the dogs and shit. Like, you could feel the Wrightson in them.
I also think of various artists that are sort of could almost fit in here, like a Charles Vess. I think there's probably a generation of cartoonists that come after this that are just, this is their favorite stuff.
Absolutely. They're the people that were inspired by
It's
by
permission. This. When you see a superstar artist doing this, it's permission to like bust out the paint, bust out the watercolors, the mixed media, the super line heavy work.
Interesting thing is, I don't think that Frankenstein is out at this point.
I think you're right.
He's still working on it, and perhaps not all of these illustrations are in the finished Frankenstein book. Somebody sent us a book, the last pages of Frankenstein. Like I have that pulled to the side as like a future video for us to do.
Yeah, there was supposed to be an artist edition of that at one point, so who knows? Maybe someday that'll surface. I wonder what how they're blocking out motivation and time to do this stuff also.
Yeah.
Because if you don't have, when Wrightson starts those Frankenstein illustrations, they're so elaborate.
Yeah.
Like, I wonder if from the beginning he was like, I can do a collection of these. I could do a portfolio. I could do a book.
Yeah. Yeah, he definitely handled it like a pro, in as much as I need to do the designs for Ghostbusters to earn myself 3 weeks to work on this Frankenstein illustration. It took him like 7 years or something to like get 30 drawings done.
That was a giant. I got that book when I was about 16, and it was just
unbelievable.
It was hard for me to look at like the image cross-hatching dudes after that,
sure,
and just be like, you know what, I'm gonna go over here and look at this Frankenstein line art.
It just makes sense. One of the things I always look at, how that hand is connected to those wrists, man. Like he doesn't fake that stuff.
There's a cartoon language for hands same way there is for like facial expressions. I admire these guys that are able to do the hands.
This is his collaboration with Von Bode.
Oh, that makes sense. That looks right.
Such an interesting tandem, and it's that illustration that we were looking at Gothic Blimp Works with Warren Bernard and Tom. There were some people who were like, who, what, and then there was Kaluta like pages in there, and I was like, yeah, that makes sense, because Michelle Brand was Roger Brand's partner. Louise Jones was part of these dudes, hooked up with Walt Simonson.
Yeah, it's a smaller world, I think, than we realize now. Because there's a couple of those indie books that are published by, like, I want to say Marie Severin, but I don't think it was her. But it was Marvel Flo
Steinberg.
Yeah,
which is just Big Apple Comics.
The weirdest marriage, because it's like some indie artist and then like a Marvel employee.
Did we do a video on Big Apple Comics?
I don't know if we did or not.
I know it was here, and we showed it for something.
Yeah, it may have been a mail, might have come in the mail or something like that, but definitely something worth looking at, just because it's that odd bedfellows of like, they're all comics and they're in New York. And
oh, this is real cool, man. We're seeing
this is
a lot of process.
This is the stuff that's so valuable, and I bet at the time, how often would you get to see this?
Right.
Because again, like reproduction just wasn't a thing, like it's funny, like I think of Early Image, one of their biggest things is digital coloring and high production values. In a weird way, that's a major takeaway for me looking at this book.
Yeah. Yeah, you need this kind of, kid. These dudes are affected motherfuckers, man.
That's amazing, though. All those dinosaur illustrations are so sweet.
They all had these skeletons. I forget what his name was, Mr. Something. It's not Mr. Bones. Mr. Shaky. Something like that, man. But it's like this one specific skeleton that like all artists would have in their studio. Little bibliography where you would see these works, man, and
that's another thing that's evolved. Like, how do you describe this stuff? Like if you were to do this book now, you probably get dimensions under each piece. Just more detail on the work itself.
Which is funny because you would get that in real monographs with fine artists. Like why? Like it's a little bit lazy on our part.
And to be fair, like there are still comic books, like art books that come out now that still don't have that info. And it's like at this point, it's unforgivable. Like we know you include that, so. What a book, man. Many thanks to Scott for sending this in. Like, I'm thrilled to actually get a chance to look through this.
Yes, man. And the great benefit is that we get to show it off on the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. If you're good to go, Jimmy, I'm good to go.
Yes.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so we can notify you when new vids are available. We have a Patreon. And at the Patreon, can Kayfabers get access to these vids before anybody else? This book was Kayfabe affected way before Cartoonist Kayfabe, man. So good luck getting your copies, but it's the King Kayfabers who are able to buy that cheapness might be $300 on the aftermarket. Jimmy and I are going to be at Heroes Con in a couple of weeks. North Carolina, man. Come stop by, say hi. Let me see you rocking those Cartoonist Kayfabe shirts. And the last Saturday in July is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. That's where we're going to be disseminating comics across our neighborhoods and cities. Go to those free little lending libraries around town. There are resources that you could look up to find where the nearest ones are. And dump some comics into those things, man. People are going to come by. They're going to see some attractive illustrations. They're going to pick up a comic maybe for the first time ever. So it's an action item that we can perform to try to increase readership. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what you got out there.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next book from Image Comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadly Squirrel Live. Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Live is back in print from Image Comics. That collects all of my newest Street Angel comics, some of my favorite stuff. Hulk Grand Design, the Treasury edition, is now available. You can't miss it if your store has a copy. It's fluorescent green. You can see it from outside the store probably. Grab that while supplies last, along with The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel. And join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see my latest comics being serialized every week.
Big year 2023 for the Cartoonist Kayfabe creators. Coming in time for the holiday season. The Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is going to see the light of day in October. It collects the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree plus 140 pages of additional material, including lots of artwork that I drew specifically for this volume. Also for the holidays, the long out-of-print X-Men Grand Design is going to be collected into a trade paperback. All 3 volumes of X-Men Grand Design. They're calling it the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. Nice 250-page or so trade paperback collecting all of my X-Men Grand Design comics. And the task at hand, the comics that are coming out right now, is Red Room Crypto Killers. Issue 1 came out in May. Issue 2 is forthcoming as of the recording of this video. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in Red Room Comics. Each issue is completely self-contained, tells a full story. You see an issue in the wild, scoop it up, give it a shot, you dig it, try another. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now, The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. What else do we have going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, stickers, mugs, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Make more comics.
Boom. Who got the new Otomo Complete Works 24 with the layouts and keyframes for the middle section of the anime? It was so cool how I was able to get this one, Jimmy. Maybe I should just tell it on the channel.
Yeah, tell it on the thing.
Having the first one and the last one will be that's the money. This is that mid stuff, and it's fine. It's good, great drawings and stuff, but there's very little money shots.
I want a book like this of Aeon Flux.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it be awesome to see all those pencil lines of drawn frames and things?
Absolutely, man. Absolutely.
Get Peter on the phone.
Yeah, he's so funny, man. Cause like I brought when we were chatting with him, I was like, you know, we were saying like we would like to see so much more of this stuff, and he was like, yeah, but the cartoon is the thing, blah blah blah. And then he goes on his spiel about comics and digital comics and like why don't you have like all the process stuff? And on the vid, I'm like, well, what's the art book of Aeon Flux, motherfucker? He is doing some great stuff, dude. Like, I don't know if you follow him on Insta, but I encourage it because he's putting up snippets from his master classes or whatever, like the stuff that he's doing, and he's taking scenes from popular film and he's breaking down the greatness of them, like sort of what's being accomplished. And he actually put me on the Apocalypse Now track again because he pulls out the scene where Martin Sheen gets the mission where you know, Harrison Ford and all those guys, you know, terminate with extreme prejudice, and he's like, now look, like, you see how there's so much importance placed on the food, on serving the food, on all this and that. You see that nobody's eating the food, which implies that what is being said is so important that it's more important than the food. So it's like you set up that the food is everything and you get this, you get that, blah blah blah, and then nobody's eating the food to imply.
Yeah, that's clever.
Yeah. And that's this whole thing is like, how do you visually convey exposition without telling people shit?
Whenever I first got married, I got a like a big screen TV, but it was that rear projection kind of stuff, you know?
Yeah.
And I think it was a Blu-ray player. Can't remember. It might have just been DVD at that point.
Yeah.
And I remember Apocalypse Now was like the one I would demo when someone would come over and be like, look at this TV, and I'd put it in that.
I don't even know how you open this fucker, man. Huh. That's a lot.
That seems like a
lot
weak,
to do about nothing.
Weak, centerfold.
Much ado about nothing. I could see this being a quickie. Ready when you are, James. Welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Jimmy and I are going to be at Heroes Con in a couple of weeks, North Carolina, Charlotte. So if you are in town and you're going to that convention, swing through, stop by the Cartoonist Kayfabe booth, say hi to us. Also, we're gearing up for Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. That's going to be the last Saturday in July. What Jimmy and I are proposing, second time we're doing this. So you guys who've been with us for a while, you remember. We're taking a bunch of our comps and we're taking lots of our doubles, our comic book duplicates, and we're going to be taking them around town, like Johnny Appleseed, putting them in those free little lending libraries around town as an initiative to just raise comic book awareness, man. Get more comics in front of more people's faces. We do that long enough, man. We're definitely going to see results and generate a healthy new readership. But without further ado, Jimmy, it finally came. Otomo The Complete Works 24 animation. Akira Layouts and Keyframes 2. We did a video looking at the first. And what you get here is the middle section of the film. Parts B and C, cuts into the thousands, right? So make sure you check out that OG video that we did. We're going to be looking at the animation artwork for the middle portion. What this book represents is the animation stuff, that the assets that Otomo kept himself. A lot of that stuff, fell off the back of the truck, and, Joe Peacock got hold of them, donated his collection to the Motion Picture Academy. Donated it, like no loaning or anything, just gave it to them. The work here is intensely rigorous. This is the work that gets shot to make the animation cells. And the way that I acquired this book, Jimmy, it came out a couple of days after I came home from Japan. But Koenji Sean, Japan Book Hunter, he was saying, listen, man, if you go to the right spot, you'll be able to find the book a day or two ahead of time. But it was about 3 days after. And I was looking, couldn't find it. So what you got to do to get this at, the affordable price that, the cover price or whatever, is you have to go through Amazon co.jp. And I was in Tokyo at the time. And I ordered the book. There are many ways that you could pay for the book, and one of them was that you can generate a barcode that you take to the Lawson or the 7-Eleven or the Family Mart. They scan that stuff, and you could just pay with the cash on hand. And that's exactly what I wanted to do, man, because I had lots of yen in the pocket. And I had, like, the game that I like to play with myself out there is to have as few coins as possible. And I actually had a couple because there were a couple cash businesses that I had to give the loot to and get bullshit amounts of change. But I ordered the book and I paid for it in like 5 minutes by just walking downstairs and going to the Family Mart, and it was on its way. It took a little while, man. Everybody was getting their copies before me, but it showed up a day or two after Tom was here, and here we are, dude, looking at the pencil artwork and these tipped-in animation cells that made up, one of the most rigorous anime in human history.
When you look at these pencil drawings, do you feel like this is portable to comics? Like the line that you see there, you blow it out maybe in the levels or whatever, so it's a black and white line.
Right, which is what they do to get the animation cell. Like the animation cells are not inked. It comes from these lines. I think it is, man. I think it is. Like, I think that there's more work that has to be done for comics. It benefits from having those painted backgrounds to create the separation.
Well, that's the thing that would be my next step in the process too. Is like when you think of digital coloring, I think it lends itself to this kind of line. Right. Like a fine line where your line is doing much less of like the shading and texturing and things like that, where you're just kind of creating like, here's your line so that you can then know where to color.
Right. I think that these pages are like the tipped in, like the key animator like does something and then Otomo or somebody like goes over top and like tightens up the piece. I think that that's what was described in the text.
Yeah, there's something about looking at this kind of drawing to me that it feels like it changes the way I think about making a drawing for a comic.
Right.
You know, like how much information do I need? You know, like these are examples of that. So like whether it's a facial expression, costume, you know, whatever the thing is, like it really answers that idea of like how much info do you need at this stage?
It's what Jeff Darrow does. You know, he comes from Hanna-Barbera and has done animation. And when you use this spare line like that, what you can tell amongst every single one of these drawings, 100% of these drawings, is those lines that are put down are in the exact correct spaces. There's no room for you to hide.
Yeah, it also makes me think of all those like cross-section drawings that have become kind of popular. When I look at this, it's like, oh yeah, let's see the underneath. Let's see the bones and the muscles
everything.
and the cylinders. Like all the stuff that you learn in those how-to draw books, you could almost reverse engineer from one of these drawings.
Perfectly symmetrical faces, the shoulders, like drawing through the image, the shoulders on the other side look like they're in the right spot.
Feet, really, really good economy of like how to draw shoes and feet.
Yeah, the hands. You know, look at the elegance of the hand.
Yeah.
You see each of the bones and stuff.
It feels like such a mystery until you kind of... it's almost like a math formula. Like at some point it just clicks like, oh, this is how a hand is constructed. But up until that point, it is like magic seeing a well-drawn hand.
Totally. And there will be times where you execute one. You know, you execute one and then you realize like, okay, like I've been doing this for this long. Like I need to like, instead of going convex with this line, I need to go concave, and that changes everything. I recently learned to draw the upshot of necks better with like the bottom of the jaw part, like this part. And that was exactly it. I was going more flat and I was wondering like, why is it so flat? Let me just try it this way. And then what happens is you get mad at such a simple solution and you look at your old stuff and all you can see is the bad.
Yeah, of course. I also like these kind of things that are the rougher drawings where you get to see a little bit of what they're forming.
Very often, at least in a Disney animation, those like 9 Old Men guys, like they didn't produce the tight shit. Like they are the gesture dudes, and they animated kind of in their style. You know, like the characters wouldn't look the way they would at the end. That was for the cleanup artists to kind of create that cohesion.
Yeah.
But often when you see this kind of stuff, like that might be Otomo. You know, it's definitely a key animator who's doing those bits. And like I said up front, a lot of this material comes from stuff that Otomo has on hand. This is the shit where it's like, do you start off with this and then, you know, the background artist like paints this much, and then because like I'm sure some bottles are animated like rolling and things, but like what's the division of labor on the final execution of this piece? That's a question.
Yeah, it's I don't even like thinking about it.
Such a tremendous undertaking.
Complex interaction between a figure and the background.
Yeah.
Walks, you know, that's also instructive, I think, looking at this stuff. I was just watching people walk when I was in Maui, and it's such a peculiar thing. You know, the way one foot's up and back, even though it's like we're just level. Like, it's so almost counterintuitive.
Yeah. The walk cycle is like the first thing that must be perfected by an animator. And I think I saw something that a stride is what they call twos, which is 12 frames, 12 drawings. Like 12 drawings should be like a complete step.
There's also really good weight on most of these figures.
Yeah.
It's something that I've become more appreciative of. We've been looking at different artists, and especially artists that are good with figures. I feel like weight is the ultimate, like the Zen level of your knowledge of figure drawing.
We spent a lot of time at the bootleg animation dealer at Nakano Broadway, because like he finally, when I first went to him, it was all in Japanese script. He has those like 11x17 portfolios that we all have. It was all in Japanese script. And the past 2 times I went there, it's written in English. So you now know like which portfolios you're grabbing. Now the first time I went there, I just went through them all. I spent about 6-7 days going through just all day. And this last trip, between a couple of people, Brian Moss included, he showed a couple off on the video that we did.
I was gonna say, I bet he enjoys that stall.
He bought about 5 pieces from Evangelion, and some other people we were with bought some, and it was like stuff at this level, probably from the key animators, and you could see circle templates, like, you know how like there are those drawing exercises where it's like the circle for the head, and then you like add the jaw underneath. The heads were built that way. You could see the circle template underneath it, and then
Kinda shocked by that.
Yeah, you see where it's the rest is built. Yeah,
That's pretty wild.
yeah, it was really cool.
I love both the background drawings,
Yes.
and then the figures without the backgrounds. Like, it's so interesting to me to just kind of see, remove the perspective or just have the perspective.
Yeah, what do the kids call it? It's a liminal space.
It's a weird. It's like a 3D version of negative space.
Right. So they started promoting the next round of Complete Otomos that are coming out, and I'm very excited to report that Complete Otomo Book 1 is finally going to be coming to press, man, which is the tankobon called A Gun Report that Sean the Book Hunter and myself, like, I've never seen it. Never rested eyes on it. It's his comic work from 71 to 73 or 74. So it's very, very early works, and it's such a missing piece. I need to see the rawness to just have any hope of getting to be better,
These details of the tied strings in the back, I feel like Kyle Baker would just be shaking his head.
Yeah, man, these guys they had the Akira Committee behind them, which was a consortium of like the 5-10 biggest Japanese corporations. Like, it is no secret that like all those like Canon and Kodak fucking decals on the Akira bike, they ain't there just for fun. Like
That's funny.
Those businesses put in some loot.
Makes sense.
There is some controversy, though, with the next round of Complete Otomo books, because I know specifically, I think it was Rob McCollum, animator, went with the art school with Frank Whiteley. I think he reported that that they're not shipping to France. I believe he's in. I think I saw Rob in the chat. So if he pops up, man, like Rob, explain that controversy, and I'll try to relay it if we're still recording. But that'll be a sadness if it's too hard to get hold of those books. Here's your liminal space.
Right.
With Kaneda and Kay. And you could even see, like, you could see the paper grain here. I was watching a piece on Disney Animation, the first flick to really use the xerography was Lady in the... 101 Dalmatians. So there is they basically got Xerox to kind of build them a special setup so that, because the registration is important, with the registration guides, and there is a special machine like to basically cure the line, because if you run an acetate on a Xerox, it's fucking wet. So there's a special kind of like heat lamps or like maybe ultraviolet or something that has to go through each fucking cell to cure it so that it doesn't smudge and that it's totally, on there before you can go off and paint the thing. I like this because here goes the airbrush that Danica was talking about, like that little overspray and stuff. I like this because, I don't know for sure, but I betcha if you watch the flick, this vibrates as the, like that piece just goes like that.
Right.
As, Kay and Kaneda are doing their chatting.
I love media that has some sort of that. It's like a chaos. It's like a happy accident. It's you can't completely control it.
Hard to imagine that something like that has its place in animation, but there's a great Instagram that I follow, and we'll do a video on like the 5 Instagrams you need to be following. It's called One Perfect Frame, and it takes shots from animations, and like in stop motion, one of the reasons it's so jerky is that there's no motion blur. It's photograph, 24 a second. So there's no motion blur. But if you looked at even this movement of my hand, there's a blur of motion that makes it more in sync. On One Perfect Frame, there will be a lot of motion pieces from Chuck Jones cartoons or something like this, and they have to build in that motion blur to create the fluidity of the animation, and that speaks to that chaos. Like it's people with brushes on a piece of plastic making fucking crazy brush strokes. You know what happens if you, like, I imagine in the process when it's time to do a cell, you do that part first, so if you fuck it up, you didn't waste a lot of time coloring Foghorn Leghorn,
right,
or something. But here it is, man. The new Akira animation book is out. Lots of you guys got it before I did, and have been posting it online. And for those of you who are unaware, it's out there. You could probably find it on American, just eBay.com at this point. There will probably be a little bit of a premium added onto that, just from the eBay sellers. But this is a required edition if you are a Akira fan, Katsuhiro Otomo fan. This checks off a lot of boxes, and it's very instructive, very inspirational to see images like this at that raw stage and to realize, oh, it's all there. It's all there.
Also, just as a book fan, I love how these books feel.
Yeah.
I wish there was more of that kind of attention to detail in book production, where it's like, you know what? I love this feeling. I want to do a book that feels this way.
Yeah. Yeah, you could just tell a lot of TLC was put into the construction of these books. And this is a tome, this is 700 pages a book or something, man. 7,700 yen, about $60, I believe, man. With shipping to the States, I think it was $20. So you're looking at $70-$80 for these books, which if you could find something comparable on eBay, like you're not getting waxed. But had to bring it to the attention of the Cartoonist Kayfabe audience out there. Did Rob McCullen chime in with any of the shipping stuff? No, you don't see anything in the chat?
No, not yet.
Let's get out of here, Jimmy. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new vids are available. Jimmy and I are going to be going to Heroes Con in a couple of weeks, mid-June, to celebrate Cartoonist Kayfabe and to meet you guys. So put on your Cartoonist Kayfabe shirts. Come see us. Shake hands. Grab some comics. Chop it up with us, man. It's always fun to see you guys down there in North Carolina. And I think we're going to do, the other big show we're going to do is Baltimore Comic Con, right? We'll promote that later. Also, July is coming sooner than later, and Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is the last Saturday of July. This is where we're going to be taking our comp copies and our duplicate comics that have come in from you, the Kayfabers, or just from our own digs of the past year. We're going to supply our free little lending libraries around the city of Pittsburgh and our neighborhood specifically with boatloads of comics for people to get introduced to them, man. You put those comics facing out so that people see that arresting imagery and can't help but come over. I put an Akira volume in a lending library last year. We're going to want you guys to tag Cartoonist Kayfabe in those images. We shared hundreds of them throughout our social media, and it was gratifying to see that thousands of people were participating in that last year. We've got 20,000 or so more subscribers. Let's make that 2,000 people going out sharing their comics and help create a new comic readership, man. The rising tide raises all ships, and if there are more readers out there, there are better comics that can be made. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, tell the people what we got.
Street Angel, Deadliest Girl Alive, and Street Angel, Princess of Poverty. We'll collect all of my Street Angel comics from Image Comics. It'll be out later this summer. Deadliest Girl Alive, there's a new printing that is available now. Hulk Grand Design, the oversized Treasury Edition, is out now in stores everywhere while supplies last. Fluorescent green cover, you can see it from the parking lot, so pick that one up before it's gone. The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, is available in print wherever books are bought and sold. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see the latest comics I am making and serializing there.
Big year 2023. Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you at the end of the year in time for the holidays. It's going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree Treasury editions that are out there right now. It's also going to have 140 pages of stuff that is not in those first 4 volumes. I drew a bunch of artwork, including this cover for exclusively for this big book. So I'm very excited to get that out there. And you guys have been showing up in a big way in pre-orders. I've been hearing from the publisher, so thank you very much. X-Men Grand Design is coming back to print in a singular trade paperback edition, collecting all 3 volumes. So they're calling it the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. Scoop that up in time for the holidays. And the focus at the moment is Red Room Crypto Killers. This is the cover to issue number 1 that came out in May. You see it on the rack. Give it a shot. This is the cover to issue number 2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each of these issues is completely self-contained. So if you see an issue of Red Room out there, give it a shot. See if you dig it. If it's your vibe, try some more. Two trade paperbacks, Antisocial Network, and Trigger Warnings are out there. And you might find WYSIWYG if you're lucky. What else do we have going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders and we'll be on our way.
Read more manga. You know what? Rob says that, was it a pre-order issue?
Yeah.
Oh, he said it's fixed now.
Oh, great. Man, Rob, you probably fixed it.
He made a stink.
Yeah.
He also said store the books flat on a shelf because the plastic covers warp under their own weight.
Yeah, like this, it feels flimsy. Yeah. I was just, keeping mum when you were talking about the quality and stuff.
I like the way that feels. I can see you don't store it vertically.
Yeah.
Unless I guess it's all tight. Your shelf
Right.
has to be completely packed if you're going to go that way.
Yeah.
But I just like the way it feels in the hand.
Yeah.
It's easy to open.
Yeah. And Sean put it in my mind that you got to keep it in the bag because that plastic scratch is real easy. That was a good get, man. And next time I go to Japan, he's got this whole setup just like us with the table and flat. And I'm like, dude, let's fucking unpack some shit, Especially now that I have this this battery thing. Like, check out your phone. I bet you your phone's almost all the way charged. Am I a liar?
89%.
Yeah, keep that shit going. Yeah, it's the orange, because there's various plugs.
Yeah.
And it's the blue, orange, and regular. And something about that orange one gives you a lot of juice quick. I hope it doesn't, I didn't read up on it or nothing, but it should be good.
Yeah, what could go wrong?
My cousin's house burned down.
I was going to say my phone could catch on fire.
It was
That's a lot of laughter for a sentence that was just my cousin's house caught on fire.
Oh, I'm just laughing because my uncle, he got so much insurance money and shit like that. And my uncle, I saw after the thing caught on fire, and it was a phone that some Chinese phone or something, and he threw it away or something. It was in the other room, whatever. But he's like, yeah, it was a pretty good phone, it's kind of cheap. And I'm like, well, it wasn't that cheap. It cost a couple $100,000 in lodging and
ask your insurance company how cheap it was. By the way, are all smartphones Chinese? I feel like the iPhones are made in China, right?
Right. Yeah. But it was they got it on Alibaba.com or whatever the fuck. What are some of the other shits, man?
Prisoner. I got Prisoner, Frazetta, and the Corben book.
Okay, Corben. Oh yeah, let's look at that. I'll do Corben.
You guys all picking this up so far? Gotta support these books, man.
If you have,
I want this whole catalog to be reprinted.
Yeah, me too. And I have thoughts about why Murky World gets book 1. Corben is fucking far out in this one, man.
Yeah. This is it for him. You know, I mean, this is like his last piece. I have some ambiguity about some of the publishing of this. I think Dark Horse did 3 chapters in 2011, 2012, and then Heavy Metal did 15 chapters, and I think it was in 2020, if that's possible. Or at least the end of it, maybe.
Yeah, I just don't know. And it's not clear, right?
No,
it's not in
clear.
there.
It's not clear.
I think that's a...
He died at the end of 2020. But there's a copyright for 2020, so I don't know what else that would be if it wasn't the Heavy Metal serialization.
Jimmy, can you lock me in? Here, let me open it up real quick.
This is a weird book.
Couldn't read it all.
This is like with the Mobius reprints they do. I feel like in a weird way, like start with the ones that have the biggest legend.
I have thoughts on that. I have thoughts on that with this in specific. But it is the opposite of, you know, with Fanta with Carl Barks, that's for sure. Let me get a sip real fast.
Yeah, it makes me curious. I would just study everything that Viz does whenever they're reprinting anything and copy them.
Mm-hmm. Oh my goodness. All right. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
Going to be looking at Richard Corben's Murky World today, but first I do want to let you guys know. Hit that. I'm gonna shut the door real quick. The Grassman is so happy. Like the on his riding mower, he just like breaking treads and shit. You can just tell he's like pretending to be a tank driver or something. All right, man, hit that for me. Welcome to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to be looking at Richard Corben's Murky World today, but first I do want to let you guys know that Jimmy and I are going to be making an appearance at Heroes Con this summer, in a couple of weeks actually, Charlotte, North Carolina. If you're going to be in that area, swing through, stop by, say hi. Also, at the end of July, last Saturday of July to be specific, Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July is going down. This is an initiative that we started last year where we're taking a bunch of our comp copies of our comics, no Red Room, of course, old hip-hops and things I'm going to be bringing, X-Men comics, and our comic book duplicates that we've received from you guys in the mail, stuff that we might have already had, or just in our digs. We ended up with doubles. We're putting those in the free little lending libraries in our neighborhood and around the city. We encourage you to do so also. Hashtag us, send us the images as you do it, and this is a way for us to take a little bit of action to try to introduce new people to the medium of comic books, and some of it will stick with the people who might happen upon this stuff. We all discovered comics, in our own ways, and it all happened as a discovery. You find a comic, you read it, you look through it, you dig it, and then you start to seek out more. So this is what we can do to grow this readership. And without further ado, let's take a look at Murky World. I was still in Japan, or maybe on my way home, and you were showing off on your Instagram that you got this Murky World. And I hit up Daniel Chabin, and I'm like, yo, Dan, am I getting a copy or what? And he's like, oh yeah, you and Jim got your copies. So full disclosure, got these from Dark Horse, man, knowing that we're big Richard Corben marks. So when I said that to him, I'm like, oh man, can I get a copy too? And he's like, oh no, yeah, it's on the way. And I guess maybe for redundancy or something, a couple days later, a couple more show up, and they're still in the packs here. So Jimmy and I are like, well, let's do something about that, man. Like, let's do something with this. We have two ideas, with two copies. With one, anybody out there, we want you to promote the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel, and then say like at the end of June, we'll do these giveaways. We see the coolest promotion from somebody. We don't know what that is. We've done this with Akira. Punker Mike got the honors there by creating great dioramas and Cartoonist Kayfabe related stuff. We don't know what that is, man, but we'll know it when we see it.
Absolutely. We've got a very creative audience, so surprise us.
Absolutely. And with the other Murky world, this is going to a King Kayfaber, somebody who's our biggest supporter for the channel. What we're going to do is take everybody's name off of the King Kayfaber list. We're going to create a document that's numbered. We're going to keep it private so as to not put people's information out. Maybe their job at Lockheed Martin would be in jeopardy if they found out they were King Kayfabers. And then we're going to just have a random number generator, look at the name that's next to it, pull maybe 2 names just in case if somebody has it or whatever. If you do have it, when we hit you up at the King Kayfaber level, maybe we'll just give you something else. We got a lot of cool stuff here. So that is one thing that we're going to do. Without further ado, Jimmy, let's crack this baby open. Murky World. It's the first volume of the complete Richard Corben library that Dark Horse is promising us, and it is it's the latest work from the great Richard Corben, and man, it's got some odd stuff going on here artistically. I was looking at this piece and I was like, man, I don't even know exactly what I'm looking at.
So many pages, Ed, going through this. I had that feeling.
Yeah.
And it really makes me wonder, because this is colored by he and his daughter. The first version of this appears in Dark Horse Presents in black and white, which is reprinted in the back. So you kind of get an idea of a little bit of insight into how he's working, but I still don't understand. I wonder if this is all digital, if it's mostly digital. I can't tell, to be honest.
Right. It's wild stuff, but it reads like pure Corben. And he's one of these creators that has internalized the Robert E. Howard and the H.P. Lovecraft into his entire being, man. And there's no irony to it. Like, you are getting a tour through the Murky World with this guy as your kind of as your kind of cipher. It's sort of like Den, it's like perfecting the Den story in a certain way. Great idea, great sort of character designs and imagery along the way. You have your interlocutor character who's the ethereal, Uatu the Watcher of the thing.
And these are 8-page chapters, so you'll see that Murky World come up every 8 pages to kind of give you an idea of what chunk, how this was serialized.
Little cliffhangers with each. It's stuff like this that's like, man, he ain't even draw ears on that.
It's really bizarre, some of the distortions.
But doesn't it look like you could imagine that he sculpted this and is like looking at that sculpture? I say that because there is a video online when he received the presidency or whatever you call it of Angoulême, and he's like doing a little thank you, and there's a cut that is on like a curio that has all kinds of his little super sculpey fucking heads, and they look like this.
The way the color is modeled, like especially like whenever you see it on muscles and things like that, there'll be spines and just like a really hard kind of edge to certain of these muscles. And I just wonder like if he's digitally masking and painting that stuff digital.
Yeah.
Really an interesting use of color no matter how he's getting to that point. But they feel so sculpted, like it's times it's almost like a 3D model. It's so believably round.
Yeah. Big shouts to Clem Robbins, one of the all-star letterers, who, this is a font, sure, but it is a great congruent font that looks nice on a Richard Corben comic. I know Clem Robbins from being the Preacher letterer, and he used a completely different hand style then. This is a way more organic kind of vibe. It's a rapidograph, and that very dead line, but it's very matter-of-fact, and it really allows the art to shine.
I appreciate seeing the range that Corben brings to things too, even just like the details of your panel borders on this one page. You've got open panel, you have this kind of like thinner pen line kind of border, a thicker border, and then panels that have 2 or 3 sides are bordered into open.
It doesn't feel like Corben has much of a plan when he's putting these strips together, because like we just saw, just a zombie shows up 50 pages in and was never sort of explained before.
Our main driving force is this horse is the main character's horse is kind of his friend, and he gets in prison. There's another one of those wild distortions. Basically, he's trying to catch up with his horse throughout a lot of this story. It makes me wonder how he assembles a lot of his stories, because if you read the Den origin, it starts out in, I think, is it Grim Death? It's an underground comic, is the first appearance of Den, and then it's a 2-parter in Metal Orlant, and then it's a 12-parter in Heavy Metal. So I wonder if he's worked a lot that way, where it's like, here's a concept, oh, here's more space, let me do some more with this concept I've been thinking about, and it feels like this may be a similar development.
Don't that look straight out of Mutant World?
100%.
It's a mashup of all his stuff. The digital color, it feels real Bleeding Edge, because like I feel like that's what this stuff is, man.
Yeah.
It feels real Bleeding Edge. When I first saw it, because this is my only experience with Murky World. I don't have any of that Dark Horse stuff. I don't have any of those heavy metal issues, and I was gonna sort of lay some of it on Jose Villarrubia, who has nothing to do with this volume.
Yeah, I asked him about that.
And because it's like, oh man, maybe he oversaturated, like there's something to it. But this is just late period Corben. This is what you get.
Corben starts doing digital stuff in like the early 90s, which is amazing to me, because he's not a young man at that point, and yet he's like embracing whatever technology shows up.
Always been an innovator. I mean, especially where color is concerned. But this is an unmistakable Richard Corben color palette, to be sure. I didn't read it all yet. I read like 4 or 5 chapters, so I can't speak too much on the story. I like where it's going. It's just a tour through the Murky World, basically.
That's exactly what it is. Very much like a road trip.
Yeah.
He hooks up with some different characters from, segment to segment. Things happen that move him to different places and align him with different characters. Like I said, the horse seems to be a classic Corben character design there. The horse seems to be a through line, of Tugget is the main character, and he's just trying to get back to that horse that he's friends with. But you get the Corbenisms, the giant monsters that nobody does them better than him. They just don't.
Yeah.
And you have all of those kind of qualities. There are these 2 twin sisters who are like Colosseum gladiators that escape.
Those bald head chicks,
that Tugget helps escape, and then reunites with later on. So it's just all of these great staples. And when you read like Mike Mignola's intro to this, or you read quotes from Mobius or Alan Moore or Guillermo del Toro describing his work, it's about how singular it is and his vision is. Yes. And that's what you get here. You're going into Richard Corben world. It shouldn't be Murky World. It should be Corben world.
Right.
And that's what all these books are. That's what every Corben comic is. And it just comes through,
So I think, he has legendary comics, but we get Murky World as the first one. And I think part of that is because it's all assembled. It's all together. It's modern digital comics. Digitally prepped files. We could put this one together pretty quick and easy. Den is going to be next, I think. I saw that in the pre-orders and stuff.
2 volumes maybe.
Yeah. And those are getting that Jose Villarrubia recolor treatment, touch-ups, where he's very faithful.
He's been a fun Insta follow, because like he'll post like printed page of whatever issuance of or edition of Den, and then like the revised page next to it,
and it's good.
It's really interesting to just see like choices that are being made and
how
you approach
and
that.
He's showing how some of the pages weathered, so he's showing like how they degraded over time because of like the weird materials that Corben is using. Another thing that Villarrubia has been doing is showing he's been kind of doing his recolor of classic Silver Age, showing the super saturated shit things that we crap on of modern reprints, showing a scan of the original and then doing his version. And like his color sense is just so good because he grays up the paper a little bit, grays up the color. The one thing that he does fuck up on is the thing that we talk about, where he keeps that black line black. And so like, Jose, if you're watching this, man, just 80% opacity will probably take care of that. You don't got to do much, but that black is too divorced. But he did good work on this Corben stuff from the things that I've seen online.
I just love that he's having the conversation publicly of like, hey, everybody, look at reprinting color.
Listen, we've been having that conversation for fucking years.
Right. If only somebody at the publishing side of it would listen.
Yeah. There it is, Murky World, man.
This is a great character too. This Cyclops works as like a taxi. This character hires the Cyclops to basically lead his like cart to whatever place he's going. But I just love that it's, I don't know, a 20-foot tall, topless Cyclops.
Do you remember there was that show called Monsters in the 80s, and it was that era where there was so much O. Henry, Twilight Zone, Tales from the Crypt type shows, and the opening intro would be this like almost like Danny Elfman kind of like orchestral score from in my mind's eye. It's over top of a city, like a suburban neighborhood. The camera goes down a crane shot and goes into the living room, and it's like a family of Cyclopses watching TV, and one of the Cyclopses looks like that.
That's amazing.
Like a whole family of Cyclopses.
I do have a little memory of that. I think it only lasted like a season.
That's it. Yeah. Like that whole method of storytelling, had its day in the sun for a little while there. Look at that rotten ass nipple.
Oh, there are a lot of nipples on display in this book, and very few of them are erotic.
I would say zero.
Yeah.
Because like we saw the ones like here were like they're on the side, like it's like a side boob, but he puts a fucking nipple on the side. It's real.
Yeah, I'm not right. Not endorsing it for this, but one thing that's great about this book is that it has some really good back features. So this is the black and white. I guess it was the way the Dark Horse Presents originally appeared. And if you look, these are later chapters. This is that Cyclops that I pointed out that's damn near the end of the book.
Yeah.
So the chapters were created out of sequence, but also I look at the black and white and I'm kind of like, is this digital? Because you can see what look like really believable pencil marks in some of this stuff. And I just don't know the answer to that.
Great paper choice for this kind of imagery. I could imagine massive dot gain if you chose the wrong paper for this black and white stuff.
I wonder about that for like other volumes too, like what kind of paper they'll be doing like Den on.
I bet it's all the same.
I think you have to for the color. I think it maximizes the color if it's some sort of finish on top. And then this is the other bonus is the sketchbook, which like I don't know if I've ever seen Richard Corben sketch stuff.
Yeah, we just saw the Crooked Man stuff, like a couple of sketches that are in like the library editions.
But like, is this markers and like pencil media? Is it digital? And he's playing with brushes? I really can't tell you.
That is a great sketch.
And the little notes are awesome. His handwriting is strange.
It is, but it's totally legible, and it does make me sad that he never hand lettered his comics.
Yeah.
Like you could read that just fine, like
great hands. Get to see him doing some hand studies. It talks about like the biography of him in the very back too is pretty sharp. It's neat to see him go through these styles too, like hard black and white. Really incredible how much it retains the Corben, and yet it's every approach you can imagine. Like some of these things, I don't know exactly what media you're looking at there.
Yeah, because this doesn't strike me as a page of a sketchbook. This feels like a smattering of things.
Yeah, the size...
that's very tight shit right here.
Right. Yeah, it definitely looks like maybe you're pulling from a bunch of stuff. But if you're working digital, you'd be doing some of your sketching and developing the visuals digitally. And then here, these are original art pages? If so, once again, what are the materials, Ed?
Right.
How do you make stuff that looks like this?
One-of-a-kind creator, an iconoclast, and one of the favorites of the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. I envision a day where we go through all of his work.
Yeah.
Over time.
Check this detail out. So as he goes on to talk about kind of like his publishing history, Undergrounds into the Warrens and stuff, self-publishing in the 80s, and then it doesn't do enough business for him. The business wasn't enough to support his family. And that's whenever he starts doing that DC Marvel Dark Horse stuff, which is like, I don't know, early 90s maybe. He starts at Vertigo. And I always wonder about like that timeline and why he ends up there when he does. And to think that it's some kind of financial result of, his work not supporting them. I was surprised by that because I always thought like he does a big business in Europe. I just thought that it surprises me that his work was not enough. And, because it seemed like he wasn't eager to keep it in print here, and maybe there wasn't business to keep it in print here. I don't know.
Yeah.
I was surprised by that.
It was always hard to get, to find. Like,
but so is like Mobius, and so is Otomo. So like I always kind of thought of it that way.
Yeah. But he's English, and like with all the hyperbole that you hear about France, Jeff Darrow, like lots of people that I know who deal with that sort of industry, it ain't all roses.
Sure.
It ain't that much. Like those guys struggle, and the model is very like it's like you do a 50-page book a year, and that's a lot of eggs in one basket, man. Like if something doesn't hit, I can see that fucking you up pretty good. But the beauty is that deals were made, deals were hatched, and Richard Corben's family is going to be taken care of, so long as these complete Richard Corben libraries sell well. And I think they're very much worth supporting. The production values are out of this world, man. They're dressing these things up to the nines to present it to you in a beautiful way. Support the books.
Yeah,
Absolutely.
This is one of those episodes that we could be doing this episode for me. Because
Yeah.
I want more of these books to sell enough that they continue this library, and that it's good for the Corben family.
Yeah, totally. And we have two extra copies to give out. So one is going to the Kayfaber that promotes us the heaviest, the hardest, and the coolest. We don't know what that is. Be nice about it. And the other one is going to us, one of our biggest supporters at the King Kayfaber level. We'll figure it all out at the end of June. You know, I feel
Sounds
like
good.
that's a good way to do that. The videos are brought to you by the books that we make. But I want to let you guys know that Jimmy and I are going to be at Heroes Con at the end of in a couple of weeks, actually. 2 weekends from now as of this recording. And we're going to bring all our stuff, man. Can't wait to meet you guys. It's always a good show for comic book fans, and we always have a ball. Feels like we're just visiting another part of town. We're so familiar with that joint. And the end of July is going to be Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. That's going to be when we're going to take a bunch of our comp copies that we've received from our publishers, and we're taking a bunch of our duplicate comics that we have laying around that we got in various digs or that you guys sent us. And stuff that we already have, and we are going to dump those comics across town into the free little lending libraries all over the city of Pittsburgh. Last year was the first time we did it, and so many of you sort of joined the cause. You hashtagged us in a bunch of photos online, Instagram, Twitter, and we retweeted it, and we plan on reposting that stuff again this year. It's a great way to introduce comics to new readership. Almost everybody encountered comics sort of by accident or just through, it wasn't like you were pushing to like find a comic your first time. You just kind of like found one, and we're putting those comics in front of other people's faces and doing what we can to grow this readership. Like I said, though, the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. Jimmy, can you tell the people what you have out there forthcoming?
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release. It'll be out later this year from Image Comics, and it collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, which is also out from Image. They just reprinted that book, so if you missed that, you can pick it up now. You can also find my work in Hulk Grand Design. There's a treasury-sized edition that has recently been published with the fluorescent green cover that you cannot miss. Tells the entire story of the history of the Incredible Hulk. Perfect for new Hulk fans or longtime readers. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel, available wherever books are bought and sold. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can read my latest comics that are being serialized there weekly.
2023 is a big year, and we're expecting big things from the Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus coming out in time for the holidays. So please support this book. It's going to be 504 a little over 500 pages. It's going to collect all 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there. It's going to have 140 pages of extras, including lots of artwork that I've drawn exclusively for this book. Man, it's a real one-of-a-kind item, and I hope you show up to support that. Also for the holiday season, X-Men Grand Design is coming back to print with the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. It's going to be a trade paperback that contains all 3 X-Men Grand Design volumes that I put together in one handy-dandy trade paperback volume. What the things I'm working on right now, though, man, Red Room Crypto Killers season of Red Room Comics is coming out. There are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there right now. The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. Crypto Killers is the 3rd. First issue came out in May. Second issue is forthcoming in June. And each of these issues is completely self-contained. So if you see a Red Room comic out there in the wild, scoop it up, give it a shot. If you dig it, grab another one. You might also find WYSIWYG out in the wild if you're lucky. Jimmy, tell the people what else we have going on.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, hats, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics. Hey, West Coast Avenger. It's a John Romita Jr. cable from the Cable miniseries. Some Kayfaber made this shirt and sent it in, so love a free shirt.
Yeah, dude. And you were asking for some version of that.
Yes.
Like somebody did the best they could, which is so cool. But
Yeah,
there's the one like the cable head is up
there's
here.
What do they call those, like maxi prints or something?
Right.
Yeah. It's I ended up this shirt has grown on me. It's probably the comic book shirt I wear the most.
Yeah, it's so funny because like all this is a Kayfaber shirt. Like we just got
Hard to beat a free shirt.
our wardrobe, like all the shirts I took out to Tokyo. It's like there's like a death shirt where she says Peachy Keen, like that come from the Kayfabers. Craig C.K. Dull Pen on Instagram, man, it has that great $1 million fucking Kirby NBA logo. You know,
that's a
like
great one.
like that was one of the shirts I brought out there and rocked. Like that is a great design, man.
It really is. Yeah, it's one of those designs. Like when I saw it, I got jealous.
He should be able to make $1 million off of that.
Absolutely. Do you have one more, or is that 4?
I do have one more. It's
Okay.
it's Chris Valiant.
Oh, right, yes. M. Campbell, 21 heads tall. It makes me think, like, I had done a Rob Liefeld drawing that was like an anatomy drawing where it was stripped down to the muscles and bionic arm. This would be an equal one to do an anatomy drawing of, because that is a tiny head.
I seen a yeah, you're right. I seen the original. It might be in one of these Marvel books, or I just saw it on Comic Art Fans, and it stretches to the entire 11x17. Like the head, like the tip of the hair almost touches the edge of the paper up top, and same thing at the bottom.
It's why it made it so good as like a maxi shirt. I think it was the inside cover of one of those issues of the Cable miniseries.
Yeah,
And
yeah,
it was
that's right.
inside front and back cover, like a centerfold.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah, fun image. By the way, show of hands, everybody who's going to Heroes Con. I saw a couple people talking about that on here. If you guys, anyone on the fence, I would highly recommend that show. Like, as a comics fan, that's my favorite show. It's well stocked with comic dealers. Like, we used to ride down and we would just talk about various comics, and there'd be stuff that would come up that I didn't know. Now it's like the Cartoonist Kayfabe list that I hear from all of you about great comics that I don't know. But I would go down there with like a couple of books in mind and always find them. I don't know that I ever went there looking for a book and came home without it. And then tons of artists. Like, it's just it's a good show for comics.
I after Japan and stuff, like I feel like I'm in a little better shape or something. Like I really am going to try within the next couple of weeks to schedule some post con interviews, like where we bring dudes back to the hotel room, sit them down and stuff. I'm gonna try to work that out.
That's optimistic.
Yeah.
I feel like that last year, man, I left that place and needed like IV fluids.
No,
It'd be
I
like the
hear you.
Jordan flu game or something by the end of Saturday night.
We I mean we're super busy, but like the thing is, like, we just couldn't approach anybody or not, like, so like if you set it up ahead of time, you just have that as part of your thing, like the adrenaline should still stay kicking. Ain't this funny? Where it's like, oh, this is just how you draw like Hal Foster. Just
That's
these 4 steps.
always the gag. All those old how-tos.
There's a great swipe file in here that I wanted to bolster the piece, man. Let me just find it.
Hey, Junk Draw, the gold story will be in that comic book I'm printing. Yeah, the stuff that I'm serializing now on Patreon is what's going in there.
Yeah, it's so good.
And I'll be talking more about that and posting it on my social media. I just need it to get a little bit closer to, like, definitely going to make the deadline.
Yeah, for sure. In doing just I've been into Prince Valiant lately. In the 60s, Wayne Boring drew a bunch of the backgrounds and stuff.
Interesting.
Yeah, he did so much ghost work. Whenever, Kurt Swan becomes a Superman guy, like that's where he goes with his career.
Wow.
Why am I not finding these fucking parts, man? It's a real good section because it's like Frazetta cribbing. Maybe it's earlier in the book than I thought. Oh, yeah, there it is. Because we can't just like I said to you before, man, this is really a way to have a Hal Foster Prince Valiant episode that actually like gets views. Even though we gotta bait it up a little bit because unfortunately the Kayfabers just don't 100% trust our taste to watch all of our videos without a little hyperbole, a little salesmanship here and there. So what we're going to look at, guys, is we're going to look at that first volume of Prince Valiant. We're going to sell it with the Kirby Demon stuff. And then we're going to look through it. You know, I'm going to grab volume 2 also because, like, probably the best pages are in volume 2.
Yeah, Ed and I were texting about the Batman Year One Artist Edition announcement. And it's like in my head, is that like the 6th version of Year One I'll buy?
Yeah, it's definitely the it'll be my 4th.
I feel like if you have the Absolute Edition and the Artist Edition, you're covered.
Yeah, look at this shit, dude.
Yeah, it's spectacular. I wonder who cleaned these up. Such a
guy.
really nice edition.
Ain't that crazy?
Mm-hmm.
All in perspective, and when you see inside the boats, like you see how the logic of it. Tell me that ain't Buscema.
I see so much like Norman Rockwell overlap.
Absolutely.
You know, it's guys who are really like researching their subjects.
Yeah.
The figures seem similar to me.
Right. Yeah. Very
There's
classically
some kind
drawn.
of idealistic. You know, probably like a Rosetta Stone that they're looking back at.
Yeah, like Wyeth or
right.
Pyle or somebody.
They do such a good job with the color reproductions in these two. It really makes them shine. Do you have the artist edition of this?
No. Unbelievable. I watched a episode of This Is Your Life with Hal Foster, and it had like his high school girlfriend that he didn't see in 40 years, and just other illustrator dudes. Like this guy he went on a cross country bicycle trip with.
What's up with that?
And their
Him
bike
and
got
Jack
smashed.
Cole? Like, he's bold.
He's such an outdoorsman.
I wonder what his schedule's like that he has time to do that.
Yeah. These strips would take 70 hours a week. That's what he said. Another guy who worked on these things was Tex Blaisdell, who was a teacher at the Kubert School. Famous ghost.
I saw Hy Eisman's name come up in something I was looking at recently, and now I forget what it was. So this story has no gravity whatsoever. But I always think of that he was at the Kubert School.
Yeah. Yeah, man. Like everybody who had Hy Eisman as a lettering teacher who lettered their comics, all of our lettering looks a little the same.
That's interesting.
Like it's a big font. Like it's a big point size. It's a semi-bold.
I wonder if Lieber had him, because I remember reading like the Lieber wrote something somewhere online early in my days.
Oh, he had
a lettering.
Yeah, no, he absolutely.
Like the lettering how-to.
He was the only Kubert School letterer until the year that I went there when I had that Phil Felix guy. But it was all the same lessons. Mm-hmm. It was the same exact lessons. It's just like Hy was fucking 70-something years old and didn't want to do four classes because they're driving in from New York or whatever.
Yeah, I feel like he's got an interesting, like, there were some things on his resume that are
all ghost stuff. Like, I think he worked with Tex.
That may have been it. That might have been what I came across.
He worked on Dondi with Erwin Hasen, who was a teacher. That Dondi strip is fucking weird, man. It looks real stupid. Like, it doesn't feel like it has a hook to it,
As the Seinfeld of comic strips. It's about nothing.
Yeah. Let's do it. Little bit of controversy today. Jack Kirby swiped one of his greatest creations, and we're going to talk about that. But I want to welcome you guys to the to your favorite comic book YouTube channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Ed Piskor.
I'm Jim Rugg.
We're going to get into all of that in a second. But first, got to let you guys know that Jimmy and I are going to be going to Heroes Con. We look forward to seeing you in a couple of weeks. There, we're bringing all of our stuff, man. We're going to get a big-ass soccer mom van to take down there so that we can fit everything in there. Look forward to seeing you guys. Make sure you rock your Cartoonist Kayfabe shirts. Fly the flags high. Also, at the end of July, last Saturday of July to be specific, is Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is an initiative that Jimmy and I have put together where we are dumping a whole bunch of comics on the population of the United States. The way that we're doing that is by taking a bunch of our comps and a bunch of our comic book doubles, things that we already have, and we're going to supply the free little lending libraries around town with stacks and heaps of comics. We encourage you to do the same. We did this same deal last year. So many of you, 1,000 of you, showed up and hashtagged us in your dissemination of comics. We want that same thing this time, man. We're going to retweet you. We're going to re-share those posts because we're very, very excited to put comics out there into the universe and potentially generate new comic book readership. So today, man, we're going to look through Prince Valiant Volume 1, the Genesis period of the Prince Valiant strips. But the thing that we're going to celebrate today, man, the way that we get the viewer to take a look at said video is to look at one of the most famous sequences in Prince Valiant because of what Jack Kirby homaged from it some years later. Begins on this page here when there is this like mean old ogre who's taken over this one castle, who welcomed death enter. This ogre and his team of people, like, they bolster fear in the hearts of men. So they're already kind of like radicalized with the idea of the supernatural. And it's Prince Valiant's idea that if they already believe the hype of demons and ogres and shit existing, well, I'm going to scare the fuck out of them. I'm going to do my own psyop. And it requires this goose right here as Prince Valiant sort of looms closer to the castle. He pops his ass into that castle, and then we see him gutting that bird a little bit. Hal Foster's a very literal artist. So he's taking that goose. He's cutting off the quills from the feathers. Going to make some fangs. He's going to take them talons, and he's going to make some ears. But this is the image, right? Like, that's clearly Etrigan, the demon. And even you see those lines at the top and like that go across. Like, that's built into the Jack Kirby demon design. Now, this is a goose body. I ask you, where's the asshole? Like, is that the mouth? Is that one of the eyes? Is that what he put his neck into? The asshole is incorporated in the design, but Hal Foster is a classy fella, so right. he ain't telling you. Now
you have to take some liberties if you're going to make your own goose flesh mask at home.
But check this out, dude, because like you always see this image, you see this image, you see this image often, but there are lots of side views, and with that literal fucking Hal Foster artwork, the gooseneck is always visible.
It's really cool looking. It's almost like a ponytail or something in most of those drawings.
Yeah, you always see it. Look at the body language, you know?
That body language is uncanny, like Jack Kirby's demon.
Yeah.
It's weird to think that that's something that you would also take. What an impression this character must have made on a young Kirby.
3 weeks of strips. You know, just a 3-week cycle. And that was the cool thing about Hal Foster is like he'd be one and done. He'd be into something and out of it really, really quickly. But here he is. He strikes fear into the main ogre guy and actually kills him. He dies of fright. So then he becomes kind of a legendary figure within the castle walls and kind of terrorizes people. The way that he sort of lives in his joint, he just sleeps inside of like a big curtain that is kind of like dangling somewhere. Great uplighting on our guy here.
Yeah, this is a spectacular panel. I mean, that's a splash page in a comic book.
And he successfully scares everybody out of the castle.
That's that. Getting rid of that filthy goose skin.
So let's do our anatomy. So there's the head, and then it would come back. Like, I think that is a blown out asshole mouth.
Yeah, that's wonder if Hal Foster's laughing about that. Is he's thinking carefully, how does this mask and anatomy line up?
Well, like, you know, you field dressed a deer 1 or 2 times, no?
I have, yeah.
So you actually got to cut the asshole out, right? So it's just like where the butthole was. Now, we've gotten out of the controversy, man. Like, and we got you guys to click the thing, man. So we're actually going to do a Hal Foster vid.
I do think it's worth dwelling for a moment just on the idea of like the impact this has on a young Jack Kirby.
Totally.
Because it's years and years later that he does it, and I can't imagine that he's rereading Hal Foster and going, "Oh yeah, you know what? This is the perfect thing." Like, this is something he saw as a kid. Do you know if he ever talked about this character? The origins of this character? Because you wonder if is this one of those things where like we all see stuff and then it gets into our work and then someone goes, "Hey, did you swipe this artist?" And it's like, "No, what are you talking about?" And
right.
You see it and go, "Oh shit, did I swipe this artist?" Because it's exactly the thing, but it's the impression. Like, this had to be such a. I mean, we know the impact Hal Foster has on history of comics. He's one of the huge influences coming out of these Sunday pages. And Jack Kirby's reading this stuff as a young aspiring artist. Like, totally. It just has to be burnt into his psyche. And this image in particular, this awful, grotesque monster.
It's the truth, too, because, what reprints were out there, and you never see Jack Kirby's bookshelves, right? So, like, there were certainly the Nostalgia Press, like Woody Gelman, Prince Valiant reprints. Those are probably the ones that were at your library when you were a kid or something. But before that, I just don't know. Like, was this just kind of out in the ether? I do think more people collected the tear sheets than we probably think. Mm-hmm. Because imagine seeing this at a broadsheet size. How could you throw that away each week? But
that'd be a beautiful thing to grab a couple tear sheets, because it's probably something that's more affordable than, like, we see people that have like Rarebit Fiends or something, like some old like early 1900s. At this point, these are somewhat collectible. Like, you can probably find these at a reasonable price and get 1 or 2 of them, throw them on your wall. It'd look great.
I'm on a Prince Valiant rabbit hole lately, man. Actually, a comic strip rabbit hole. So we're going to look through some more Hal Foster and share a bunch of that stuff. But Kirby wasn't the only guy to swipe from the great Hal Foster. Before Prince Valiant, Hal Foster was drawing the Tarzan strip. And this is your, like, Lord Greystoke before he, wiles out and starts living in the jungle. Big influence on the Siegel-Schuster jib of Superman. There is your Kirby, Etrigan the Demon. These are the guys, J.C. Leidecker, who Hal Foster was, like, riffing on. Developed his style from, like, the great illustrators of the 1800s. We see believe it or not, man, Bob Kane might have swiped a time or two.
What's amazing, too, with the Etrigan design are the ears. Even down to the ears, the detail is consistent.
Totally. Here's some Frazetta. We recently looked at the Frazetta Living Legend monograph that he produced himself, and it had the a Thunda story, Thunda the Barbarian or whatever. This is the image from that, and this is the original Hal Foster piece, Hal Foster Tarzan piece with a Frazetta Tarzan painting.
Yeah, there's a Wally Wood of that one too, by the way.
Yes.
that one has probably been swiped. There might be a couple others too in between there.
Oh yeah. This is a funny one, man. First off, this strip, I posted this on Kayfabe. It's like a 4 or 5 panel fight scene that ends with this guy getting put in some kind of like weird leg lock. But Shelley Moldoff did the crib in here for a Hawkman, and that's a short. This is his shorts on his far leg, and he kept that line. You see?
Yeah, I do. That's pretty good. That leg lock probably goes back to Frank Gotch.
Right.
And what's his name? Who did he wrestle? It's like the most famous match. Hackenschmidt?
Oh, yeah, George Hackenschmidt.
Yeah, because it was a leg lock is what Gotch would use. And famously, Hackenschmidt had his knee, like, twisted before the match. But it's kind of interesting how that stuff all ties together.
Check out this old Tarzan panel that Foster put together. And below is an Alex Raymond Flash Gordon piece. And one of the noteworthy things is the lack of depth. And this is one of the this is like what Jeff Darrow does so well. This is what Hal Foster does so well. Is like the depth is contingent on like the size of the guys in the background, and it's hard to freaking draw small dudes. And you see that like the bigger you draw them, the less depth of field there is, man. So
I always think that's something Mobius has really kind of brought back to the Western comics. Maybe in the '90s, you start to see guys like Frank Quitely putting that on the page.
Howard Pyle is a guy whose name comes up a lot in conversation, and this is that sphere of influence, right? Like Hal Foster didn't invent everything; he used a little bit of inspiration. It ain't one for one like these shits, but it's there. Probably the most famous image. I think Al Williamson owned this page.
Wow.
And may still, in the estate, own that piece.
It's funny, the Batman thing, if you go back one page whenever we were looking at this, I was thinking so much of this being like a real Batman kind of, scaring the criminals, or a cowardly lot kind of
How
idea.
cool is this shit, man? It's 37. This is before the comic book is invented. And it really is a complete epic. When you get started with Prince Valiant comics, it's this very 12-panel grid, a lot of sameness, a lot of busyness, a lot of stuff going on in these pages. I think he did the first 4 pages kind of on spec to sort of sell his own idea. He was coming off the Tarzan stuff. It wasn't creatively fulfilling, and he's a weird cartoonist, Hal Foster. Is he a cartoonist? Like he bristles at that notion, at that idea. He's working within the genre, but you see there's no dialogue bubbles. Like he fancies himself an illustrator who's kind of moonlighting. The problem was, man, that the ego is a very fickle thing, man. And when the fan mail started to come in, he kept going. Very interesting build at the beginning. You don't see young Prince Valiant for about 4 strips. He's just kind of like mentioned. And then when you see him, he starts doing things. Oh, here's that image that Frazetta cribbed from early on. It doesn't take long before he starts getting more and more ornate with the background details and things, with the storytelling. His word choice is pretty fantastic. Imagine drawing horses, 9-10 horses a page every week. I think these would take him about 70 hours per week. Once again, speaking to his literal kind of mentality, this is a dragon, just like a big giant crocodile. You see versions of this in even Game of Thrones, where there are these people, these magicians, but it's really chemistry.
Do you know if he colored? Was he doing color guides for this?
Yes. Yeah, the color was very important to him, and he set up the guides himself for a long time. The beauty of these strip books is that the front matter and the back matter are as important as the comics, and gives you a lot of insight.
The other beauty is the quality of reproduction here is so nice.
Yeah.
You mentioned those old library editions that I would see. They did not look like this.
It's true. Here are some examples. Kim Thompson, rest in peace, man, kind of doing his spin on the various editions that existed. The editions that Fanta Graphics did in the 80s come from some maybe French or Scandinavian reprint that was done with 20th century Bendé standard comic book color that's represented here. This might be a French. These are the various versions of the old stuff, and he's just illustrating how they got hold of the guides and were able to use modern scanning and stuff to give you a better version of the strip. This is absolutely the best that you can get your hands on. They really
great vertical.
Oh, it's so good.
It's such a good
you feel it, right? You totally feel that height. Look at this shit, Jimmy. The depth.
It's a 2-page spread.
And just so considerate. There's so much subtlety that happens. Sometimes there'll be a maiden who's leaning against a wall, and you see the tension of her hair kind of pushing against the wall and looking in an interesting way. He doesn't have codified iconography for what his noses look like or what his ears look like. It's all contingent on the lighting of the situation.
Go back one. You think that, I mean, these are famous comics, right? You think this is a reference that we see in Spawn, the Dave Sim Spawn issue?
I don't, because I just don't see McFarlane being literate at comics at that kind of level. But I mean, the composition is there.
I mean, I don't know if Dave Sim didn't do the compositions for a lot of that issue.
That's fair.
And I would think Dave Sim is a comics somewhat a...
yeah.
This is just... I always think of it just because, like I always say in my library, there was Garfield and Prince Valiant.
Right.
That's what you had in my library growing up.
Yeah. Hey, man, maybe Dave Sim showed this to McFarlane. I know that he's very stingy about, you write the fucking thing, I'll draw the fucking thing.
That's true.
But why wouldn't Dave Sim give him some stuff? Look at this square ass courtship of the medieval period, dude. Gonna go outside a girl's house and play your lute. You're getting take it to the fucking hooskow right then, man. You fucking stalker.
Is the writing? I've never read these. Is it pulpy? Because it would have been that era.
There's purpleness to it, absolutely, but the turn of phrase can be badass at times, man. This is another example of like the literalness that Hal Foster brings into it, where Morgan Le Fay, she is poisoning, she's drugging Prince Valiant, and he's seeing these visions. This is when using color holds.
Yeah.
But they also weave that as like spells, like she's creating potions and stuff. But you and I would know that to be fucking roofies or something. Merlin shows up, like these. All of the the badasses of Arthurian legend are there. Look at these kind of color holds, and you see clear like brush strokes and things. Massive amounts of craft. Look at these aliens.
Bizarre color there too.
Yeah, because he's flipping the script and he's dosing her up with he spit it out or whatever. There's that Al Williamson owned page.
That's an amazing panel.
Foster knows where to leave the negative space.
Yeah, I've been enjoying that in the flip through because it is like a unique to Prince Valiant challenge.
Yeah, here goes a wrestling match with the look at that toe hold, man, like just emasculating our big guy. Just making him a bitch. But the way he's sitting right there, don't need much emasculation.
No. It's so funny. That guy would have been a perfect extra for, like, he's doing a wrestling picture after he finishes this.
Yeah, absolutely. The amount of detail and the attention to how everything's built is just fantastic. So you see these, like, little warships, these Viking warships, and you see the shields hanging off. And then on this one, you could see, like, these little pylons and, like, the little wristband or whatever where you put your arm through the shield. Like, you see that the shields are just hanging off of that thing. So he's like really understands.
All of it's really sharp. I like seeing our Viking with those Thor-like discs on his chest.
Dude, I mean, you see the Thor helmet right there. Maybe perhaps there's a couple more things that Kirby might have taken from the comic strips. For years, man. Oh yeah, you know what? There was a couple pieces. I might even see it in this next volume, but there was some real Buscema kind of seated poses. I just want to take a look through a couple of these, man, because I feel like I found the hook to get people to click on and check out Prince Valiant. And they should become aware of these comics. I would say that the Hal Foster fastball when it comes to this shit, like, look at these battles, dude.
It's shocking.
That's insane. Like,
you can see where those 70 hours a week are.
You do one of these pages a month or something, like that would be an achievement. But to do one a week with such varying composition each time, full battles, color holds with fireballs, and look at these crazy skies.
That guy's amazing.
I would say that the first 3 volumes would contain the fastball, the stuff at that rigorous a level. And then he starts to come up with his codified language that is still very, very good, but he shoots his load a lot in these first ones, man. Like, I was talking with Jeff Darrow recently, and we were talking about Valiant, because I've just been on this tip. And he's talking about like the more later ones, it's all Prince Valiant like looking and like surveying, like, oh, that castle is, so far away and is so high and there's so many people, like, and just planning raids. This is another very famous sequence, and to just illustrate that, like, he's putting a lot in there, and sometimes it's not even about the arc of the thing, and you'll see what I mean. So he shows up at the Cave of Time, and there's just this kind of witch lady in there, sits with the witch lady. She sends him off deeper into the cave. This is an interesting bit, and this goes along with what you said about Dave Sim, because in the first 20-some issues of Cerebus, there is a guy who's like a master of time or something like that, and the time is lettered like this, as opposed to the typical Dave Sim. So that's one point in your favor there. Goes into the cave deeper. You see all of this bounty. He's smogging, dude, and has, all kinds of booty from people that he fucked over. But it's like, it's Father Time is in this cave.
The rendering on the Father Time is just really hard to believe.
That, yeah, especially how do you reproduce that into a comic page? This is a fun sequence. So Father Time kind of like jumps on him. I would love to see this animated, just like this like wispy, skinny, gaunt fucking Father Time. You see with each panel, our Prince Valiant is getting older and crustier to the point where he like leaves, and the witch kind of like just brings him back. That's all that happened. There's no fight with the old dude. There's nothing. And the only thing about this that matters is that now Prince Valiant knows what it is like to be old and crusty and to enjoy himself in the moment. Like that's what all that was for. So there's not some real big payoff or anything like that. It just was where his mind was at the time.
He does so many spectacular examples of water. Like that last one you were showing, there are waves crashing.
Oh yeah.
Which, beautiful to look at, not fun to draw.
Right.
Not easy to draw, at least.
Yeah.
And then you see waterfalls. We've seen the ships out on the open seas. It's really impressive.
Look at the knowledge he has about like what is underneath the cool lattice work and the shingles of roofs as the Hun kind of start to descend upon this castle. This is a real build-up with this story where like the Hun are out there just fucking destroying the castle, getting closer and closer to the heart, and each night the people within the castle are enjoying their fruits of their meals and stuff. They have everything they need. The Hun destroy the outer wall of a castle, and then they realize there's an inner wall. So it's like a slow build until the Hun inevitably finally get in there, and it's all good because it's like they ate the last of their meals. But see, they have such decadence, Caligula type shit. And then when the Hun finally come in there, there are definitely some like race stuff because it's like here your Hun, these fucking savages and stuff. And then you got like your aristocracy, your Anglos, fucking, disappearing in a hatch.
That Jester is a wild looking character design.
It is. I think he shows up more. We're going to get a lot of stuff. I stole this in X-Men Grand Design. You know what? Like, speaking of cribs, let me show a crib. Can I show a crib, Jimmy?
Yeah, and while you do, we'll stare at this, I guess, sky, whatever that is, that background atmosphere.
Pretty psychedelic.
Man, I wonder what kind of photo refs and things he sets up to do some of this stuff, because every now and then you'll see these lighting effects that are just really spectacular, and I don't know that you fake that kind of lighting.
Okay, here it is, man. It's this panel right here that I stole. That's this right here. If you could see that. Here, if you could put this book your way. So, this right here is this.
Pretty subtle.
Yeah. It's just such a good composition.
Right.
And this is a very... This image is burned into my mind for some reason. So like when I needed my guy to get pounced, that was like an image that came to mind. There was this one piece, man. It might be in the previous volume. Yeah, it is. But there are these like lumbering seated figures that you've seen Buscema draw it 1,000,000 times. I could go on and on, man, about this. I'm having such a ball. What I was doing was like this.
Wow.
Buscema-ish, man.
Totally. Love that he throws something like this in too, to really contrast what all is in that panel.
Yeah. big, man. He put these panels are big. Like each one is almost like an 8.5 by 11 piece of paper. So fantastic. What I was doing before was I was reading a different strip book every night before bed. Terry and the Pirates Tuesday, that type of stuff. Dick Tracy Wednesday. I got to a sweet spot in Prince Valiant that I'm like, I'm just gonna be fucking around with Prince Valiant for a little while. I'm off that now, like I'm back on some other stuff and sprinkling it back in. But revisited this stuff. I showed off the Kirby Demons things on online, and I was astonished at the people that we know who didn't know that Kirby piece. So like I hit you up, I'm like, dude, I think we take for granted like the stuff that we take as common knowledge. People don't always know that, man. And we have the Cartoonist Kayfabe platform to celebrate this stuff and show it off. Ain't no diss to Kirby whatsoever, despite any kind of clickbait title. I have very little interest in hearing comments defending or dissing. I could care less what any armchair fucking fanboys have to say about that issue. Really, we're celebrating Prince Valiant today, man. And without further ado, if you're good to go, I'm good to go. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Jimmy and I are going to be at Heroes Con in a couple of weeks. Charlotte, North Carolina. Can't wait. We're going to have lots of good stuff for you. So come by the Cartoonist Kayfabe booth. We also are going to be doing Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July again this year. It was such a big success last year. We're doing it again and probably going to do it for the foreseeable future. Last Saturday in July, we're calling all of you artists and comic book fans, grab your comic book doubles, grab the comics that you're happy to part with, grab your comp copies that you got from your publisher if you are a cartoonist. We're going to spread those around like Johnny Appleseed around our cities and neighborhoods to those free little lending libraries in your area. Let's create bigger comic readership. That's an action item that we can do. And once a year, we do that in at the end of this July. More readers are developing from that. How can they not? Especially if you're putting good stuff in those boxes. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, can you please let the people know what you have out there?
Street Angel Princess of Poverty is my next release. It'll be out from Image Comics later this year, collecting all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive. Image just reprinted Street Angel Deadly Squirrel Alive, so if you missed that the first time, pick it up now. Hulk Grand Design, the oversized Treasury Edition, is available in stores now with the fluorescent green cover, so you can't miss it while supplies last. And The Plain Janes, the first young adult graphic novel. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg and see my latest comics that I'm serializing there weekly.
Big year 2023 for the Kayfabers, man. And Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is going to be in stores in time for the holidays. I think it's coming out in October, so it gives you plenty of time to buy it and wrap it up for your the hip hop fan in your life. 500 plus pages of comics, collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there. 140 pages of new material, including lots of artwork that I drew exclusively for this book. Please support the book. You guys have been showing up in a big way in the pre-orders, and I've gotten some feedback directly from the publisher from that, so thank you very much. We are going to be putting out X-Men Grand Design Trilogy because some of those books are out of print. This is going to be a complete trade paperback of all of my X-Men Grand Design comics coming to you from Marvel Comics. Same deal, and probably November, I think. So in time for the holidays, no doubt. And Red Room is the comic that I'm working on now that's coming out right now on a regular basis. Every month, new issue of Red Room. Issue 1 came out in May. And this is the cover for issue number 2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game in Red Room Comics. Each of these issues is self-contained, so if you see an issue, scoop it up, give it a shot. If you dig it, grab another one. 2 trade paperbacks out there, Antisocial Network and Red Room Trigger Warnings. What else do we have going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy. We'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Boom. We probably should have promoted that we were going to be doing the stream today, because like I feel like noticing in the chat like it was like fewer than we've had in some time.
Yeah, and it's a be a gimmick, an
Right.
event. Always good to play those up. Next time we have a break, we'll have to remember that.
Oh my goodness. I'm gonna supercharge the phone. I'm gonna make a tea real quick. And then 2 more vids. I have this piece, which is real good. It also speaks of Dean Mulaney and his strip interests and stuff. It's either 1 year or 2 years of strips, and it's the complete Johnny Comet. Though there are missing strips in the middle here and there.
Depending on whether one reads the accounts of Cap or Frazetta,
Yeah.
Frazetta's contribution was either small or immeasurable.
Like you could see how it could die on the vine. It just doesn't look very interesting. It's well drawn enough, but it has nothing colorful.
Yeah.
It's too basic. It's all average looking people. You know, he's also alpha male, and there's just like not much of that. A continuing theme that a lot of the cartoonists talk about, like that have these characters that endure, is that you just have to apply fucking bullshit onto your character. Like he has to be a loser. Like he has to try hard and lose, and like that's what people identify with. Like that's almost verbatim what a lot of these guys will say.
So this is 52.
He was trying, man.
Yeah, so I think it goes this one, and Thunder were Thunder was also 52. So like these two are concurrent, and then the romance comics come in 53. Which I guess is when he's working with Al Cap.
Al Cap is Cap.
These are strange.
Yeah, not too sexy.
I always wonder about how artists develop, like, I don't know what it is, an understanding, a composition, a confidence, or something. And this is, pre those things.
Yeah. There's going to be a slightly more somber tone that you're probably going to expect while doing this kind of episode, but like I'll just bring it up in conversation because it drums up some certain insecurities in mind that are general. It's nothing specific, but it'll be a good part of the conversation, I think.
Kind of illustrates how ambitious doing a comic strip is, where like a guy who's clearly uber talented still just can't step into it.
Yeah. He also did like a Frosty the Snowman type comic strip, like some kind of snowman character or something, I think.
I don't know how best to compose that. I like the big Frazetta though.
Yeah, that's the thumbnail right there for sure. Good to go. Yeah, Comic Heroes Con, Comic Christmas in July.
Hello and welcome to Cartoonist Kayfabe, YouTube's favorite comic book channel. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into Frank Frazetta's comics work, I want to remind everybody that we are going to be at Heroes Con.
Oh yeah, we're not doing the book thing. Oh yeah, my bad.
It's all right. Hit that again. Let me start that one. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
We're going to be looking at Frank Frazetta's comics work on today's episode, but I want to remind everybody that we will be at Heroes Con in North Carolina in a couple of weeks in the middle of June, bringing along all kinds of our bibliography, prints, artwork. That's a great comic show, so if you are attending Heroes Con, and consider attending if it wasn't already on your calendar. I also want to let everybody know that we're gearing up for Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. The last weekend in July, we take our doubles, we take some of our comps, we take some just great comics, and we put them in local lending libraries around us. And we invite all of our audience to do the same. We know there's a lot of creators out there that watch our shows and have their own collection of comps. We know there are a lot of collectors out there that end up getting doubles because you can't help yourself when you're digging through those back issue bins. Take some of those good comics, spread them around in the local lending libraries in your neighborhood, and let's try to grow some new comic book fans. We did this last year. It was a great success. If you do share some in your local lending libraries, take some pictures and share them on your social media to spread the word, and let's grow some new comic book readers.
Let's do it.
So, Ed, Frank Frazetta, he's done well on our channel. Everybody enjoys Frank Frazetta artwork, mostly known as a painter, but in the early days, dabbled a lot in comics and comics art. And some of that stuff has been reproduced in comic books over the years, some of which I find in dollar bins, how I came across most of these. And we'll take a look at some of those, talk about what he was doing when as he developed. And first one I'm going to start with is Shining Knight.
Yes.
This was actually, try to go in somewhat chronological order. And Shining Knight was some of the first comics work that he did. This would have been in, I think 51, and appeared in the back of National Publications, which is DC Comics, and just these little 7 or 8 page backups. You can see this is actually published by DC Comics. And once Frazetta becomes a star, everybody's happy to put his name on the cover. And you can see it, man. That's when you've arrived, whenever it's your name in the hero title slot above.
Top billing.
And you can also see kind of what was popular in that time frame in the late 40s and early 50s. And a little bit of Prince
Foster?
Valiant being referenced, I think, in some of this stuff. This would appear in, cowboys and western comics, a huge genre. So you get some of that flavor as backups here. And you can kind of see a young cartoonist. It's interesting to watch the development of Frazetta over these couple of years that we're going to showcase. Because I think in a lot of ways, whenever he enters comics making, guy with a ton of talent, but very, very raw, a lot to continue to refine. And by the time he leaves, he's a world-class illustrator, sought after, the rest of his career. And drawing comics, we say it a lot, it's a very rigorous practice. So if you have some talent and you have some pride in your work, chances are you're going to develop pretty quickly whenever you're working at this kind of a schedule.
Yeah, like just looking at this early proto work, man, and seeing the Hal Foster influence, when he goes on to kind of like hit a stride with EC comics and participate in what is affectionately known as the Fleagle Gang with Al Williamson, Roy Krenkel, Angelo Torres, and there's always one or two other guys, George Woodbridge maybe. They like the Hal Foster influence is like a connecting piece of tissue between Williamson, Frazetta, and those other guys, man. So iron sharpens iron, like in the 50s when they all connected, his work just leveled up so much. And I think it might have been Krenkel who was doing the first paperback covers. I think Krenkel brought him in.
Interesting.
So it's still a Fleagle experience.
Yeah, and the EC stuff comes later, a couple years after this, and I wonder if as he gets into a position where known for paying much better EC Comics than some of these publishers, if that adds to it too, just having the time in terms of like you need X amount of money to live, does that allow a certain amount of development and improvement? I guess.
Yeah, sure. There's a big rawness here that feels like a student. Okay, man, this Thunder piece was in our Frank Frazetta, The Living Legend monograph, and I was very curious like where it might have first appeared, but it's very raw.
These two are actually, these three are all Fanta Graphics, so I feel like, reproduction wise, this is kind of a nice reproduction. The coloring, I believe, is recolored for this edition.
Oh, it is, yeah, sure. It's total blue line method.
And the bummer is there's not a lot of material like giving it context, which is something Fanta Graphics has really evolved over the years to include that kind of historical stuff. But I do think you start to see more of what we think of as Frazetta.
Yeah.
The great shadow, the dramatic lighting on these characters, and then, these cavemen Neanderthal characters. I mean, they stick with him throughout his career. Like a lot of this stuff, it's funny to see it port into his paintings and his covers and stuff. And we've looked at some Foster recently. I feel like this is one of those Tarzan swipes
for sure.
that we've looked at.
And that Thunder piece was drawn several times. I bet this is from Foster. Like all the best stuff in that first Thunder story. Like there was one of the famous Foster swipes.
It's amazing to think that comics used to look like this, just in terms of like these monsters and action stuff, because I don't know that there are any comics that are like this today.
No, totally.
Like the pulp equivalent, of like the pulp novels and things and short stories, they're on the page here.
They are.
Like it's really capturing that kind of tone. But how good would this look in black and white? You know, like you can see that's another piece that's just very different back then.
Another piece is that he always references himself. Like every dude looks like Frank Frazetta.
That's funny because that's such a kayfabe sort of thing.
Right.
Especially if you're some good-looking dude, as Frazetta was known to be. And, panels like this wouldn't surprise me if there's a Foster reference somewhere in here. These, like, action compositions.
Yeah.
That stuff is so strong in Foster's work, and what an influence on generations of creators. Sometimes Thunder's so ripped.
Yeah.
Wonder if that's modeling after one of his studio buddies. Looking in the mirror, drawing with their shirts off. It's surprising that this stuff doesn't have more, I think, of a presence, because you look at this and it feels like that's not out of place. It holds up very well. If you're looking at this as a Frazetta appreciation, it's pretty strong work.
Yeah, and it's evolved beyond the previous two Thunder strips.
Yeah, I don't know if he was working out of a studio at this point, like how he's getting assignments and how the industry is shaping up at this stage. This would have been like 1952, I believe, is about the time of these strips. And he's also drawing around this time, getting into a brief daily strip. So doing a lot of comics art, a lot of the pen and ink, black and white. That's another one that I think is a
classic Hal Foster.
It is, and that's been lifted by all kinds of people. I know there's a Wally Wood that is basically this pose. That's a wild character design.
One of the things that Frazetta said about like working with pen and ink is that he never favored it because with painting you can push that oil a little bit and get some amazing happy accidents that you could then replicate and make it a part of your style. And ink is just unforgiving. It's a precise medium in a lot of ways, and the way he uses it is pretty precise.
All right, so I'm jumping a little bit into a comic strip reprint, and the reason is this is chronological. As I mentioned, we're going to get back to Untamed Love after this, which follows this, but this is like 1952, and Eclipse Comics doing the reprint here.
That's Dean Mullaney, man, the guy who's responsible for like all the best of comic strip reprints. This is so cool. This is something I'm mindful of because I'm becoming a daily comic strip artist. So before the strip would be released, like in that space, there would be like a promo image that's as good as any kind of like movie promo poster that I could think of. You know, well typeset, some action, a close up on your hero.
Yeah, a little montage of a couple of different images. That's great. That's the equivalent of a movie trailer, but in the comic strip format.
Yeah. So I guess what I'm saying is I'm gonna have to do some of that.
Absolutely. Even blowing up these panels, hats off to Eclipse for like trying to figure out how do you make this stuff work, because this is reprinted in the 80s, so you're reprinting a 35-year-old strip probably whenever this book comes out. Got to make it sexy. Got to try to sell these things.
Shouts to the people who saved these strips to like make this kind of thing possible.
Kind of love that this is a racing. I mean, that's a pretty great panel.
Yeah.
It's neat to see where Frazetta is at this time period, like what works and what doesn't. We often talk about you want to have some speed, get the wheels off the ground. You want to go wrong, man. Like a race car becomes a wing once it gets airborne, once it leaves the ground.
That's true, man.
And that is just, boy, racing, not a safe sport back then. You can imagine that should have been maybe Johnny Comet's end.
One of the things that came to mind, though, man, is like you could see it right here. It's still very raw. Mm-hmm. But there have been, long tenures of strips that look just like this, that kind of really, were always mid-Carter level. Tim Tyler was the name of one of them, like that type of shit. That had years worth of chronology, but they kind of like were mid-Carter. And that's what this feels like. Obviously it's Frazetta art, so it's good. But it brought up this like insecurity in my mind that comes up every now and then when you see this kind of thing, because we know what happened with him. We know he went a certain direction and kind of found his niche. But I often wonder and get nervous about like missing the opportunity of like really finding out what your niche is. Like one of the thoughts that would come to mind is like, woodworking with an inker. Like, is there an inker out there who could like take my work and fucking present it in the absolute best way possible, like things like that. But it's just like I'll never find out. And that's what this kind of represents to me. Like he could have probably have done this for years and missed out on a lot of like what becomes Frank Frazetta. You could see like the spotty different versions of like getting these strips. Look at that.
Yeah. We got to imagine, like, I guess this strip must have been canceled after a year. I mean, I doubt if it's going successfully and Frazetta walks away.
No, yeah, of course.
So, there are natural breakpoints, I suppose, like that. And it's like anything else that you struggle with. Like, you do it. If it doesn't work, you change something.
You get to see more and more modern Frazetta in there.
Yeah, it's really neat to see him going through here, because there are glimpses where you go, oh, yeah, I could have picked that panel out as being a Frazetta. And then there's a bunch of panels like, I would never, if you showed me that panel, I wouldn't think Frazetta.
It looks like Al Cap, like his little Abner type work.
Which is where Frazetta goes after this. Mm-hmm. Like in 53, he starts assisting on Little Abner. And that's in this introduction. I'm not some great comics historian to know that. But you do see, like, that is the direction he's going. And you have to assume with the successful strip like a Little Abner, and you're a new strip artist, you are going to reference some of that stuff. It would make sense that there are panels or characters that resemble whatever the most successful strips are.
Yeah, and that's the thing. Like, there's nothing in this strip that provides much of a hook. Like, we saw the racing stuff at first, and that was like a MacGuffin to get you to read it. But you start to see less and less of it, presumably because that shit is hard to fucking draw, certainly on a daily basis. You know, look at how we're kayfabing cars and shit at this point.
Well, yeah, I wonder how much time he's putting into this, too, because that Thunder comic that I was showing, he's also drawing in 1952. You know, is he assisting someone else? Does he start with Lil Abner in that time frame? I don't know, but you do wonder, like, how much time can you devote to a new comic strip that may not be doing that well? You know, like, some of this stuff really is impressive.
Very sensual.
Yeah, and it feels like, okay, he's inventing something there, or he's doing something that's him and maybe a little bit different than your typical comic strip. Yeah, pretty interesting collection. Boy, that's a strange panel. If you told me somebody was hanging out in the studio that day and drew that, it wouldn't surprise me. It just looks different than every other panel I think that we've seen so far.
Yeah, like the fidelity of the different, each strip looking a little different in terms of like dot gain and bleed and stuff. That adds to that.
Talk about a challenge like for Mulaney or whoever was editing this to put together. I bet they had to use all kinds of source material and just take what they could find in order to get as complete a reprint as possible, because I don't think this is complete. You know, I think
there's a strip or two missing here and there that are just like lost to the ages. It might be like, you know, just fucking gone forever, really, if you think about it.
And if you're reprinting it from published sources, those things are going to vary from newspaper to newspaper and from day to day based on engraving and printing.
Yeah, totally.
Even the same copies may, you know, the same day's newspaper would probably vary quite a bit from one end of the print run to the other.
Yeah, it makes me just want to sing the praises of like forward thinkers like Bill Blackbeard, who maintained massive collections of these strips. Like I imagine that he probably had to buy maybe the newspaper 2 or 3 times per day, because when you cut one, you might be cutting into another on the back or something like that. So he just kept these shoe boxes like a hoarder, really. And
absolutely,
I think didn't Caitlin McGurk say that there were like 2 or 3 like Mack trucks that had to come to deliver those all the contents of those Mack trucks was in a dude's house.
I just saw a video of them going through some of that collection, the way they catalog it.
Yeah,
and I mean, it's
cool.
like a lifetime of probably sorting that just to organize it all.
They were organizing it 10 years ago when I went to that residency.
So I wanted to point out the difference in fidelity between this strip and this strip. You can see it really illustrated, I think, in his signature. You can see it in the screen tones. You assume that if you saw the originals of these two, they would look almost identical.
Yeah.
But the difference in reproduction kind of lets you know how different it is, like the source material and what they're trying to clean up. So kind of a pretty neat snapshot, again, of a guy who goes on to be a giant. But at that time, you can kind of see him growing and trying things and feeling his way around. So in addition to going to work on Lil Abner in 53, he also does some romance comics and some EC comics, which I don't have the EC comics here. You know, those are frequently reprinted by various EC rights holders, and we've looked at some of that. But this is another Fanta Graphics and a reprint of romance comics that he was doing, and kind of starting to look more and more Frazetta-like. And you see it in Beautiful Women, right? You're going to do a romance comic, you got to draw good-looking women, and who better than Frazetta?
Yeah.
Certainly seemed to be something he was interested in and put some effort into.
They all got those baby blue eyes, man, where it's just like that, those very scary eyes where you could see the pupil and then just like that iris is drawn.
I see so much of like a Dave Stevens, you know, had to be a fan of this stuff. And I like how cartoony the figures are. It's like, oh yeah, pretty girl, but also like kind of exaggerated, you know, rounded in things.
Probably doing that strip work really, you know, just added some craft to his game, dude, because the weight of those figures is better than like the Thunder era where they're pushing her chest out and all looking weird.
Yeah, they feel like just a little bit sexy, you know, the good-looking guy, the good-looking girl, throw some shadows on them.
Very ambitious camera angle right there. You have to imagine that that's a photo.
Yeah, it's really strong. And also, like, pretty risque in terms of what you're showing in 1953, you know? I mean, it's right before the comics code, but also it feels like there's probably some boys reading these romance comics to look at the Frank Frazetta girls.
Yeah. Using Leroy Letter probably because EC is starting to come to the fore in terms of quality. Want to start to confuse the reader with, you know, get them to think that you're an EC comic also.
1954 on here, so some of near the end of his comics drawing run.
This color fucking sucks, man.
Yeah, this color's rough. Hey, you know what else this is concurrent with like Alex Toth romance comics. If you ever see those things reprinted, it would be like almost the exact same time period. And you can see another master of black and white and how they approach the romance genre as well.
And he would have been doing his EC comics at this point, so he's seeing Wally Wood doing his fastball and like all those guys.
This piece of sculpture in the foreground to me, right out of like an EC comic. You know, like you can imagine him going from some EC comic over to this job and just like keeping some detail in there. A lot of screen tones, you know, used on this stuff too. Just don't see any of that. And then check out like the drawing for her dress and the shading on the leg and the vegetation. It is just like dashing through the inking on that.
The whole next generation, the Wrightsons, the Kalutas, will take from this kind of drapery and like push that exact drapery so much further.
And here's where we go, like his next stop is dramatic painting. Like, look at the light.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? He's got that.
Probably using Ellie for reference.
Hard silhouettes and stuff. Like, the light is such a big piece of this strip. Must be maybe the most, you know, like again, the last of these that he does. But you see just dramatic lighting after dramatic lighting. And now here we are in daylight, and all of that kind of lighting has completely changed. If you saw this in black and white, you'd know instantly whether you're looking at, again, was it daytime, was it nighttime? As soon as we drop into night, we get those romantic shadows.
Love these poses.
Yeah.
It's a very sensitive line, and it doesn't reprint well at times.
Right, especially back then, you know, 80s reprinting old comics. And now this is also Fanta Graphics. This is from the Eros Comics line. This is actually kind of an expensive book if you pick it up now. And I was looking through this whenever, I can't remember if a Kayfaber sent this in, how I ended up with this copy. But I'm looking at this and I'm like, what the heck are these things? You know, like they're very bizarre texts that are quietly in the darkness she undressed.
So what is it, like a weird paperback or something?
That's what exactly what this was paperback art for like those borderline, like you know, the adult paperbacks that come up in the 50s. That's what these are, and they're not covers. They're actually interior illustrations for that stuff that would be captioned. So again, thinking of him moving in this trajectory from comics into painting, this is a pretty good stopgap where you get to see him working with tone.
Yeah.
So it's not full color, but you can totally see that attention to lighting, detail, weight, all of the things that would come to characterize his painting. You see a lot of it here.
It's cool, man.
And it's very strange to read some of the captioning on here. And I mean, like this, it's got to be just setting up a motto and reference, right?
Yeah.
You know, this is figure drawing, classic figure drawing kind of stuff. Oh, and the drapery. All that attention. Again, I feel like that just defines what you would end up seeing in his mature work. It's funny to see it as like gags, you know? Like some of this has to be like humor mag kind of work. It's beautiful though, and they do, I think, a pretty good job on reproduction of this. It makes me wonder if this is stuff that he kept, you know, if he has the originals, like known for keeping his painted work. So I wonder if this was something that was in those early days as well, and something that he maintained, because a lot of the reproductions of this stuff is pretty impressive,
right?
Especially compared to those comic books. And if it were being printed in like cheap paperbacks,
pulp ass paper,
imagine the quality
like
it would be coming out of those.
Yeah, it would be way worse than our Johnny Comet reprints we got over there.
I must be out of my mind, she drawled. You're dangerous territory.
No, man, they're gonna be making babies.
Get a little bit of the action stuff in there as well. Great silhouettes, strong black and white. Almost a sketch.
Right. Yeah, you know, some of these might be printed from that paperback.
Yeah, I think
like
so too.
They're pretty dull.
And I think this is a cover which may have been done in color.
Right.
And I'm guessing that just because of the title there, feels like cover art of that time period. And a tiny little bit of information there. I'll leave it on screen for a moment if anybody's interested in that. They can kind of read. But it's coming from these sleazy paperbacks of the early 60s. So again, if you're thinking of what we've shown, all the comic stuff from, say, 52 to 54, and now we're jumping ahead possibly a decade there to get into the early 60s.
That's fine, because then that's when we're getting into, you know, Ace paperbacks and doing all that work that he did. But also we're getting into Warrens at that point. You know, he always keeps a little toe in comics.
Yeah, kind of a smart move if you're working freelance, just in case something goes wrong or dries up. keep those contacts handy.
And it's so pulpy that like the comic fan is going to be, you know, they're the ones buying the Death Dealer posters and the Frazetta catalogs
Right.
in 1972. You know, it's not some businessman who's reading weird spank books.
It is funny though to think of it as Eros, considering like what they publish.
Yeah.
And then there's something like this, which is, all things considered,
Very tame.
yes, very tame and kind of a classic.
Right.
Not quite what I associate with that imprint, but you can also see why they would do it. You know, it's kind of an anchor
Absolutely.
to get everybody to look at that imprint and maybe sell a couple extra of those copies.
Absolutely. Rising tide raises all ships, man. Good to go?
I am.
Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel, hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Jimmy and I are going to be going to Heroes Con in a couple of weeks. It's Charlotte, North Carolina, man. If you're going there, go look for the Cartoonist Kayfabe booth. Come hang out, say hi. Also, the last weekend in July, Saturday, is going to be Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is the initiative that Jimmy and I have put together where we are supplying our local free little lending libraries, you know, those little structures outside of businesses and people's houses in the neighborhood that have a bunch of free books. We're putting comics and magazines and our doubles, our comp copies in those, and we encourage you to do the same. You know, hashtag us in those images. We'll repost them, we'll retweet them, etc. It was a big event last year. Let's double those numbers this year. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, please tell the people what you got coming out.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty is my next book from Image Comics. It'll be out later this year. It collects all of the Street Angel material that is not in Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive. Image just reprinted Street Angel Deadliest Girl Alive, so if you missed it the first time around, pick that one up now. No overlap between those two books, but it will be a complete set of Street Angel if you get them both. Hulk Grand Design is also in stores. It's a big oversized package with fluorescent green ink on the cover. You can't miss it. If your comic book store has it, you will see it when you walk in. Pick that up while supplies last. And the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Jane's, also available. You can also join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see my latest comics. I'm serializing there weekly on my Patreon.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to you in time for the holidays. Collecting the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there, 500 plus page collection with 140 pages of material that is not in those first 4 books. Lots of additional artwork was generated this year to support this book and make it a holistic, singular thing. Also, X-Men Grand Design is coming back to print in a handy dandy trade paperback. We're calling it the X-Men Grand Design Trilogy. About 260 page trade paperback collecting all my X-Men Grand Design work is going to be out in time for Christmas also. Red Room is the focus right now. There's the cover to Red Room number 1, came out in May. Issue 2 comes out in June. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. Each issue completely self-contained. You see an issue, grab an issue, support the issue. You dig it, grab another one. 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room are out there. The Antisocial Network and Trigger Warnings. Support our comics. Keeps the lights on in the studio. Keeps these videos coming to you on a daily basis. What else do we have going on, Jimmy?
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, mugs, fanny packs, stickers, and lots more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All good ways to support the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
Do you have any fear about the capacity?
I don't have fear of capacity. I'm kind of mad at that battery seems to be wearing down again. Oh, that's good here. The battery looks like it's 80%
No, the battery's
something.
fine. Like, that doesn't mean nothing. But I'm just more worried about your iPhone storage.
Yeah, it's pretty big. I don't understand why that happens,
It might-
man. I feel like I uninstall and reinstall iMovie every other time.
It's a flawed program. It wouldn't happen if Steve Jobs was alive. He would have fixed that little thing. And it's not dubious. That's the problem. Because like what it is you delete the thing that you render, and the space that is still showing is taken up is like the other space, which is supposed to be able to be overwritten. But I have proven positive a lot of times when I transfer videos that it does not overwrite. Like it says, "Oh, you're full up," and it sucks. I am so close to getting a new iPad though, because like it's like the idea of having a 2 terabyte one, and see what the Procreate and like the updated pencil and stuff, how that feels. But I don't do too much drawing on it, besides my roughs.
I hardly ever delete any of that. Like if you go through my
I
Procreate, you can see like all of my artwork on there, and I kind of feel like once I'm done with it, it's just going to be like once it's full, it'll be like time to get another one. I'm going to turn off airplane mode and see if I can dump any of my storage. It's definitely weird. Maybe I'll reset my phone.
That can solve it.
Because it's being a little bit funny.
Yeah, that could really solve it. Dude, I gotta show you my favorite composition of the comic. Strip 13 is gonna be one of my favorites. So they're underneath like a trailer mobile home, and they're like, we need to get up there. And the one girl on the last strip is like, I think I know a way. So like right there, you could kind of tell what it is, but not 100%. And then she comes out, and it's like, oh, the air. And then so she's out, and then another girl comes out, and then now it's 2, and this one's vomiting, and then you see like a third like popping her head out there. I can't wait to draw that one.
Yeah, that should play well.
$10 drawn so far, and I think that's going to yield 5 pages. I think it's like half, and it's going to be a square book. Probably not issues, because like there's like I don't know if you saw. I would hope that you wouldn't be keeping up with comic news in Hawaii.
Yeah, I didn't see much.
But Image has jumped to that lunar distribution.
I did see that. Yeah, I got an email for that.
So, for Fanta Graphics and comic issues and stuff, like Diamond, it feels like Diamond's the dodo now. You know?
I do wonder, like, where that leaves them. Like, who's their big account?
Yeah.
And it's IDW or Dark Horse or something. But Image had Diamond was their bookstore distributor, and I don't know how that goes, because I don't know that Lunar had bookstore distribution.
Mm-hmm.
We got an email. It's funny. Like I hung out with Alika the one day.
Yeah.
And that quickly devolved into us talking comics.
Devolved? What else is there?
I think Natalie took a nap. See, something's like just not working right there.
Oh, that happens. That's no problem.
I've never had that happen before. I think there's enough space. You know, the video's just a couple gigs, so I'm going to try it. But we were talking about it literally like the distributor and Diamond and Lunar and stuff like that. And I woke up the next day and there was the email from Eric Stevenson to like Image creators explaining that was happening. And I wasn't sure like, has this been announced or what's up? Because I was going to reach out to Alika. And before I could text him, he texted me. They must have released the press release at the same exact time as they sent like the email. And I don't know. There weren't any details in terms of like the book trade stuff, but that has to be the biggest part of their business. So we will see what happens.
Yeah, it's a real weird thing too, where I think DC or whoever set the precedent of like tearing up the exclusive contracts and not having Steve Jeppy like do anything about that has created that situation that's possible. And at a certain level, I'm just like, well, I hope Fanta Graphics takes suit too, because like they have an exclusive. They're exclusive to Diamond for comic
does
shops.
their book? Is it
Baker and Taylor or Ingram or something like that? Like some real book publisher.
Yeah. I'm gonna pull this off.
Yeah, do it. It's gonna be too ugly. Maybe set it on top when we already got the thing. Yeah,
we have it with the background. So. Yeah, I don't know what to make of that. I don't know how it affects like my schedule. I don't know. Seems like turmoil a bit.
So I bring it up because I was thinking that maybe I'll do comic books of my thing.
Yeah.
But maybe that's just doesn't make sense. Maybe that's just not viable. Because like Red Room was viable.
Right.
Like Red Room is still doing 5 figures. So that's a good thing. That's $8,000 a month plus or something like that.
so close, Ed. Fit.
Dude, it's good to be back, man.
Yeah.
I missed you, Jimmy.
It is good to be back.
I'll take care of that. You want to open it and just get some interior stuff. This is the good shit to focus on. If that shows up good. What you looking for?
Water?
I think you put your water there.
I think that's mine.
Yeah, I swear I saw you put it there.
Maybe I just set it there. All right, I'm ready.
Good to go. Maybe, like just because I'm here for business, man. Maybe as you do the intro about the Heroes Con and all that stuff, like we just see it, and then you can take it away.
Okay.
Good.
Yeah. Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite comic book channel, Cartoonist Kayfabe. My name is Jim Rugg.
I'm Ed Piscor.
Before we dive into this Prisoner Artist Edition that I have waited for a long time, as I will show you, I want to remind everybody that we will be at Heroes in June in North Carolina. That's the middle of June, coming up in a couple of weeks. We will be bringing lots of our back catalog of comps, art, prints, all the good stuff that sometimes is very hard to find in stores. So if you come out to Heroes, make sure you look up Cartoonist Kayfabe, take some pictures, and spread the good word about a great comic shop. I also want to remind everybody that we are starting to gear up for Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. The last Saturday in July, we take our comps, we take our doubles, we take some good comics, and we go out to the local lending libraries and stock them with comics. Let's make some new comic book readers. We did it last year for the first time, had all kinds of participation, saw thousands of photos and hashtags of everybody watching the channel. We have a great audience out there. I know that some of you guys have bought doubles of books by accident. I know that lots of you are creators and have your own comps. Go out and spread those around your local neighborhood, and let's try to grow some new comic book readers with Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. So, Ed, they released a Prisoner Original Art Edition, basically a comics artist edition of The Prisoner. This is one of my favorite TV shows. I started watching this probably when we started hanging out, because I remember it was the very first house I lived in with my wife when I got married, so we're looking at like 02, 03 time period. I got a DVD box set, only 17 episodes of this thing, and I would watch like one a week, man, and just loved it. Loved it so much, I wanted there to be like a Prisoner anthology of all my friends and comic book artists making their own Prisoner stories, because I think it's such a good hook. And went on eBay whenever I heard that there was one of these things. And before their artist edition existed, I actually bought a photocopied set of this comic because I was such a Prisoner mark. And whenever you hear that Jack Kirby is the artist behind this, could it get any better? So imagine my delight whenever we opened up a mailbag and found copies of the Prisoner Original Art Edition.
Ask not what Cartoonist Kayfabe can do for you. Ask what you can do for Cartoonist Kayfabe. And 2 copies of the Prisoner Artist Edition come through. It's an expensive book. It's sleight of page. It's not so much. It's not even 100 pages, I don't think. It's very expensive. So I was never gonna buy it.
Right.
But thank you so much to the anonymous Kayfaber, whose name we did not get permission to put on the air. But we see you, we thank you, and we made an episode based on the shit.
So strange that they do 2 versions of this, but they never quite make it to publication. And I was thinking about the Jack Kirby version,
yeah.
And it's kind of cool. Like, this is a Mike Royer, I think, inked after the fact piece. Maybe for this edition, you see a foreword by Mike Royer here, and the frequent 70s collaborator.
We're not recording. Maybe take a look at the video and see where it ends, because I just seen zeros and I don't know if we didn't record anything. I'm sure we did.
Hello and welcome to YouTube's favorite one. This shit. It's so strange that they do 2 versions of this, but they never quite make it to publication. And
boom,
I was thinking
that's where you
about
cut
the
it.
Jack Kirby version, and it's kind of cool. Like,
Nice.
You may have to lock it in again.
Mm-hmm. It's funny because I'm trying not to make a shadow,
right.
and I just know I look fucking weird as hell doing that.
Hit
Good.
it when you're ready.
All right.
So I think about the Jack Kirby version, and this is like a 70s project for him,
Yeah.
which puts it in line with like the 2001 Kirby series.
Right.
And I feel like there are overlaps. Like the concept of Prisoner is similar to 2001 in that it's a basic concept that you can just apply, right? This guy's being held against his will in this village. Unclear who's holding him prisoner and not even clear exactly why. Man, I would have loved to have seen him go through that.
Patrick McGoohan doesn't know why.
Right.
That's the whole thing with that goddamn show, man. Is like they create a good hook, and it doesn't go anywhere.
No, it varies a lot. Like the best episodes are tremendous, and the ones that are aimless are very aimless. Also, McGoohan, perfect for a Kirby character.
I think so.
He has that brow that just looks like it's right out of a Kirby drawing, and
Look at this imagination.
oh man, it's beautiful.
There's so much I love about it. I love that he's just stacking iconography to like make the background. It's almost like clip art. Like, let's just put some fucking umbrellas. We'll put this kind of structure. It's flat, you know. We'll put a little obelisk or whatever. This thing, like, what the fuck is that? Like a kayfabe car with hard edges and shit. But it
Don't
still
sleep
looks
on our
cool.
pirate in the foreground here. Parrot just sitting in the exact right on the edge of the artist's drawing table.
Some bas reliefs. This is real messy. That's a very surprising set of marks from Royer.
Yeah, it's pretty bizarre. And I think I learned about this through the Jack Kirby Collector is where I first would have seen this. And I mean, I was just eating it up. It was like a lot of stuff coming together at the same moment. See that great panel here?
Looks like McGoohan.
And this is your intro. You know, like if you watch The Prisoner, this is kind of the opening credit sequence that sums up his resignation and then being drugged. And this is cool too, like watching like what is inked? You know, what is lettered?
Yeah, it's like, hey, Royer, pencils down, man. This shit ain't happening.
Yes,
We're
exactly.
done. We're done now. And it's so funny, comics, because like they need you to feel like you're getting something substantial, you know. So it's like all this stuff, but like the beauty of that intro of that TV show is you don't need none of that.
It's so brisk.
And it's so clear, and you don't need none of that. But like we're gonna put Marvel pathos over top of it.
Yeah.
From Steve Englehart.
Oh no, this first one's Kirby. Englehart's the Gil Kane piece.
Oh, that's cool.
These are Kirby's words. Like this is whenever he goes down, whenever it's partially lettered. And, you know, let's bold a couple, do the bold words first.
You're learning something about Royer's process. It's beautiful.
Really interesting. I was thinking about this series because I haven't watched it in a long time, probably almost 20 years. And there were so many good episodes. There's one about a computer that's essentially an AI kind of story, which is kind of funny. Man. And some Kirby tech. But there's also one where like there's disinformation being sent around. It's like a conspiracy theory kind of episode. And I forget the word they used for it. It's been a while since I saw it. But it was such a great concept to me. It was the first time I'd really seen that, where like he's spreading the disinformation around, fake news kind of thing. And almost turning the village against number 2, who was the guy that was usually the antagonist against number 6. I am not a number.
I am not a number.
That's amazing. That almost doesn't look like a Kirby hand in those pencils, do you think?
I know what you mean.
Doesn't it look a little bit different than what I'm used to? It's not as like
this kind of stuff.
Hard lined. Yeah, he's feathering some stuff, which is kind of cool to see Kirby thinking, you know, a little differently on a project at this stage in his career too.
Look at that, a flat image in perspective, and still it looks good.
Very bizarre. That's such a cool piece. It's almost like a Hall of Mirrors, Nightmares with the little McGoohan in the 3D form. I was always surprised when I used to buy those Kirby collectors at just how rendered his pencils were.
Yeah.
Like I always assumed they'd just be like roughs because you see those. You see them in Ditko and you see them in Buscema pencils.
Totally. And inking over top of that pencil, like that's not, you can't guarantee that ink's going to stay down. You know, like that is a very soft lead. So when you clean up that page, I imagine that it must pull up some ink because the ink sits on top of the lead.
That's a good point.
There's a reason why a lot of guys like would just like put the X's. It's almost at the request of the inker who's like, "Fuck, dude, now I gotta clean this up."
Yeah, you can imagine him just the side of his pencil filling in all of this stuff.
And it looks meticulous, like there's very little Jack Kirby drawing video footage. There's that Doctor Doom piece where he's holding Doctor Doom's holding the mask and stuff. And Jack Kirby is not fast. He puts a lot of time into this stuff. It's just like he had that patience to sit there all day and night.
Yeah, I love this panel. I would play around inking that if I were
any of these, man. See, this is another one of those, like, did Kirby do that? It's like Alcala is on that or something.
Yeah, it's wild. It really does feel like he's trying something different with this. And like I said, the concept of just number 6 constantly trying to escape or to learn where he's at, I feel like Kirby could add a lot of fun with that.
I don't think we saw the little ball thing in
No,
the Kirby
we didn't.
episode,
We
unfortunately.
didn't. This is another fun piece. So this is Gil Kane. I don't know if Marvel wasn't happy with the first adaptation or what, but you see it Stan Lee Presents, so this is still Marvel, presumably with the license trying to figure out how to do this. And this is the Englehart script. You can see it in the credits just penciled in, but you get to see Gil Kane constructing his figures, which I don't know if there's a guy who's more into that part. It's certainly a part of what I think of when I think Gil Kane. It's all those figure studies that he would warm up with, and man, you can see it. And he's so good with like suits and folds and clothing.
Yeah, he's almost drawn himself as in the McGoohan role, man. If you know what Gil Kane looks like.
Yeah, it reminds me of whenever we talked to Gary Groth and we were talking Gil Kane a little bit. This is what I would love to see more of Gil Kane doing. Like playing outside of the superhero genre and getting to kind of like do fabrics and folds and regular people and kind of intriguing storylines.
He had a lot of internal glass ceiling kind of mentality and stuff, and just because he really wasn't pushing outside of the genre, he talked about that was his limitation, that like he's stuck in genre, can't get out of it.
Look at the dynamic figure running at us. That's a hard pose to make look good.
Very clean.
Very clean, and then like, is this a letter doing a first pass and marking in lettering guides?
Right, yeah, that's a good question.
And then like, that's a really dark blue.
Yeah, that's photo blue.
They don't make it like that anymore.
Unless like actually the pencil that I use is this kind of blue. The blue pencil that I use is not non-repro blue. It's like this, but I just have a light hand.
I see so much Howard Chaykin in some of these faces. Makes me wonder if like, was this when he was an assistant?
Right. It'll be things like this, like some of this like little busyness up there. You could picture that on top of Reuben Flagg.
Absolutely. Yeah, not far off from a Reuben Flagg design, especially in some of the panels.
So zombie-like.
I love the paranoia of the eyes.
Yeah.
Because that's the other thing. Like, how do you adapt this series? And certain things like the atmosphere is what you've got to figure out how to get on the page. Great Dutch angle.
The Prisoner feels like it's like a step toward what I would call, the modern day golden age of television, where like it had that hook, but because it was still steeped in that old presentation model of just like so formulaic and every episode has to end the same way because, they're going to be out of order in syndication and stuff.
Yeah. Your bubble's coming.
Yeah, there he is. But it looks pretty weak. It's very small. Like you need more stuff to contrast it with. But like the idea of the Prisoner, I just like absolutely love. But it's the execution. I'm too used to Sopranos and like shit where it's like it's really building to something. I couldn't even get down with Lost because it was like, okay, I know this ain't really going anywhere. These guys are kayfabing as they go.
Huh. That's a really good likeness here.
Pretty good.
This is so clean. I wonder, does he not do like underdrawing or anything? You don't see any kind of marks showing up in this.
I think that, like, based on the blue, actually I meant to say this before when we first were talking about it, the reason I brought it up. I think maybe the pages can be manipulated a little bit. Like maybe it is a non-repro blue and then they bump up the levels and maybe that makes the underdrawing disappear. Or maybe he light boxed, because it's one line.
It's so confident.
It's one line, so like maybe he light boxed his underdrawing.
Yeah, I'd be very curious about it because like there's almost no building up of figures.
That might be what Chaykin was responsible for in the Gil Kane's studio is like transferring the smeary stuff to like the final inkable board.
I always loved how Gil Kane would do fingers.
Good
you know,
fingers.
like hands, like you'd get the knuckle in there. And then supplemental material. So to your point, Ed, about how this is not very long, I don't know the page count on this. I didn't notice page numbers on this, but I wonder if this is that period in the 70s where they would like maybe throw in a reprint or something in the back.
Yeah, 17 pager.
17 pages, because that Kirby story is definitely like a 17 pager. This is the All Reds doing the inking and coloring on this version.
That's
maybe
fun.
just the coloring.
It
looks like
say
consistent.
there. Yeah, it's inked by
Royer inks.
Colored by Mike,
Allred.
not Laura. I am not a number.
And then an inked version of our title page. Look at that hand.
Real busy. Like you saw. Can you go back to it real quick? It was very sort of meticulous, and then Leo Loha's style kind of just added a lot of fuss to it.
Yeah, it really does. Almost like a finisher or something.
Yeah. Yeah.
Almost a different car. Like,
Really,
look at
Dick Giordano's it up.
Completely changes the car.
Yeah. It needed it. Can you go back again? Cause look, it's so. Leo Loha like really did wonders for it. Cause like that's just some fake funny baloney bullshit.
And it's terrible, both of them, compared to the actual show, because he has a very unique car, and this just doesn't quite
And
get
like
it.
a roadster or something. It's
Yeah.
like real long.
I think this is closer, but I think that he keeps like the
proportions, yeah.
and so you don't quite get the full effect of what that car looked like.
There's nothing you could do about that with what they had laid out with the lettering and stuff. And this is, I guess, a cover for a Baycon or whatever that, some comic convention. That's sad. You got to let it go, Steve. You got to shave it off, man. It's gone.
Yeah, this is kind of cool to see some of the background of them trying to put this thing together. You see like the episode guides and stuff. This is something to Ed, you mentioned that the episodes would run in whatever order. So like if you go to Wikipedia or something, you'll see proposals of what order it should be in. Like
Sure.
the first episode and last episode are very clear, but then those in between parts a little bit harder to figure out. Look at this cosplay. Fourth World cosplay. That's amazing.
It looks like Red Room.
It does. Dude. That looks like something out of a horror movie.
Yeah, it's total like Pulp Fiction inside the back of the fucking gun store type shit.
That's okay. So here's an awesome supplement. The actual typed script, which is all the formats for the scripts, always surprise me.
Yeah.
And then the lettering.
So yeah, so you don't have to go back and forth. Excellent way to pad out more pages into this thing to.
And lettered by Rick Parker, which makes me think this was probably done after the fact, like maybe for this. Well, maybe for this edition.
Interesting.
Because I think this was done. I assumed it was done in the 70s. I don't know if there was a date on there. Maybe I'm wrong. But I was thinking it was the same time period, and just something didn't work out with the Kirby version, so they went a different route.
I noticed like a version of this with the X's on the piece. Like I thought, but I thought he was just calling out the X's to have like a shadow on the face or something.
This is what happens in the opening. This is totally from that opening sequence.
They X out
They
his
do,
face,
because
so.
they pull his card out of like the the file of agents, and then they X him out and throw it in the garbage.
I know they made some like late period prisoners like since we were buds and stuff. I just really would love to have like a real story with that, and
They made one
build
for
some
TV, and I remember being disappointed in it and not watching the whole thing. And it's kind of after the fact, like a different set of characters, I think, because it wasn't, McGowan wasn't playing. It wasn't like a redo exactly.
Right.
And then they also did, I think Vertigo did like a DC, or maybe it was just DC, did a Prestige format 4-issue run.
Yeah, Dean Motter, Mr. X.
And same thing, like it just didn't, not for me.
Yeah, people are into the comic, but like nobody is able to pull it off. It's like Apocalypse Now. Nobody was ever able to adapt Heart of Darkness.
And this gives you some more idea of just what this show was, because it is kind of a cult show. It was definitely highly regarded in terms of TV and really doing something a little bit different and adventurous. So give some context on putting the show together. And look at this we talk about like how tall figures are. That's a tall figure.
Yeah.
That is about 12 heads tall, 14 heads tall.
Yeah, those are some lanky, minute bull type arms.
Yeah. Yeah, that's Bill Walton as the prisoner right there. And of course, you get the nice biographies in the back of an artist edition.
Let me see this real quick, man. Fucking Gil King got death masks and shit. That really looks like Bern Hogarth. I know he's a big proponent of the Hogarth School of Anatomical Drawing and stuff.
Be seeing you. So shocking to me that this exists.
So
you know,
cool.
Considering my fandom, it was like this is one of those Matrix objects of like, am I dead?
Right.
Am I in between something and now I'm dreaming that this exists?
Embarrassment of riches.
Totally.
We get, and I think that that's indicative of us becoming older and crustier, and people of our peer group in more positions of power to make things happen.
Yes, I think you're right about that, because it's definitely received sort of bumps throughout history, and I think you're right.
So we take it where we can get it, man, because we've aged out of the the movie going demographic. They don't make movies for us anymore. We're not 18 to 35 or whatever, but the books still keep coming, man. So
They do.
We have that to rest on. Kayfabers, like, follow, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Hit the bell so that we can notify you when new videos are available. Couple of weeks from now, as of this recording, Jimmy and I are going to be going to Heroes Con 2023 at Charlotte, North Carolina. Hope to see you there. If we do, put that Cartoonist Kayfabe shirt on, man. Fly the Kayfabe flag. Look forward to seeing you guys down there in NC. We're also gearing up for Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. This is an initiative where Jimmy and I have rallied the troops, and we want all of you guys to take your comic book doubles. If you're a cartoonist, take your comp copies and sprinkle those around town in those little free lending libraries that we have in our neighborhoods and around the city. We need to create more comic book readers. We can't sit around and complain about it. We have to do some action items. This is something that has come to mind. It was a great success last year when we did it. It's always the last Saturday in July. And it's something that we're probably going to do for the foreseeable future. So, second annual Cartoonist Kayfabe Comic Book Christmas in July. It's a mouthful, and it's happening last Saturday of July. But the videos are brought to you by the books that we make. So, Jimmy, please tell the people what you got going on.
Street Angel, Princess of Poverty will be out later this year from Image Comics. It collects all of the Street Angel comics that are not in Deadliest Girl Alive. They just reissued a new edition of Deadliest Girl Alive. So if you guys missed that one at home, you can pick that up again. Hulk Grand Design Treasury Edition is also available now. Fluorescent green, oversized cover. No excuse to miss that one in your local comic shop. And the first young adult graphic novel, The Plain Janes, is still available in print. And you can join me on patreon.com/JimRugg, where you can see the comics that I am working on right now and serializing there weekly.
Hip Hop Family Tree Omnibus is coming to stores in time for the holidays, coming around October. Plenty of time to wrap it up in a bun and gift that to somebody this Christmas. It's going to collect the 4 volumes of Hip Hop Family Tree that are out there, 500 plus page book we're looking at this point. 140 pages of material that is brand new, strictly for this volume, and a lot of new artwork done strictly for this volume. Also, X-Men Grand Design Trilogy trade paperback is going to be coming into stores. It's going to be trade paperback size, like your typical Marvel TPBs. X-Men Grand Design, some of these volumes are out of print, so you're going to get all 3 volumes inside one handy-dandy softcover edition. And the focus right now is Red Room Crypto Killers. It's my latest season of Red Room Comics to see the light of day. Issue 1 came out in May. This is a cover to issue 2. Murder on the Dark Web for Fun and Profit is the name of the game. In Red Room Comics, there are 2 trade paperbacks of Red Room out there in the wild right now. One is called The Antisocial Network. The other is called Trigger Warnings. Support our books. Keep the Cartoonist Kayfabe channel coming to you on a regular basis. And there are other ways to support the channel. Jimmy, let the people know.
Subscribe to the Cartoonist Kayfabe newsletter at the links below this video. You can also find Cartoonist Kayfabe t-shirts, merchandise, cups, fanny packs, stickers, and more at our spread shop. That link is also under this video.
All great ways to support the channel. Give them those marching orders, Jimmy, and we'll be on our way.
Read more comics.
And that, King Kayfabers, wraps up another fine session of Cartoonist Kayfabe, man. Jimmy, it's so good to have you back. It's so good to be back in the swing of things. I don't think that we stuttered or stammered more than we typically do.
That's right.
And by we, I mean me.
The normal amount of our stuttering and stammering.
King Kayfabers, thank you so much for joining us. We're going to tear things down. We're going to go through some mail, and we're going to get to editing. So as the day goes by, you're going to start seeing the videos pop up on the Patreon. Thank you so much for joining us, and we'll be coming back to you on a regular basis for a while. Cheers.